More than 400 people came through the portal. Jike carried a young man in a black robe on his shoulder with little E following behind him. Finally, there is Gorda. When his majestic body in steel armor came through the portal, the purplish-black portal began to fade and then slowly turned into a spot of light and dissipated in mid-air. Gorda could not help but fish in the air, trying to catch the few spots of light, but he could not. The light slipped through his fingers and disappeared without a trace. He could not help shaking his head and sighed. It went exactly as Mr. Rob said. As soon as I came over, the portal disappeared. What on earth is this portal? How can it carry so many people over? Shualu smiled and said, Mr. Rob has gone beyond common sense. Even I, a magician, can't understand it. A simple-minded soldier with well-developed limbs like you shouldn't bother thinking about it. Even if you think till your brain hurts, you won't understand. Gorda shrugged. Right. You said it correctly. They complained and walked towards the chapel yard below the hillside. As they walked, Jike was carrying the young man in a black robe, and little E stood beside him with her staff. It seemed that she was very wary of the man carried on Jike's shoulder. Rob lazily sat on his stone stool and watched them walk up to him with a smile. Gorda said, Mr. Rob, we were lucky enough to save everyone from Stone Canyon. We also caught the necromancer apprentice who stayed. Jike shook his shoulder and threw the black-robed man to the ground in front of Rob. The man, who had been in a coma, woke up from the heavy fall. He opened his dazed eyes and looked around him. When he saw that he was surrounded by a group of people, he knew he was finished and could not help putting on a long sigh. Then he put on an "if I have to die, then I die" expression and stopped talking. This guy is not a big deal, Rob said. Forget about him and talk about the situation in Stone Canyon. He knew that the three adventurers were not from an organization, and they were certainly not as systematic as Little E had observed when in villages and towns, so this sentence was answered by Little E. Little E recalled what she saw, then showed a look of bewilderment on her face and sighed. When the four of us arrived at Stone Canyon, we saw that the town looked as usual, with no sign of war at all. The mines, farmland, and houses looked exactly the same as before, and the people were also doing very ordinary work, which was completely inconceivable. However, when we approached, we found that there were skeletons everywhere in the town. They occupied all the important positions in the town and forced the townspeople to work. If anyone refused to listen to them, they would be attacked and beaten by the skeletons. We sneaked into the town center and found the necromancer apprentice in the mayor's house. After knocking him down, the skeletons lost their command and walked aimlessly in the town. We easily gathered the townspeople together and then opened the portal and came back. Oh. Rob held his chin in one hand and said with interest, I want to know if anyone died. Little E shook his head and said, none. Due to the large number of skeletons who attacked Stone Canyon at the beginning, except for the more than 30 people who escaped, the remaining 400 townspeople were surrounded by the army almost in an instant, and there was a great disparity between Stone Canyon and the enemy. After the necromancer opened his mouth to persuade the people to surrender, they surrendered without resistance, so miraculously, no one died. Rob nodded with an as expected expression on his face. Is that so? Although I had guessed it before, it's still very interesting. Rob also discussed with Little E and others last time that the purpose of the necromancers is not to destroy and kill but to occupy and dominate, so they do not kill innocent people indiscriminately, which shows that they have greater ambition. Let's ask a few more of them. Rob said with a smile, I don't think you had enough time to communicate with the townspeople when you saved them. Now that you have saved all the people, you have the time to talk with them more. Only from the mouths of those who experienced their rule can you truly understand the enemy. Everyone thought that that was the right move to make. Coincidentally, at this time, the people from Stone Canyon came down from the hillside, filling up the small chapel yard. Rob said to the crowd, Who's the mayor? Come out and talk. A round-faced middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Father, I am the mayor of Stone Canyon. Tell me, What did the army of the undead do to you after they occupied Stone Canyon? Well. The mayor's face suddenly became a little awkward, as if he was afraid to say something. Rob keenly captured that his eyes were peeking at Little E, and then he took a peek at him as if afraid of both of them, but he didn't seem so afraid of Gorda, Jike, and Shualu next to him. Rob immediately understood something. Interesting, I understand now. Just give me a minute. I'll change first and come out to talk to you. People are curious about what clothes he'll change into this time. The group watched as Rob returned to his room. After a while, the priest robe he was wearing was gone and replaced with a set of t-shirt and jeans, a strange style of clothing for the world. Rob smiled and said, "Look, this is what I really look like, Mr. Mayor. Do you understand?" The mayor seems to understand and yet also seems to know nothing. Rob slumped onto his stone stool wearing his t-shirt and jeans and smiled, "Mr. Mayor, let me guess what happened after you were controlled by the army of the undead." He pointed to the necromancer apprentice lying on the ground and said slowly, "This man blackmailed you into converting to the god of darkness, and if you don't, he will kill all of them. Those who are willing to convert to the god of darkness will receive good treatment, and the god of darkness will guide you and let you live a good life. The fact that you are still here alive means that you gave in. During the days under their rule, you burned the Bible of Light and recited the Dark Bible every day, and the statue of the God of Light in the church must have been destroyed and replaced by the God of Darkness." As soon as this was said, the mayor of Stone Canyon trembled with fear, and the faces of all the townspeople behind him showed a look of horror. A few seconds later, a loud boom sounded as the more than 400 knelt on the ground and bowed their heads simultaneously. "We ask the God of Light for forgiveness." Rob was not wrong at all. A few days ago, on the day the three adventurers set off for Westwind Town with the beet seeds, more than 2,000 skeletons attacked Stone Canyon. Because of the huge combat gap, Stone Canyon surrendered easily under the threat of the necromancer. The first thing the necromancer did after occupying Stone Canyon was to destroy the statue of the God of Light and replace it with a statue of the God of Darkness, and then he forced the mayor to light the fire and burn the Bible of Light sealed in the church. Then the necromancer took out the thick dark Bible and placed it on the chapel table, and told the people to study it for an hour every morning. Under the threat of the skeletons, the townspeople had no choice but to do so one by one. Now when asked by Rob, the townspeople all trembled with fear, fell to their knees with a bang, and confessed all the bad things they had done these past few days. Rob's face was still smiling, but Little E could not help but smack the table heavily and say angrily, "How could you do this? That is preposterous." The townspeople dared not argue but continued to kneel. "We ask the God of Light for forgiveness." Little E said angrily, "Forgiveness? How could you be forgiven? You have made a big mistake in the company of the undead. You destroyed the statue of the God of Light and burned the Bible of Light. No matter how kind the God of Light is, he cannot forgive villains like you." The townspeople were too frightened to raise their heads when they saw the nun get angry. Only Lillian's aunt dared to say, "We had no choice. We'll get killed if we don't do what he says. Can the mere threat of death cause you to abandon your faith in the God of Light who has been helping you?" Little E said angrily, "Isn't your belief in the God of Light worth defending with your life?" At this point, she was so angry that she could not speak clearly, and her whole body trembled all over. Most of the townspeople bowed their heads and looked repentant. Only Lillian's aunt shouted, "What has the God of Light done for us? Why should we defend him with our lives? We don't even have a priest in Stone Canyon, only churches. When did the God of Light cover us with grace? She probably risked everything." Either way, her group had already committed a great crime and sinned heavily. It would be better to say what she wanted to say. When a violent woman is already sentenced, what dare she not say? Her remark choked Little E, who could not speak for a while. Time seems to have become static, space also seems to be frozen, and only the cicadas in the mountains desperately crying reminded everyone that time is still passing. It's unknown how long it took for Little E to say weakly, "See for yourself, the people of Westwind Town are not as weak as you are. They chose to side with the God of Light and Father Rob when faced with the strong enemy. They're not as weak as you are. With all due respect. Shualu suddenly said, if it hadn't been for Mr. Rob, the townspeople would have surrendered. They were not fighting for the God of Light but because they trusted Mr. Rob and wanted to follow him. Only because of that did they choose to fight to the death with the army of the undead. Haven't you noticed? Recently, more and more townspeople will not speak the nonsense of praising the God of Light before praising Mr. Rob. Little E was startled and froze all over. Shualu added, anyway, Baldr, the God of Light, is already dead. Hodr, the God of Darkness, has killed him by shooting a mistletoe arrow. What you believe in is nothing but a thing that has passed away. This is heresy. Little E is angry, Father Rob, listen to what they are saying. They have completely become heretics. Rob suddenly reached out and caught Little E's wrist. Golden magic light came out of the palm of Rob's hand and spread along Little E's arm, wrapping her body up. It was a spell that made Little E, who had just fallen into a state of anger, and forced her to calm down. Little E, don't talk yet. Rob said faintly, it's a good thing to listen to other people's opinions. Don't let your own inherent opinions blind you. But. Don't say but. Rob suddenly turned to Gorda and said, please go to the basement and bring the necromancer we captured. Gorda went and soon came out with the necromancer tied up in a twisted manner. The necromancer had been locked up in the basement for several days now. His hands and feet were bound. Rob silently cast a silencing spell on the necromancer, which made him incapable of chanting or speaking. Now that he was suddenly brought out, he thought to himself, I may be going to be burned to death. When he got to the courtyard, he found that the apprentice left in Stone Canyon had also been captured, while the townspeople of Stone Canyon had already come to Westwind Town and knelt beside them. He was dazed, not sure of what was going on. Rob pointed to the apprentice and smiled, throw them side by side. Gorda shook his hand and threw the necromancer and his apprentice side by side. Rob smiled at the necromancer and said, I brought you up to sit in. What I'm going to say, whether it's you or Little E, listen carefully and don't raise any objections. I firmly think I'm right, no matter how big your opinions are, so I won't accept any rebuttals. When he had finished saying this, he turned his head and said to the people from Stone Canyon who had knelt all over the floor, stand up and stop kneeling. I forgive you. I can't say forgive because there's nothing wrong with what you did. Since it is right, there is no need for forgiveness. Little E wanted to protest, but thinking of what Rob had just said, don't raise any objections, she had to keep her mouth shut. The people stood up nervously, thinking to themselves, is it that easy for us to be forgiven? What is the priest thinking? He deliberately took off his priest clothes and changed into this strange costume. Is it possible that what he is trying to tell us is that he is not a priest anymore? Rob turned to Little E and said, you just told the townspeople from Stone Canyon that they should not be threatened by mere death and give up their belief in the God of Light. Have you ever wondered? Why should they believe in the God of Light? Have you ever wondered? Why should they believe in the God of Light? This question, for Little E, is simple, and she immediately replied, of course, because the God of Light is generous, kind, and loves all things. He gives grace and lets everyone feel his greatness. Naturally, people will believe in him. Rob couldn't help laughing, Little E, why are you so naive and cute? It is a pity that I have to pierce your innocence mercilessly and feel guilty. At this point, he paused and shook his head. Didn't you hear what Lillian's aunt said? The God of Light has never helped them. Stone Canyon does not even have a priest. There is only a church, just like Westwind Town's chapel before I came. Do you think your logic just now makes sense? Little E. Reality mercilessly gave the innocent nun a hard slap in the face. She was a little at a loss for a moment, the logic in her mind began to shift, and she couldn't help murmuring, right? Then, why believe in the God of light? Rob sighed, because if you don't believe in the God of light, you will die. At this point, Rob raised his volume and added magic to his voice. His voice seemed to come down from all directions and said, "Those who do not believe in the God of light will be beaten as heretics, and then burned to death. Burned to death. Burned to death. Burned to death." The sound echoed in midair. When Little E heard the sound, every nerve in her body collapsed and tightened up. The people from Stone Canyon were also startled, and several people knelt down again, but more people felt confused. They really had no idea why Rob said this. He took off his priest robe, and then pointed so brazenly at the dark side of the Church of Light. "This man, where does he really stand?" Rob said, "Little E, do you understand? Under the premise that the Church of Light threatens others to believe in it with death, how can anyone prefer to defend it to their deaths?" Little E's face was exuding sweat, and at this moment, her unswerving belief was shaken for the first time. At this time, the necromancer lying on the ground suddenly found that the silencing spell had been lifted. Rob seemed to have allowed him to speak and could not help laughing, "Ha ha ha. That's right. Those hypocrites from the Church of Light all speak of benevolence, righteousness, and morality but put all those who don't follow them on the stake. In fact, what's the difference between them and the Church of Darkness? Ha ha ha. What's the difference? Don't they both use death to control others?" Pang! Rob kicked the necromancer. "Don't take advantage of the situation and please yourself with words. Hypocrites at least maintain superficial integrity and will do a lot of good deeds to attract people's hearts. Moreover, many of the lowest clergy, like Little E, are really kind-hearted people who sincerely work for the common people. But you dark guys do bad things from top to bottom. The Church of Light is still much better if we compare the two churches." With that, Rob went back to his room, put on his priest robe, went out, sat down on his stone stool, and smiled, "So I'd rather wear this priest robe than the black robe of a necromancer, do you understand?" The necromancer seemed to understand something and stopped talking. "Even if I say this, I don't plan to change anything," Rob concluded resolutely. "I just want to tell you townspeople from Stone Canyon. Do not be ashamed of compromise. People in the face of death make compromises. It can be forgiven. I will not blame you for your behavior, and as long as you do not leave Westwind Town, no one can blame you, nor can the Church of Light." The townspeople from Stone Canyon were revitalized, and Rob's resolute words finally dispelled the fear they had just felt without a trace. "First, each person gets a large basket of potatoes for rations, and then go to the mountain to find your fellow townsmen who came first." Rob said, "The gem cutters and jewelers will go behind the hillside to find Johnny, while the farmers will go to the newly reclaimed fields on the hillside to find their acquaintances. They will tell you how to survive in Westwind Town. In a word, don't try to eat and drink in and from my chapel." The townspeople respectfully saluted Rob and then parted. The three adventurers shrugged, then sat down grinning at Rob's stone table and impolitely took the cup of Coca-Cola from Lillian's hand. "We're going to eat and drink here." Rob smiled and said, "Whatever." Little E was frozen in place, in a semi-petrified state. Rob knew that what she had just heard would cause her temporary confusion, but in the end, she should be able to find a way to convince herself that the Church of Light is a just organization and then regain her belief. Religious brainwashing is not so easy to remove, and it is too early for Little E to fully accept the knowledge he brought from another world. Rob turned to the necromancer and his apprentice lying on the ground. The two guys lay still and could not move except for rolling their eyes. What Rob had just said made them feel a little confused about Rob, and they really did not understand which side he stood on. Rob smiled and said, "Get up and talk." As soon as this was said, several blades flew out of him and broke the ropes of the two prisoners. The necromancer and the apprentice quickly turned over and jumped, but they dared not run, for they both knew that if Rob dared to let go of their ropes, he must be certain that he could bring them down again in an instant. Rob smiled and said, I didn't intend to let you live because I will never be soft in killing bad guys. For example, the last time I killed your companion in the Black Pine Mountain Range, I didn't even frown. Did you kill number 32? Exclaimed the necromancer. That guy was 32? Anyway, I guessed that there were many guys like you, just like the priests of the Church of Light. It doesn't matter how many there are. Rob said. He said with a smile, I wanted to kill you to avoid trouble, but after hearing the details of Stone Canyon, I think you are not worthy of death, so now I intend to release you. Huh? The necromancer and his apprentice really didn't expect to live. The necromancer had long believed that he would be burned to death and did not think about the possibility of getting another chance. He didn't expect Rob to release him, which was simply unthinkable and somewhat subverted his understanding of him. Rob said with a smile, I know you're confused and that you don't know what's going on. So, let me make it clear that the reason I released you is not so complicated. I have a different set of criteria for measuring the crimes of others, and by my standards, you have yet to reach the point where you have to die. It's that simple. Of course, 32 was killed by me because I thought he was a very bad person then. It's called self-defense, and I'm not going to apologize. Rob, you're lucky I didn't kill you in self-defense, so you got a chance to be released. The necromancer and apprentice didn't know whether to laugh or cry and lacked words to say. Rob said, You see, I am a very lazy man, and I don't like moving when I sit on this stool. I could have gone out to find out what was going on outside, but I was too lazy to go, so please tell me what happened outside. Anyway, your movements have spread everywhere. There is no need for you to keep a secret. The necromancer froze, and after several seconds, he sighed, All right. There is really nothing to keep secret anymore. The entire army has been moved. All the towns west of Bright Road except Westwind Town, should have been captured by now. And the army of the undead stationed in Nonley Village should also begin to march to Bright Road. The necromancer stopped hiding things. Looking at the time, the leader should be outside the city of Bright Road right now. He's probably talking to the White Lion cavalry from a distance right now. The necromancer said, Then, I'll tell you, in this war, we are the justified side. Rob said, Everyone considers themselves just. Don't emphasize that part anymore. No, we really are just. The necromancer's face flashed with a touch of stubbornness, just like Little E when she said that the Church of Light was an organization of justice. He said calmly, This war was foreshadowed as early as 16 years ago on the Black Dragon's flight. Rob said, What happened 16 years ago? He told the dark history of the continent, but the three adventurers and Little E were well aware of the past, and the four were startled almost simultaneously. The Black Dragon's flight 16 years ago? Are you talking about the battle when the Black Dragon attacked Black Earth Tower? Exactly. The necromancer said mournfully, The king and queen of the kingdom of Gran were both killed in that battle. The Black Earth Tower was knocked down by the Black Dragon, and the kingdom of Gran was left in turmoil. Rob listened patiently. The trio of adventurers and Little E, plus the necromancer and the apprentice, were there recalling the past. Rob listened for a long time and finally understood what happened 16 years ago. It turned out that the former capital of the kingdom of Gran was not capital of the saints, but the Black Earth Tower. Here we must first explain the four factions of the magical kingdom, Gran. The kingdom of Gran is a country based on magic, divided into four factions: fire, earth, water, and wind. For example, Shuelu is a fire magician. Each of the four major factions has its own main city. The main city of fire is the Ardent Flame Tower, the main city of water is the Trembling Ice Tower, the main city of wind is the Thunder Tower, and the main city of earth is the Black Earth Tower. Although they're called towers, it is actually a huge city built with the tower as the center. The four major cities are very prosperous, and the most prosperous of them is the Black Earth Tower because the royal family chose this city as its capital. The capital will inevitably have a more important political and commercial status, but at the same time, it also births a problem, that is, the more prosperous the city, the more treasures there will inevitably be. And because the city has a lot of treasures, it'll attract the attention of the Black Dragon easier. 16 years ago, that is, year 1328, the year of the Black Dragon's flight. Black Earth Tower, the capital of the Kingdom of Gran, was attacked by the Black Dragon. The king and queen were excellent warriors. They did not believe the rumor that no one could defeat the Black Dragon. The two fought together, leading the royal knights and court magicians to fight to the death and defend the capital. But then, they really died. The Black Dragon killed the king and queen, nearly wiped out the royal knights and the court magicians, knocked down the Black Earth Tower, turned the whole city into ruins, and then returned to his nest contentedly with the treasures plundered from the city. The Black Dragon was happy, but the Kingdom of Gran was in chaos. When the king and queen died, their only daughter, the orthodox heir to the throne, was only 4 years old, young and ignorant, and unable to take charge of the overall situation. Various princes from all over the country sent troops one after another in a vain attempt to gain the throne. The final winner of the war was Grand Duke Mondra Belmont Dracula, who, with the support of the White Lion cavalry led by another Grand Duke, Ingsi, silenced all opponents as quickly as possible and took the throne. After he rose to the throne, Mondra, who claimed to be the king of the Kingdom of Gran, abandoned the ruins of the Black Earth Tower, moved the capital to his stronghold, and renamed it, Capital of Saints, as the new capital of the Kingdom of Gran. And his most trusted right-hand man, the Grand Duke, Ingsi, led the White Lion cavalry to sit on Bright Road and help him defend the whole West. This is the history everyone knows. At this point, the necromancer's voice suddenly became angry. You all know this, right? But do any of you know where the princess who was supposed to inherit the Kingdom of Gran has gone? The princess, who was only 4 years old then, what kind of tribulations did she suffer? Rob shrugged. I understand now. It's an old story. The three adventurers also spread their hands. We also understand. It's really boring. Only Little E said, what are you guys doing? I've heard the Archbishop talk about it. At that time, there was chaos in the Kingdom of Gran, and the little princess escaped from the capital under the protection of her attendants and applied for adjudication at the Holy Church of Light. The Pope could not bear to see the little princess get bullied and the people of the Kingdom of Gran being hurt by the war, so he sent the Holy Light Arbitrator to lead the Templar Knights to help the young princess. The Arbitrator of the Church of Light is, to put it bluntly, a peacemaker. It is generally held by high-ranking archbishops, bishops, and cardinals of the Church of Light. When there are wars between kingdoms and disputes between the two sides, the Church of Light sends a powerful archbishop to act as arbitrator. They'll bring the two sides of the war to the negotiating table and sit down and talk calmly. There, it is best to shake hands and agree with each other when the big matters become small, and the small matters become nothing. The peace treaty signed by the two parties in the presence of the arbitrator is sacrosanct and can't be broken easily. Otherwise, you'll not only have to face your enemy but all kingdoms with faith in the Church of Light. Because of this, the ability of an arbitrator of the Church of Light is great. As soon as the arbitrator comes forward, the war will end. This is also one of the good deeds of the Church of Light, which is very popular with peace-loving people. Little E continued, our arbitrator is the kindest, wisest, and fairest man in the world. He had a good reason and told Mandra that it was wrong to usurp the throne and that the royal inheritance of the little princess was sacrosanct. He told Mandra to stop usurping the throne immediately. But Mandra responded that the little princess is only 4 years old and simply cannot manage a kingdom well. Suppose she is allowed to succeed to the throne. In that case, she will only be controlled by powerful figures, and the mutual exclusion and struggle for power and interests between powerful figures will lead the kingdom into chaos. The succession of the royal family is indeed important, but whether the people can live and work in peace and contentment is even more important. It is better to set up a new king to make the whole kingdom take on a new look. Rob clapped his hands and said, I think Mandra is right, too. Little E said, yeah, you also think Mandra has a point, don't you? At that time, the arbitrator considered the issue carefully and finally agreed with Mandra. The new King Mandra did not embarrass the little princess and instead gave her a fief to live a carefree life. It was supposed to be a happy ending. However, the necromancer suddenly turned to look at Little E and said with a sneer, "Where is that fief?" Little E, Where was it again? As soon as these words came out, Rob and the three adventurers could not help laughing again. "I see." Hearing the laughter of Rob and others, Little felt something was wrong in her heart, and her face slowly sank. "What's the matter?" "Necromancer, when you talk, please finish." The necromancer said coldly, "I have nothing to hide. I was one of Her Royal Highness's attendants at that time." With that, he brushed the floor and pulled open his black robe, wearing short clothes, his arms and thighs exposed, and a strange pentagram magic pattern was on his arm. Little E recognized it at a glance. "It's the symbol of court magicians." "Right. I was one of the members of the court magicians who protected the little princess and went to seek help during the civil strife 16 years ago." The necromancer said sadly, "While avoiding the pursuit of Mandra and the White Lion cavalry, we went to great pains to find the arbitrator of the Church of Light. We thought we would be treated fairly and justly, and at least as you just said, we could get a fief and live happily." At this point, his face darkened, and his tone became heavy. "As a result, what arbitrator? What Templar Knights? They put on a show of justice for small kingdoms, but in the face of a big kingdom like the Kingdom of Gran, in the face of the powerful Knights of Mandra and the White Lion cavalry, the arbitrator sold the princess in a blink of an eye." Little E was startled by the revelation. There was an "I knew it" expression on Rob's face. The necromancer said, "Fortunately, we were vigilant and sent a man to eavesdrop on the conversation between the arbitrator and Mandra, and heard Mandra promise to the arbitrator that he would vigorously promote the faith of the God of Light in the Kingdom of Gran and build more churches. He also promised to build a large-scale Church of Light on Bright Road on the condition that the church secretly handed over the little princess to Mandra for disposal. And declared to the outside world that the result of the arbitration was to give the little princess a fief so that she could live happily." He looked at Little E and said, "Did you hear me? That's what you just said." Little E's face turned dark. Rob replied, "Then you'll just have to run, right?" The necromancer said heavily, "Yes. When we found that the Church of Light was unreliable, we had no choice but to flee immediately. Fortunately, with the help of the Church of Darkness, we forged the princess's body and finally got rid of the pursuit of the Church of Light and Mandra. Finally, through the Black Pine Mountain Range, we escaped from the western border of the Kingdom of Gran and fled to the Lost City in the southwestern corner of the continent." Rob said, "That Lost City sounds like a place for outlaws." The necromancer nodded and said, "Yes, it is a city built by exiled nobles, demi-humans, and all kinds of people. We have lived there for more than a decade, gathering strength while waiting for Her Royal Highness to grow up." Rob pinched and calculated. 16 years ago, the princess was 4 years old, and now the princess should be 20 years old. Sure enough, she has grown up, so you began to rise up and make trouble. I think that your goal is not to destroy the Kingdom of Gran but to take back what's hers, so it is reasonable that what you want is not to destroy and kill, but occupy and dominate. Little E couldn't help saying, "How will you prove that what you just said is true? What if what you just said was a lie?" The necromancer sneered and said, "The moment you see the princess, you can confirm it, because she looks exactly like the queen who died 16 years ago. No one can imitate that kind of beauty. She has that noble aura and beauty that only the royal blood can produce." Bang! Rob gave him a hit on the forehead. "Don't talk nonsense. She may be beautiful, but it doesn't mean that ordinary people can't be more beautiful than her, as if the royal bloodline is so great. Doesn't she still have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 ears, and 2 legs?" With that, Rob especially stressed, "Don't you think I'm handsome? So because I'm handsome, is it appropriate to say I'm of noble blood? You're very handsome but don't look like someone with noble blood at all." The necromancer honestly said, "Just a handsome slacker." "Rob, somebody, drag this guy out and shoot him for 10 minutes." While the necromancer was telling his story. Bright Road. The majestic castle sat in a canyon between two dangerous mountains, blocking the only road through the mountains. The walls were 15 yards high and were made of white stone, making the whole castle look tall and holy. The 55-year-old Great Duke Ingsi, leading a large group of nobles, stood tall on the walls. Among this group of nobles are marquis, viscounts, earls, and barons. In short, those who have some status in Bright Road are now standing on the wall. Moreover, there was a large group of clergies from the Church of Light around them, from archbishops to priests and nuns. Everyone looked at the vast army of undead outside the city. The real army of undead is not at all on the same scale as the army of 2000 that attacked Westwind Town. There were so many skeletons and zombies that it was simply innumerable. Skeletal dogs, skeletal horses, skeletal archers, skeletal magicians, and even skeletal dragons, everything. In addition, there are a large number of human beings, including knights, magicians, and even a large group of demi-humans. Ingsi only looked and frowned. Beside him, the Archbishop of the Church of Light pointed at a jewel-encrusted staff at the army outside the city and said proudly, "They are a group of corrupted people. Bright Road has a strategically placed holy light sanctuary. There is no need to fear the invasion of these corrupted creatures." Ignoring the pretending archbishop, Ingsi asked Baron Perseus next to him, "You reported to me that you had solved the enemy and killed the culprit before, but there are more necromancers and even the demi-humans. I wonder, how on earth are you doing your reconnaissance work?" The Baron looked embarrassed. "I did kill a necromancer in the Black Pine Mountain Range depths, but it was unknown that there were so many of them. The point of the reconnaissance force is to turn what you don't know into something you know." Ingsi said angrily, "I don't have the time to deal with you now. I'll get even with you later." The Baron had to salute and retreated, aggrieved. After Ingsi scolded the Baron, he faced the city again, took out a magic item that looked like a loudspeaker, and shouted, "Guys outside, tell your leader to come out and speak. Why start this war?" "Oh? Are you calling me?" A sinister voice rang out. He couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. He just thought it was eerie and creepy. The soldiers on the wall frowned and felt cold and frightened. But Ingsi was not affected at all. He was a paladin. His body steamed an aura of holiness. He remained firm and unshaken. After seeing the ugly appearances of his subordinates, he hurriedly used the unique skill of a paladin, Sacred Halo. Golden light spread around him and shrouded all the soldiers. The soldiers instantly felt that their waists stopped aching, their legs stopped feeling painful, their food was delicious, and their health was in excellent shape. Ingsi sneered, "Sinister guy, your aura of fear is ineffective towards me. Do you dare come out of the shadow of your army? What is there to fear?" A cloaked man came out of the army of the undead. He was wearing a black cloak. Ingsi could not see whether it was a man or a woman. He could only see that he was short. He continued to say in a sinister voice, "Indeed, the pillar of the White Lion Cavalry, a magnificent paladin, the Grand Duke Ingsi. Before your halo, all fear and mind control magic should be futile." Ingsi said, "In front of me, no one in Bright Road will feel intimidated or shaken. However, I can shake your morale even without any magic." The man in the cloak suddenly laughed, and the voice suddenly no longer became sinister or hoarse. Everyone could tell that it was the voice of a young woman. Ingsi sensed that something was wrong. The cloaked man lifted his cloak, and the black cloak was instantly blown away by the wind. And in front of all the defenders was a noble and beautiful woman in a white dress and beautiful blonde hair. Her white dress was the style that only the queen was allowed to wear, and she wore a glittering crown on her head. As soon as he saw that face, Ingsi seemed to have been punched hard in the face and said sadly, This is impossible." The nobles on the wall and the slightly older soldiers froze, too, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, for they all recognized her in an instant. It was the last queen of the kingdom of Gran who stood outside the city. The most beautiful person in the kingdom of Gran. Even though many people have not seen her face with their own eyes, they have seen her portraits. Her beauty is absolute, pure, and indescribable by any praise in the world. She is also synonymous with being a good wife and mother. She is the famous queen of the kingdom of Gran. Her gentleness and kindness are as incomparable as her beauty. However, this beautiful and gentle queen died 16 years ago under the breath of the black dragon. Why did she appear here? And lead a huge army of the undead? I see. An earl suddenly shouted, "She is not the queen, she is younger than the 16-year-old queen, she's the princess. Her royal highness has grown up." A viscount followed, "Oh, my God, it really is her royal highness. We can't be wrong. Her face is proof. Maybe it's an illusion." It can't be an illusion because the Grand Duke Ingsi is standing here with his sacred halo on, and no illusion can deceive us under the spell's effect. Hasn't Her Highness been sent to a small fief to live a happy life? Why are you here? I've been a little skeptical about that news for a long time. The nobles wavered, and the princess was right. She didn't need magic to shake the morale of Bright Road. Kingdom of Gran, your princess is back. The beautiful princess laughed with a touch of madness. I'm back, ha ha ha. 16 years later, in another year of the Black Dragon's flight. I came back. Let me tell you exactly what happened 16 years ago. In an instant, the face of Grand Duke Ingsi became so ugly that even a woman would be rendered speechless. Once the story of that year was told, King Mandra's rule would be shaken. With a wave of his hand, Ingsi gave a loud order, "Open the city gate, White Lion Cavalry, everyone, head out. Give me that fake." Rob finally released the necromancer and his apprentice since he didn't have a reason to kill them. Neither does he want to keep people he won't kill locked up, lest there would be 2 more messy people in the family and have to waste Lillian's time to deliver food to them. In normal times, Little E would never have agreed to release the 2 followers of the God of Darkness, but today's Little E is a little different. After constantly hearing all kinds of things that she does not want to hear and dares not hear, her state of mind has also undergone a subtle change. She had no objection to the release of the necromancer. She climbed to a big rock on the hillside and looked up at the sky. It was unknown as to what she was thinking. Rob finally told the necromancer, "Go back and inform your princess that what she does to avenge her country, avenge or even overthrow the Church of Light has nothing to do with me. As long as she does not send someone to attack Westwind Town, I will consider being friends with her." The necromancer took a deep look at Rob. "Your friendship means nothing to us, but your Westwind Town is stuck in the middle of Stone Canyon, the White Birch Town, and Bright Road, which will threaten us strategically." "Oh? Is that so?" Rob smiled and said, "Who knows? I do not think I am a threat, and whoever gets my friendship, that person's future life will be very happy. Come, this bucket of Coca-Cola is for you. Drink a small cup. Give the other to your princess." The necromancer took the cup with a bewildered face and took a sip. His thin face was immediately filled with inexplicable comfort. He quickly hugged the bucket handed over by Lillian and thought, "This drink is amazing. I'll take it back to Her Royal Highness. She'll love it." "Oh, right." Rob suddenly thought of something. "Don't go yet. I have another invention coming out soon. It isn't too late for you to try it before returning." The necromancer and the apprentice sat beside him without knowing why. Robert called over a carpenter from White Birch Town and told him, "I need a wooden mold. Its top should be filled with many rectangular grooves, a size smaller than a palm." As he said that, he made a small drawing. The carpenter understood at a glance, "So it's just making a lot of rectangular holes in a piece of wood. This is very easy to do. I can make it for father immediately." "Very good." Rob called another carpenter, make me some sticks, each about the length of an index finger and the width of a little finger. The carpenter said respectfully, "At your request, I'll make it for you immediately." The two carpenters responded while the necromancer and his apprentice could not help asking, "What on earth is this going to do?" "Don't panic. You'll understand soon." Rob smiled and said to Lillian, "Boil a small pot of water and take a few pieces of candy into the boiling water. That makes sugar water. Then, add a little bit of fruit juice. You don't need to put too much, as long as it has a fruity flavor, just put orange." Lillian hurriedly went to prepare. Before long, orange-flavored sugar water, wooden molds, and sticks were all ready. Rob smiled at Lillian, the two carpenters, the necromancer and apprentice, and the three adventurers who had just come to watch. Time to witness a miracle. He poured the orange-flavored sugar water into the mold, filled every groove in the mold, and placed a small stick in each of the rectangular grooves with its tip sticking out. Then, with a wave of his hand, ice magic brushed the whole mold, and the sugar water in the groove instantly froze, freezing the stick in the middle within. Rob took the tip of the stick with a slight effort, took the ice cube out of the mold, and said with a smile, "Ta-da! Orange-flavored popsicles, production complete." Rob acquired popsicles. "Everyone." Rob said, "Why are you all in a daze? There are many popsicles in the mold. Take one for yourself and taste it." With that, he stuffed the popsicle in his hand into his mouth. The feeling came, eating popsicles that he ate back in his childhood gives off a completely different feeling from Coca-Cola. Lillian, who was beside him, was startled. Why is Master crying?" Rob snorted, "What's so strange about being moved to tears when eating popsicles?" Lillian carefully picked up a popsicle from the mold and tentatively put it into her mouth. Then, her little face bloomed like a flower. The three adventurers next to them also stopped being polite. Each of them picked up a popsicle and put it into their mouths. The three immediately bloomed with delight. After each of the two carpenters picked up one and licked it, they were unexpectedly reluctant to eat, so they hurriedly ran to their home on the hillside and shouted, "Wife, son, come out and eat some good food. I got it from the priest. Come out and have a taste." The necromancer and the apprentice watched the group act strangely, their thin faces bewildered. Rob said, "You still dazed? Again, I'll eat your share." The necromancer wiped his sweat and said, "The princess sent soldiers to Bright Road, and now the whole kingdom is in turmoil, and the endless war has begun. How are you still in the mood to make snacks?" Rob snorted, "You fight, your business. Why can't I have snacks while you fight? If I hadn't been too lazy to walk, wouldn't it be nice for me to go to the battlefield where you were fighting with an umbrella while eating melon seeds and peanuts?" Necromancer. "Eat or not eat? If you don't want to eat, it's mine." Rob reached for the last two popsicles. The apprentice of the necromancer finally couldn't help it. He picked up the popsicle first, put it in his mouth, and then cried out, "Master, this popsicle is delicious. Oh, my God. It's so delicious, please try it. It's a delicacy you have never enjoyed before." When his apprentice said this, the necromancer could not help but pick up a popsicle. He gently licked it, and then fell instantly. Even bad guys can't resist the charm of popsicles. The necromancer bowed his head and said, "Dear sir, can you give me one more popsicle, so I can bring it back to Her Royal Highness? Her Royal Highness will love this kind of thing, too." "Of course not. It will melt." Rob said, "Well, I'll give you 2 pieces of candy, and you can take them back to make popsicles for the princess to eat. You've already seen the production process. Candy, juice, and water are mixed to make the sugar water and then put into the mold to freeze. Don't tell me that your court magicians don't even have a magician who can use ice magic." Lillian took 2 pieces of candy from the warehouse, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and gave them to the necromancer. Of course, the necromancer understands the value of this thing, candy. It must be more valuable than honey. Nobles would even fight for a small jar of honey. Rob gave the princess 2 pieces of such a precious thing for free. He said respectfully, "Her Highness will be very happy to receive such a gift and will understand the good intentions of Westwind Town, which is unwilling to be the enemy of the princess. After seeing the princess, I will try my best to persuade the princess to solve the problem of Westwind Town peacefully. Of course, it's best to have peace." Rob said with a smile, "But I'm not afraid of going to war. I think you should know that." The necromancer immediately became a little more serious and whispered, "Sir, I'd like to ask, how many summoners do you have here?" "Anne. There must be a necromancer here who is more powerful than me, right? Could you please call him out and meet me? I'd like to talk to him." Rob glanced at the distance. Little E was sitting on the hillside, frozen. She didn't seem to be in the mood to see what was going on here. In this way, Rob did not have to worry. He suddenly lowered his voice. His entire person became sinister. Dark magic surrounded him, like black hands with claws. The necromancer was startled. Alas, he stepped back 3 steps in a row and said, Aren't you a priest of the Church of Light?" Rob smiled in a compassionate voice, "It's because the Church of Light betrayed me. So I hugged the darkness." Necromancer. The 3 adventurers next to him could not help sweating. However, Rob immediately waved his hand again, and the dark magic disappeared without a trace. It turned into a golden light and said in a cheerful voice, "The holy light will bring me victory." Necromancer. The 3 adventurers shrugged at the same time, and Shiwalu said, "Mr. Rob, please stop joking around. It's scary." "Ha ha ha." Rob smiled happily, "It's fun, isn't it?" Shiwalu said, "Fun, your mom. Both the Church of Light and Church of Darkness will regard you as a heretic." Rob spread his hand and said, "Then I'll hang them on both sides of the ceiling fan in 5th gear. Speaking of which, my ceiling fan is broken, so I have to ask the blacksmith to make 2 new ones, one for the Church of Light and the other for the Church of Darkness." As soon as those words came out, everyone froze in a cold sweat. Rob changed his face very quickly, and now, there was a smile on his face, "But if they don't attack me, we'll still be good friends, and the ceiling fan will only be used for wind." The necromancer seemed to understand something. He stood up, respectfully made a big bow, and then walked quickly out of town with his apprentice in the direction of Bright Road, for he knew that at this time, the princess should be leading the army to attack Bright Road. As long as he goes there, he'll find the princess. Rob immediately stretched his hands when the annoying man left. "Oh yes. It's been so long since I've been lazy." Shiwalu said with a smile, "Mr. Rob, don't be too lazy. I have questions to ask. You used to hide your strength for fear that others would know, but recently, you have become so arrogant that you don't hide your strength at all. Even your dark magic has been shown to the enemy. Is this going to have an effect on you?" Rob said, "In the past, I hid it to avoid trouble, but now I also showed it to avoid trouble. I think a smart magician will understand the truth." Shiwalu thought carefully, then smiled and said, "That's right. Bright Road, which used to be full of scenic beauty, has now become a mess. The white stone wall has collapsed, and 1/3 of the houses in the city have been burned down. The worst is the Church of Light, which has almost completely shattered and burnt into a piece of scorched stone. The bodies of priests and nuns hung on black branches, and large tracts of crows danced on the corpses. Believers of the God of Darkness in black cloaks cheered around the corpses. War is cruel. Even a war to restore the country in the name of justice was so cruel that people wanted to vomit. The White Lion cavalry was destined to lose when they opened the city gate and rushed out to kill the princess. The nobles in the city wavered and could not fight with the White Lion cavalry at all. Many nobles changed to the princess' side without saying a word. After all, this is an act of setting things right, which is morally correct beyond reproach. Ingsi led the remnants of the army to retreat, along with the Archbishop of the Church of Light, with the remaining priests and nuns retreated to the capital of saints. Bright Road has fallen. When the necromancer released by Rob arrived at Bright Road, he saw the city controlled by the princess, and that the ordinary people in the city were all in a panic. The princess knew very well that it was time to gather the hearts and minds of the people first, so she did not let the army of undead into the city, but only her pro-army, the Black Earth Knights, the demi-human army, and the armies of the nobles who had surrendered to her, to manage this huge city. The necromancer walked through a large area to the center of the city, which used to be the residence of the Grand Duke Ingsi, but has now become a makeshift palace for Her Royal Highness. When he came to the hall and saw Her Royal Highness, she was frowning beautifully and listening to the reports of his subordinates. The pursuing troops did not catch Ingsi and the Archbishop and were taken to Mondra's lair by the Knights of Mondra. The Royal Knights, in the mouth of ordinary people, are the Knights of Mondra, in the mouth of the princess subordinates. Because the princess thinks she is the orthodox and rightful successor and does not recognize the rule of King Mondra, she does not call that army the Royal Knights. Therefore, she called them the Knights of Mondra. And what they call Mondra's lair is the capital of saints. The princess also does not recognize it as the capital of the kingdom of Gran, so it is not called the capital of saints. The subordinates continued to report. According to our informants, Ardent Flame, Thunder, and Trembling Ice Knights are assembling to join the Knights of Mondra in an attempt to retake Bright Road. Our army is unable to move forward for the time being. We need to regroup here to consolidate our rule of the occupied areas. After listening to the report, the princess nodded. After taking over Bright Road, we have achieved our first strategic goal. Now we will stay and prepare for the time being. The next thing we need to do is to withstand Mondra's counterattack. We need to gain a foothold here. As you wish. The subordinates bowed together to salute. Your Highness. Number 42 seeks an audience. The princess raised her beautiful eyebrow. Number 42? Isn't he responsible for capturing the Stone Canyon and Westwind Town? Why did he suddenly appear at Bright Road? Soon, the emaciated necromancer 42 came to the temple with his apprentice. As soon as he saw the princess, he immediately knelt down on one knee. His subordinates failed Her Royal Highness's orders. Although he captured Stone Canyon, he lost the battle in Westwind Town. Over 2,000 undead troops under my command were destroyed, and I was captured by the enemy. The princess was a little surprised and stood up with a brush. What happened? Does the small town of Westwind have such a strong fighting force? The necromancer bowed his head and spoke respectfully of what had happened to him in Westwind Town. The princess said in a silent voice, "You mean that there is a powerful priest named Rob in Westwind Town, who is not only a priest but also a magician, summoner, and a powerful necromancer? And that he defeated your army of undead alone? He then released you in front of a nun of the Church of Light and said that he loves peace. And he won't give us trouble as long as we don't attack him?" The necromancer said, "Yes." Your subordinate said no lie. With her pair of sky-blue eyes, the princess looked deeply at the necromancer in front of her. This subordinate was the precious wealth left to her by her parents, a loyal old minister. 16 years ago, he and other old court members protected the 4-year-old her escape from Mondra and the Templar Knights. They were so loyal to her that they were even willing to abandon the native magic they had practiced for her and practice necromancy instead. He would never make up some messy lies to deceive her. After a while, the princess asked quietly, "Estimate how many troops we need if we are to forcibly defeat this priest and take over Westwind Town." "At least more than 5,000. The necromancer whispered, "No, 5,000 may not be enough. His summons are so powerful that even your subordinate can't see through his strength." The princess thought about it and said, "Then we can make a decision. At present, our army needs to deal with Mondra's counterattack. We cannot deploy enough troops to deal with Westwind Town. Since he has indicated that he is willing to live in peace, let's give him peace for the time being. Send orders to the whole army and ignore Westwind Town." The necromancer respectfully saluted. Your subordinate thinks this is a very wise decision. Oh, by the way, he has something for me to give to Her Royal Highness. The necromancer took out a small bucket of Coca-Cola and 2 pieces of candy. We only need ice magic. These 2 things need ice magic to give way to the most beautiful taste. Oh? Is that Coca-Cola in this bucket? The princess said, this thing was given to me by a noble yesterday. It tastes good. I like it very much, but what are these 2 brown crystals? It's called candy, and it's sweeter than honey. The necromancer said respectfully, the priest named Rob also taught me how to make fruit popsicles with the candy. Your subordinate will let the ice magician make it for you right away. Half an hour later, Her Royal Highness stood at the top of the castle. Her long white dress fluttered through the wind. She looked as beautiful as if in a dream. She held an orange-flavored popsicle in her left hand and an apple-flavored popsicle in her right hand. Her eyes narrowed with laughter, like 2 curved crescent moons. The population of Westwind Town has inexplicably almost doubled. More than 300 people from White Birch Town and more than 400 people came from Stone Canyon, which added up to almost the original population of Westwind Town. The town's size has more than doubled in an instant, and there are 2 new industries, logging and gemstone mining. In this era, population is the most important productive force. Where there is population, there is everything. Without population, everything is empty. Population growth will not only increase productivity but also increase the mobility of goods and promote the development of commerce. Of course, all the towns outside Westwind Town are either occupied by the army of undead or at war. Westwind Town has become an isolated town, completely cut off from the commercial activities outside. In this case, Westwind Town, where its industry value chain is incomplete, will not last long in theory. But because of Rob, this small town has perversely tenacious self-sufficiency. It doesn't matter if there is no food. Rob can grow tens of thousands of genes of potatoes in a day. As long as these potatoes flow into the market in exchange for all kinds of goods, they will immediately feed people from all statures in town. It doesn't matter if there is no cloth. Rob can plant some cotton casually, and Westwind Town will easily be able to produce its own cotton cloth to solve the people's clothing problem. With food and clothing, human beings have nothing to fear. The 2,000 townspeople of Westwind Town, supported by Rob alone, survived this war and not be engulfed by the chaos of war. Later, they were called the Miracle of Westwind Town in history. September 20th. The afternoon sun looked fierce. Although it is mid-September, the summer heat is still not over. Lillian carried a box out of the chapel with cotton cloth, and in the middle were 50 neatly lined popsicles. When she came to the gate of the chapel, she waved to Rob and said with a smile, "Master, I'm going to give popsicles to the children in town." Rob waved to her and smiled and said, "All right. Go and hurry back." Lillian bounced away, her black and white maid skirt flying in the wind, revealing her white legs from time to time, pleasing Rob's eyes. Seeing Lillian disappear into the distance, another woman came out of the chapel, dressed in a short skirt with very little cloth. Her arms and thighs were all exposed, with her hot red hair. It was Shualu. She didn't seem to have fully woken up yet. She walked drowsily to the stone bench beside Rob and asked, "What time is it?" Rob's eyes could not help locking onto the upper hemisphere exposed on her lowered collar. "You got up at noon? You're too lazy." Shualu yawned, "Now that I can't get out of Westwind Town, I can't do missions. I can't find anything to do at all. I had to meditate desperately to improve my magic, so I accidentally stayed up late. Although you got up earlier than me, you have been lazy and motionless on your stone stool. What's the difference between you sitting there and me not getting up?" "You blind student, you made a good point." Rob said, "However, although I seem lazy on the stone stool, I think about all kinds of new inventions and technologies all day long. I am physically lazy, but my mind is diligent. How can it be compared to your sleeping?" When sleeping, not only is your body lazy, but also your mind. Your mouth is only diligent when you talk nonsense, complained Shualu. Shualu asked, what are Gorda and Jike doing? Rob used his detection magic and glanced up the hillside behind the chapel. Gorda is practicing inferior techniques. Jike is practicing inferior techniques, too. Shualu did not know whether to laugh or cry. They are practicing swordsmanship and archery, not inferior techniques. Well, they're almost done. You see, I don't practice inferior techniques. Shualu squinted at him. I am surprised. You've been lazy every day, do not practice. Are you not afraid of your strength declining? Only by practicing regularly can you keep your body from getting rusty. Rob said with a smile, my strength is numeric. It is what it is. It will not decrease. Of course, because it is maxed, even if I practice, it won't improve. Well, most of what you said was still hard to understand. Shualu's eyes turned to the hillside and saw Little E sitting on a big stone, looking at the sky, confused. She couldn't help but whisper, she hasn't figured it out yet? It will take more time. Rob said faintly, if we let a person who believes she's justified suddenly find that her position does not seem so justified after all, she'll inevitably fall into chaos. Let's give her more time. At this point, the two suddenly heard the bell ringing from the southeast sentry tower. A man shouted, Army, an army has appeared. Huh? It's not an undead army. They're humans. It's a human army under the banner of the Templar Knights. Their number is small, probably less than 300. With this shout, Little E, who was sitting on the hillside, jumped to her feet and hurried to the southeast corner. Templar Knights? Shualu frowned, I feel like they're going to give us some trouble. Isn't it strange? Shouldn't Bright Road be getting attacked by the princess right now? How did this small group of Templars break through the undead and come to Westwind Town? Rob shrugged his hand and said, isn't it simple? The Templar Knights should have left Bright Road before the unrest happened. They entered the Black Pine Mountain Range to purify 1,000 skeletons in the depths of the mountain range, but as soon as they left Bright Road, the unrest began. They must have wandered in the wild like headless flies for more than a month. And if my guess is correct, they have pursuers behind them. At this point, Rob could not afford to be lazy, so he got up and walked slowly towards the southeast gate. Although there was a possibility of war, Shualu did not change her robe but followed while wearing indoor clothes and a short skirt. She took his arm and intentionally or unintentionally squeezed Rob's upper arm with her épée. Rob felt good inside. Western women are really natural and relaxed. But on the surface, he pretended to be brilliant and upright and said, Miss Shualu, don't you seem a little too close to me? Oh? Am I? Shualu smiled and said, isn't this normal? Since it's normal, keep it up. The two walked slowly to the southeast gate, gracefully, like a couple walking in the streets. But others didn't have such leisure. Gorda and Jike, practicing on the hillside, ran quickly, brushed past them, and shouted, what are you guys doing walking so slow? Hurry up. There were pursuers behind the knights. Jike saw it with his detection magic of 2,500 yards. How could Mr. Rob not see what Jike could see? Shualu said with a smile, you guys are rushing too much. Right. Jike's scouting is nowhere near as good as our Rob's. Gorda and Jike stopped running and followed Rob slowly. With his range of 5,000 yards, Rob saw that the Templar Knights, which numbered less than 300, were running gloomily towards the town of Westwind Town. They were being chased by a group of more than 1,000 men, not an army of the undead, but a serious army of humans. A stone was painted on the flag they held high. Rob asked the three adventurers around him, what does the flag mean? Minor Knights? The three adventurers said with tears and laughter, how can that be possible? That's the Black Earth Knights. The Black Earth Knights, once synonymous with the Royal Knights, were the personal guard of the previous king. 16 years ago, in the year of the Black Dragon's flight. It disappeared without a trace in the battle against the Black Dragon, but now its flag is up again. And there are a lot of people. From the way they chased the Templar Knights, who were out of breath, he could tell that the Black Earth Knights were not in any way weak in combat. The two armies chased and fled, and instantly, the Templar Knights in front of them approached Westwind Town. The fastest knights could vaguely see the sentries on the walls of Westwind Town. They had thought that Westwind Town had long fallen and had been occupied by the army of undead. They were still worried that a skeleton army would rush out to intercept them. Several priests in the Templar Knights had already started chanting spells, and paladins readied their war hammers. However, when they saw that the walls of Westwind Town were full of humans, they could not help but wonder, Westwind Town has not fallen yet? While hesitating, Little E appeared on the town wall. She waved desperately to the Templar Knights and shouted, "Bishop Elsie! Come here! Take refuge in Westwind Town." Huh! That person. That's Isher, a nun from the Church of Light. I know her. She is from the Church of Light. A priest from the Templar Knights in heavy armor and a hammer in hand looked up at Little E from a distance. It was Bishop Elsie, 43 years old, who worked in the Church of Light in Bright Road. He was a bishop. More than a month ago, under the Archbishop's orders, he led 300 members of the Templar Knights into the Black Pine mountain range to purify more than 1,000 skeletons in the depths of the mountain range. However, they did not know that the skeletons had been taken away by another necromancer. On the way home, they found that Bright Road had been occupied by the army of undead. With only 300 men in his lead, it was impossible to recapture Bright Road or even to return to the capital of the Kingdom of Gran. The road ahead was cut off and couldn't be crossed. They were soon discovered by an army of undead. They turned around and attacked him and his men. The Templar Knights weren't afraid, however, and easily defeated the small army of undead, but then the Black Earth Knights, the princess's army, came. Humans are humans. It was difficult to gain the upper hand. Coupled with the disparity in their size, the battle was doomed, and Bishop Elsie had to run away with the Templar Knights for days, bypassing several places controlled by necromancers and all the way to Westwind Town. Bishop Elsie did not expect to see Sister Isher on the town wall. A nun can't survive in a town occupied by the Church of Darkness, yet now he saw a nun bouncing on the town wall in her nun clothes. It means that the town has not yet fallen into the enemy's hands. Take refuge in Westwind Town. This is our last hope. Bishop Elsie gave a loud order. The weary Templar Knights rushed towards Westwind Town. The townspeople opened the gates and let them in. Bishop Elsie roared as soon as he entered the town, "How many soldiers do you have? We need to consolidate the city defenses. The Black Earth Knights are coming. We need soldiers, a lot of them." Little E, the mayor of Westwind Town, the mayor of White Birch Town, and the mayor of Stone Canyon greeted him. They saluted Bishop Elsie and then said respectfully, "Your Eminence, there are no professional soldiers here, only a small number of armed men." Huh? Then, how did you survive? Bishop Elsie was confused. Of course, it's because of me. A lazy voice sounded at the right time. Rob came with Shualu in his right arm and Gorda and Jike beside him. Bishop Elsie felt angry at first sight of Rob, who was dressed in a priest's robe but looked lazy. The most abominable part was that there was a scantily dressed woman on his arm. The woman's épées deliberately squeezed the priest's upper arm, which was absurd. However, Bishop Elsie was very cultured and did not show his anger but slightly amplified his volume. "Are you the priest of this town? You. Why do you look like this? Don't you have any self-discipline as a priest?" "Well, I still have that." Rob smiled and said, "So, aren't I here to save you? If I had no self-discipline as a priest at all, I would order the town gates to be closed and then sit on the walls and watch the Black Earth Knights chase you around." Bishop Elsie. He did not speak, but behind him, a paladin was furious and stepped forward. "Father, you are talking to a bishop, the bishop from the Church of Light. It's not the same as a country priest like you. Please pay attention to your tone and speak carefully." Rob said with a smile, "Bishop, pronounced as bishop, but I am a priest, read as father. Which side is more powerful, isn't it clear? No matter how good he is, he has to call me father." Everyone. Seeing that these people were confused, Rob stopped fooling around with them and climbed the town wall with a smile. "Well, I still have to clean up the mess for you fugitives. Alas, hard work." Father Elsie does not seem angry on the surface. After all, the clergy of the Church of Light needs good self-management in order to show a friendly and benevolent appearance in front of the lower classes. He turned calmly to Little E and said, "What's wrong with this priest?" With embarrassment on her face, Little E leaned over to Bishop Elsie and whispered, "Your Eminence, this priest. Cough. He is very capable. It is only because of his presence that this town hasn't been captured by the undead. He is the soul of this town. Please respect his opinions. Otherwise, cough, this town will fall." Little E was about to say, "Otherwise, you'll be hung on the ceiling fan to spin." But she felt that that'd make the bishop angry, so she said, "This town will fall." A paladin nearby complained, "No matter how capable he is, he should still respect the bishop." Little E thought to herself, "It's over. It's over. Something big will happen if it goes on like this. No, we mustn't let them make a scene, otherwise, these people will be hanged and beaten by Father Rob." In any case, the Archbishop wrote to the Pope to inquire about the identity of Mr. Rob. The ordinary bishop should not know about this. Bishop Elsie should also be in the dark. However, now that the war has begun, the Pope's reply may not be delivered, and in order to eliminate the hidden dangers, I have to put forward the idea of him being a heretic judger again. Pretending to be mysterious, Little E whispered to Bishop Elsie, "Bishop, I can only tell you this, Father Rob is probably a heretic judger secretly sent by the Pope. His status is very high, cough, but it can't be exposed, so he disguises himself as a priest in this town. The Archbishop knows this too, so I was sent to assist him." "Is that so?" The dissatisfaction in Bishop Elsie's eyes instantly disappeared, and since Rob was a heretic judger secretly sent by the Pope, his status was much higher than Elsie's. It was only natural for him to show an arrogant attitude. He quickly stopped the paladin who was still trying to talk next to him and shouted, "Do as the Romans do. Now that we have come to Westwind Town, we should respect Father Rob's opinion and cooperate well with him. From now on, no one is allowed to be rude to Father Rob." Little E secretly breathed a sigh of relief, "Phew. It's settled for now. Although I lied, during this war, well-intentioned lies helped stabilize the morale of the army, which was better than having an internal war. I'll repent to the God of Light afterward." After she said those words, the Black Earth Knights entered into firing range. It seemed that the Black Earth Knights had reached their longbow range. The knights simultaneously reined in their horses and stopped. Bishop Elsie and his men immediately became nervous again. The Black Earth Knights are not easy to fight against. Can this small Westwind town hold? How can they hold with only a group of armed men, a priest, a nun, and seemingly a few adventurers? The Black Earth Knights rushed over instantly. The Templar Knights could not help but climb the wall, silently squeezed in with the armed men on the wall, and occupied the most important defensive position. Everyone took up arms and positioned themselves to fight to the death. However, as soon as they readied themselves to fight to the death, they saw a group of children climb the town wall. They were brought up by a girl in a maid costume. Each child held a popsicle in hand and had a bright smile. The children sat in rows on the town wall, licking popsicles, clapping their hands, and laughing, "Let's watch Father hit the bad guys." Lillian smiled and said, "Master said that the invading enemies are not necessarily bad guys. When you are young, you do not have the ability to tell who is good and who is bad. Don't blindly attack people. Just stay out of politics till you're older. The children raised their faces and asked, "What is politics?" Lillian shrugged. "I also don't understand politics much, but it's very complicated. Master said that he didn't know much about it, so just don't get involved." The Templar Knights' determination to fight to the death was instantly disturbed by the chatter of the troublesome children. A knight almost roared, and "get lost" almost came out of his lips, but Bishop Elsie reached out to stop him. The Bishop of the Church of Light could not show a ferocious side in front of ordinary people, so he smiled kindly, even though his heart was burning with anxiety. Elsie still looked kindly at the children and said, "Children, we're going to war. It's too dangerous for you to come here. Go to your house, close the door, and don't come out. There's nothing to be afraid of." A little girl licked a grape-flavored popsicle and said with a smile, "As long as you don't cheer too loud, there will be no casualties." Elsie looked confused and said, "What the heck? What is the connection between cheering and casualties?" The little girl grinned and said, "In the last battle to defend the city, my father cheered so loudly that he was hoarse for 3 days. He was too embarrassed to bother father to treat him for this injury. As a result, he became the most seriously injured man in the town." Bishop Elsie. 300 Templar Knights. There is no way to talk reason with such children. The Templar Knights decided to ignore them. Bishop Elsie looked outside the city. By this time, the Black Earth Knights outside the town had begun to make some movement. After staying for a while outside the town, a knight dressed in black armor shouted to Westwind Town. "Is this Westwind Town? Is this Father Rob's territory?" Rob's head popped out of the town wall and smiled, "Exactly." The knight bowed on the horse and shouted, "The princess likes the popsicle you gave her very much. Thank you for your generous gift. Moreover, Her Royal Highness issued a notice to the whole army 25 days ago, ordering all his subordinates not to send troops to Westwind Town." There was a kind smile on Rob's face, I could tell. No army of the undead has come to attack Westwind Town for dozens of days now. It turns out that Her Royal Highness has given such an order. Please go back and tell the princess that I am very grateful to her. The conversation between the two men startled the Templar Knights to the point that they almost climbed over the town wall. Bishop Elsie looked at Rob in surprise and thought, "What the heck? The rebel princess ordered them not to attack this town. What's going on? Any shady deals?" "No, the Church of Darkness won't make any private deal with a heretic judger of the Church of Light." "Then why is the other side afraid to attack?" "There is only one possibility: this man is powerful enough to force the other side to adopt a peaceful attitude." Once again, the knight outside the city bowed and said, "But when the villains we were ordered to pursue came here, they were sheltered by the Westwind Town. If I retreated here and came back empty-handed, it would humiliate me. Moreover, if this group of people rests and comes out to make trouble again, it'll be quite troubling. It's embarrassing, but I ask Father Rob for advice on this point. What should I do?" In this sentence, that is, asking Rob to hand in someone, the meaning was clear: I won't hit you in Westwind Town, but you can't protect the man I want to arrest. Rob smiled and said, "Buddy, I think your request is reasonable, and I fully understand. However, now that these people have entered my town, I can no longer drive them out and let you kill them on the principle of humanitarianism. It's just not in line with my way of life. Think of it like this: I can assure you that after these people enter Westwind Town, I will not let them go out to make trouble and guarantee they will not flank you. In this way, you can assume that these 300 men are dead and will no longer affect your strategic deployment." The knight considered the problem seriously and bowed, saying, "Father Rob is reasonable and knowledgeable. But if I retreat like this, it'll shame me for life. I am still unwilling to challenge the priest. But if it's just a personal contest, it's not against Her Royal Highness's orders. If you beat me, then we'll go with your proposal. If you lose, then..." Even fools can understand what he intended to say. If Rob loses, Westwind Town will have to surrender. Obviously, the knight did not fully believe the necromancer's last report and wanted to try. Rob couldn't help laughing. You are a very interesting person. Alright, let's compete in 2 things. What do you want to compete in? Magic, swordsmanship, poetry? I'm a mediocre fighter, but when it comes to copying writing poems, no one in the world can beat me. Emotionally, Rob hated being troubled by others and having them ruin his lazy life. However, Rob also understood the knight's reasons. He's sheltering the fleeing knights of the Church of Light. He'd also be unhappy if he's placed in the knight's position. The knight had never even seen with his own eyes how strong Rob was and at most heard a few things from the necromancer he had released, in which case it was impossible for him to get down on one knee and admit defeat to Rob as soon as he stood in front of him. The knight dismounted, took a few steps forward, and deliberately came within range of a normal arrow. At this distance, if the archers on the town wall fired arrows at him, he could be killed. Yet he deliberately dismounted without taking any of his men, which was a sign that he had no malice. Rob sighed, I want to be lazy, but I have to persuade this guy to quit? Gorda came out and said, Mr. Rob, let me play a few tricks with him instead. Rob shook his head and said, most of you can't beat him. Even if I give you a buff so that you can defeat him, you may not be able to win gloriously. If you can't get a one-sided victory and completely eliminate the enemy's desire to attack, then you won't be able to shock the enemy enough. Such a guy will repeatedly appear, just like hitting a child, then his father, and beating his father, then grandfather, and hitting his grandfather, then another ancestor. At this point, Rob said with a smile, but then, you have to directly beat his ancestor on the ground, so his big family will collectively accept it and never come to your door to bother you again. Gorda said awkwardly, that seems true. Rob smiled, last time we beat the necromancer, but only one necromancer knew how strong I was. What he said, the other didn't believe. That's why we're encountering such trouble today. But today, the situation is different, more than 1,000 people are watching outside, so now I have to go out and let these 1,000 people know how strong I am. Gorda nodded and took 2 steps back. But Bishop Elsie, who was next to him, didn't want to accept it and leaned over and said, Father, do you really want to go out and fight him? This is too risky. I don't know how strong you are, but I know that that knight is the first captain of the Black Earth Knights, and he's a very strong swordsman. It's dangerous to fight him. It will be safer to stay inside and defend the city wall. Rob smiled and said, thank you for reminding me, but I'll still go out. With that, he stretched his hands on the edge of the town wall, jumped an athlete, and turned in the air for 2.5 rotations. The magic sword had brushed the ground, but Rob still stood motionless. The Templar Knights on the town wall were so scared that their livers were about to leave through their mouths. However, Gorda and others remained calm. This is because they knew this swordsman was weaker than the double-headed ogre. The ogre attacked Rob repeatedly but missed. The knight's result should be the same. Soon, the knight felt that the sword in his hand hit nothing as if it had hit air. He was slightly surprised, but he was not an ogre with a low IQ, so he would not fall into a state of ignorance. Instead, he quickly reasoned, he must have dodged my sword with his speed and then returned to his original position, and because he moved so fast, it looked as if he had not moved. The knight warned himself in his heart, what speed? It seems that I cannot underestimate him. His sword rapidly attacked Rob. Unfortunately, he missed every time. However, the magic swordsman took his sword and jumped, waving his left hand forward in mid-air, and shot a fireball at Rob's face. Resisted. Then, the magic swordsman's series of attacks was over. Rob, why do I feel like you and the ogre are on the same level? As soon as his words fell, the magic swordsman jumped up again, and a flurry of attacks once again came. This man attacked much faster than the ogre. A lot of attacks went to Rob's head. The magic swordsman suddenly felt an impact from his hand. Ha! I hit. It turns out that this guy is also very lucky, he hit him despite him only having a 1% hit chance. The sword cut Rob's shoulder, but with Rob's resistance and magic resistance, although he was hit by a magical sword, it dealt only 1 damage. Rob did not even use healing magic. He relied on his ability to automatically return blood lost. And he instantly returned to full health. The swordsman thought he had won. He laughed, jumped back, and retreated far away. He looked intently at how badly Rob was hurt, but at a glance, he found that Rob still stood motionless, not injured at all, or fell to the ground. The priest's robe on his shoulder was torn a little, but it didn't even break through his skin. What the heck? The magic swordsman was startled and looked down at his sword, which was still burning with fire magic. The magic sword was powerful, but it could only cut through his enemy's clothes. In fact, he was not the only one confused. Even the 1,000 Black Earth Knights behind him and the 300 Templar Knights on the town wall were confused. Everyone didn't want to talk. Fine, it's my turn to attack. Rob smiled and said, "Look at my knife." The wooden knife in his hand went for the magic swordsman. Seeing this slow knife, the magic swordsman thought to himself, there are 10,000 ways for me to avoid this attack. However, he immediately remembered that his opponent was very strong. He remembered that a slow attack can also have various changes, and it was even possible to turn it quick. I can't underestimate him. Although the wooden knife cut itself should not hurt, the swordsman did not want to take the risk. He used his sword to block the wooden knife, which should be better and much safer than simply dodging. There is a big difference between Western swordsmanship and Eastern swordsmanship. Eastern swordsmanship prefers quick and skillful attacks that don't collide with their opponent's weapons. However, in Western swordsmanship, many styles involve using 2 swords or hands, especially the users of great swords. German two-handed swordsmanship or fencing has also developed systems called Lichtenauer. In order to guard against such strange tricks, the magic swordsman decided to block Rob's wooden knife with his one-handed sword. He had to fight hard, and he used all his strength. The flaming sword in his slammed into Rob's wooden knife. Pang! With a dull sound, Rob's wooden knife didn't break. The magic sword couldn't cut the wooden knife. Then, the magic swordsman felt a great force from the wooden knife. The magic sword flew from his hand. It's unknown how far the magic sword flew. When he went for it, he was shocked that his sword had flown several meters away. Wearing his armor, he fell to the ground with a dud, smashing the ground and causing dust to fly in the air. All the bones of his limbs felt like he was being torn apart. His right hand that was holding his sword was broken, hanging limply at his side, and could no longer be lifted. The knife directly destroyed all his will to fight. He lay motionless on the ground, sighing to himself, no wonder number 42 said that Westwind Town shouldn't be provoked. This priest was too strong. A few seconds later, he cheered himself up and shouted, "Father Rob is truly strong. I lost and offended you." Rob smiled, "Well said, but you've always been polite, so we had a very harmonious discussion. You didn't offend me." The magic swordsman knew that he was cutting him slack and wanted to save some trouble, so the princess would not send someone to avenge him. He shouted, "Somebody, help me up, let's go." No one came to help him. The 1,000 knights behind him couldn't have rebelled, right? He looked and gasped, seeing his 1,000 subordinates lying on the ground behind him, unable to get up at all. He said with surprise, "What happened? Who knocked you all down?" Rob smiled, embarrassed, "Sorry, when I attacked you, they were knocked down by the splash damage. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to do it." Magic swordsman. Standing on the town wall, Bishop Elsie used to be a very elegant man. This is a necessity for all bishops. Even when they are mad, they have to keep a gentle, kind, elegant, and handsome demeanor. Only in this way can they attract the hearts and minds of the people. Just now, when the group of children ran to make trouble on the town wall, he managed to stay gentle. However, now Bishop Elsie's mouth was O-shaped, surprised, and confused. If Rob knocked down the magic swordsman with one attack, he would still understand because it is still within the scope of the word powerful. However, when Rob attacked, all the Black Earth Knights behind the swordsman were also knocked down, which is difficult for him to understand. This is no longer within the scope of the word powerful, but belongs to the scope of being impossible. Rob, with a hypocritical smile on his face, said in a tone that even a 3-year-old could understand, "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that." The swordsman really wanted to jump up and scold him, but he was so badly hurt that he didn't even have the strength to jump, so he had to lie on the ground and look at Rob with frightened eyes. Now, not to mention Rob, even just a few armed men from town could kill all the Black Earth Knights. The magic swordsman looked at the Templar Knights, who were ready to move from the town wall and come out to kill them. He could not help but close his eyes and thought, "I knew I should have retreated. It was I who stubbornly fought and killed more than 1,000 subordinates." Just then, Rob suddenly turned and shouted to the Templar Knights in the town, "Nobody leave." Several paladins and priests who were about to climb the wall and jump immediately froze. Rob said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I just said? I promised this magical swordsman that you would not be allowed to go out of the town of Westwind again and cause trouble. If you come out of the town, you are forcing each other to send troops to fight again, and you are making trouble for me." Templar Knights. If they hadn't seen the attack Rob had just made, they might not have given Rob face, but who dared to after seeing that scene? The group froze on the town wall and dared not move. It was only then that Rob turned back and faced the swordsman again. "Although the Black Earth Knights have converted to the God of Darkness, your bodies are still human, right?" The magic swordsman nodded. "That's good. Heal should still be useful then." Rob waved his hand, "Sacred hymn." Golden light rippled, hymns reverberated in the air, while the Black Earth Knights rose from the ground one after another, and the swordsman felt that all the injuries he had just suffered had healed. He jumped up from the ground, touched his body, and looked at Rob in surprise. "You guys go then. Your attitude saved your life," Rob said. "If you were a rude person, you'd already be dead." The magic swordsman could not help saying, "You'll really let me go?" Rob laughed, "Do you want me to not let you go? I can tell that your unit is one of the most trusted by the princess. If I kill all of you, she'll fight me endlessly. That would be too annoying." The magical swordsman was silent. Rob said he let the swordsman go because of his attitude, but in the end, it was to avoid trouble. "Just like the necromancer I sent back." Rob said to the Black Earth Knights, "You also tell the princess. Do not attack me, I do not keep prisoners. As long as you do not come to trouble me, Westwind Town will not trouble you." The magic swordsman took off his helmet, held it in his arms, then bent down and made a 90-degree bow. "I will certainly tell that to the princess." "Oh, right," Rob said, "although Westwind Town is becoming more and more complete in terms of industries, there has been a shortage of salt here recently. And I still have all kinds of products to sell in exchange for more colorful goods that could enrich my daily life. So, I need to do business. Tell the princess that if she needs copper, iron, medicine, leather, sugar, Coca-Cola, amethyst, and stockings that can make her look more beautiful, she should consider doing business with Westwind Town. What I need most is not money, but all kinds of strange food. I love good food very much." The magical swordsman was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh and thought to himself, "You still want to trade with us? Aren't you a priest of the Church of Light? We are on the side of the Church of Darkness. We are supposed to be complete enemies. Besides, we're at war. Yet you want good food?" Rob knew what he thought when he saw his strange expression, but there was no need to make it clear. Some things should be left for them to think about. The swordsman left, returning to Bright Road with admiration and fear of Rob's strength and a lack of understanding of Rob's strange way of thinking. Rob knew that after this guy returned, the people on the princess's side won't take any action against Westwind Town for a while. After all, more than 1,000 people saw what happened and got knocked down. If the princess did not want to make trouble for herself, she would certainly not confront him until her territory was consolidated. Now his real problem is not the people on the princess's side but the 300 Templar Knights who have just fled to Westwind Town. Rob walked slowly back to town, back to the town wall, and said to Bishop Elsie, "Well, the pursuers have retreated, so you are safe for the time being." Bishop Elsie breathed a sigh of relief. The 300 Templar Knights also breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until now that Rob had time to take a closer look at them. The majority of the 300 men were armed warriors and archers, about 200, while the real priests and nuns added up to less than 80. After a little thinking, it became clear that these people thought they were just going to the mountains to purify some skeletons. If these 80 men kept purifying, it would be enough if each person purifies a dozen times. There was really no need for more. The soldiers were just used to protect this group of priests and nuns. Rob turned to Bishop Elsie, "You guys are going to live in Westwind Town now. You can't leave either. What do you think about the situation?" Bishop Elsie froze slightly, lost in thought. As a bishop, of course, he has a good mind. He only needed a moment to understand the circumstances. It is impossible for them to go home. Bright Road has fallen into the enemy's hands, cutting off the connection between the Kingdom of Gran and the towns on the western border. Now the only way is to cross the Black Pine Mountain Range through the east and west. But even without thinking, the princess must have stationed an army in the Black Pine Mountain Range to prevent King Mondra from sending troops through the Black Pine Mountain Range to flank her army. Her army has undead and demi-humans, which are fine being stationed in the mountains, not as uncomfortable as when humans are stationed there. If the bishop's team of 300 men is ambushed by the princess in the Black Pine Mountain Range, they'll die. If they can't cross there, Bishop Elsie won't be able to return. He sighed, "We can only stay in Westwind Town for peace of mind. We can't go out. You also promised them that we would not be allowed to go out. No matter out of respect for you or for the sake of our own safety, we can no longer leave Westwind Town." Rob nodded. "Now that you've decided to stay, there's something I have to make clear to you." "Oh, go ahead." Bishop Elsie was very polite to Rob. On the one hand, he saw his strength, and on the other hand, he was informed by Little E that he was a heretic judger, although Rob had just released the enemy. In the eyes of high-ranking people like the bishop, Rob's action just now is obviously a strategic move and is a compromise taken to protect Westwind Town, which is the right judgment. Rob said, "Since you want to stay, you need food, drink, and shelter for 300 people. However, almost none of you are producers. If you are in a big city, the city's residents will feed you. But in Westwind Town, which only has less than 1,000 townspeople and the recently accepted 800 refugees from Stone Canyon and White Birch Town. Do you understand what I mean?" Bishop Elsie understood on hearing this that with a small town and only a few workers, it was impossible to feed 300 people who ate and drank for nothing. If the Templar Knights only pass by for a short time, maybe the townspeople can provide them with a meal, entertain them and send them away, but if they want to stay here for a long time, this small town will never be able to support 300 freeloaders. Bishop Elsie could not help but feel embarrassed. It was complicated for him to deal with. He was good at studying politics, making strategies, and how to swindle people, but he didn't know what to do from a producer's point of view. Therefore, he had to ask for advice with an open mind. "Father Rob, how can we support ourselves?" Rob tilted his mouth and whispered deliberately, "How about forcing the townspeople to hand over their food?" Without thinking about it, the bishop refused and said, "The Church of Light will not treat ordinary people like that. They have to be willing to do so. If they do not want to, the Church of Light has no reason to impose expropriation." Rob thought to himself, "This sentence saved your life. If you really nodded, I would slap you to death. I guess the people in the middle of the Church of Light ranks are all right. Only the guys at the top are bad ones, probably. Then, what can you guys do?" Rob said with a smile, farming, mining, hunting, herb picking. Bishop Elsie looked embarrassed. These are all. Then there's only one way. Rob suddenly put on a serious face and said, if you want to get rich, first build roads. I think these 300 soldiers can work together to make bypasses, stand guard, and be soldiers of the people. They have to do some real things for the townspeople. In this way, people will be willing to give you food to reward you. What do you think? The bishop jumped into the pit dug by Rob and said, oh? Build bypasses? This can be done. Moreover, doing so is also a good deed, which is very much in line with the image of the Church of Light. Rob said, that should be fine. I'll discuss with the townspeople to replace the men who rotate as guards and let them return to work in the fields. Your men will take over the defenses. In addition, the wages for the construction of the bypass will be arranged by you. Besides, my chapel is too small to accommodate many people. Rob then said, anyway, you marched here, so you should use your marching tents, camp on the hillside, and then ask the people of White Birch Town to build wooden houses for you. Bishop Elsie said, Father Rob is truly great at organization. We shall respect your arrangement. The 300 Templar Knights settled down in this way, and they were not penniless. Many of them had gold and silver coins, so they took out the little money they had with them and gave it to the townspeople to help them build houses. Those with more money hired masons to build stone houses, while those with less money asked carpenters to build wooden ones, and until the houses were built, they temporarily had to live in tents. Rob provided them with potatoes that'll last them 7 days and then said solemnly to Bishop Elsie, these potatoes were given to you by the townspeople. It's their thanks for building the bypasses. Now the most needed road in the town is from the gemstone mine behind the hillside to the silk stockings factory on the hillside, then to the area of the wooden houses, and through the newly reclaimed field. Once this road is completed, the 3 major areas of the town can finally be fully integrated into the town, and if the road is built, the townspeople will certainly be grateful to the Church of Light. In that case, I'll give the order to let everyone do it. Bishop Elsie immediately agreed. The wise man had already figured out that if he wanted to live here, it would depend on Rob's decision, otherwise, Rob would use his splash damage on his 300 men with his knife. Bishop Elsie soon arranged a construction team, and a large group of Templar Knights soldiers began to build the road. As long as they had the strength, it was not difficult, but occasionally, some people would get injured while moving stones and priests and nuns would help to cure them. In these days, building roads is actually very dangerous. Ordinary people building a road through the mountains might cost several lives, but it was not a problem for the Templar Knights, especially with 70 to 80 priests and nuns ready to heal them. Year 1344, the year of the Black Dragon's flight, September 30th. Light rain fell from the skies. The Templar Knight soldiers on the bypass on the hillside temporarily stopped their work and hid in their makeshift wooden shed, bragging and chatting while drinking fruit wine. Life in Westwind Town was by no means pleasant for them, and it was much harder than when they were in Bright Road. However, thinking that Bright Road had fallen and that the undead had killed all the Templar Knights in the city, they have no idea how many heads have landed on the ground. If you think about it, it doesn't matter if they have to work hard in Westwind Town now. The only reason they're still alive is because of the God of Light and Father Rob. In the drizzling rain, 2 nuns slipped into Rob's chapel, one 16 and the other 17 years old. At this time, Rob was still sitting on the stone stool in the courtyard and did not hide inside because of the rain. He only asked Lillian to take a huge umbrella out and place it beside him so that he could listen to the sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella and feel the comfort of the wind and drizzling rain. He smiled at the 2 nuns who ran over with their hands over their heads and said, "Hi. Have some beauties come to me again?" The 2 little nuns showed him a serious face. "Father Rob, please don't greet us with such frivolous names as beauties. At least pretend to be happy." Rob spread his hand and said, "And it's like I don't know. You're here to try on stockings." The faces of the 2 little nuns turned red, and they ran into Little Yi's room as if they were running for their lives. After more than 10 seconds, Little Yi came out and angrily said to Rob, "Don't bully the little nuns, they are still children." "Then, since you aren't a child anymore, can I bully you?" "Wear the stockings boldly. Stop hiding it," Rob said. "Don't think I'll show you." Little Yi roared angrily, and after 5 seconds, she quickly changed her tune and said, "We are not trying on silk stockings." Rob was about to present some facts and reasons to make Little Yi and the 2 nuns blush and shy. But suddenly, a gleam of coercion flashed in Little Yi's eyes. She pointed to the newly built road outside the chapel and said, "Look at that person wearing silk stockings. It's beautiful. Look." "Oh." Rob didn't turn around hastily but smiled and said, "Let me guess, it's the wife of the mayor of Stone Canyon, the fat village woman, who came over in silk stockings. You want her silk stockings to pollute my eyes and then look at me, cover my eyes, and laugh at me, right?" Little E said coldly, "I don't think this will end up with you only covering your eyes and screaming. After you scream, you'll probably roll on the ground and lie on the fence to vomit." "Really? Is it that serious?" Rob gasped and said, "Even if the ugliest woman in town put on silk stockings, I wouldn't react that harshly." With that, Rob took a deep breath, ready to see an ugly girl, and turned to look. What he saw was Pobo, a high-end merchant, and the traveling merchant. The 2 guys came smiling with umbrellas, caravans, and a few strangers. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Pobo is wearing black stockings on his legs, and the 2 men around him, 2 middle-aged men with big beards, also wore stockings, one white and the other black. It's scary enough for one man to wear silk stockings, but here we have 3. Who can handle this? Ah, eyes, my eyes. Rob let out a miserable cry, fell to the ground, and rolled all over the ground, and then he jumped up and threw up on the fence, vomiting out all the steak he had for lunch. Little E snorted coldly, "I told you." After saying that, he ran over quickly, patted Rob on the back, got lucky, and handed him a glass of mouthwash. Pobo and the traveling merchant approached and greeted Rob. "Father Rob, what's the matter? You seem uncomfortable." Rob said feebly, "It's not your fault. Hugh. Say, you disappeared for more than a month, and you gave me eye cancer as soon as you appeared." Pobo asked, "What eye cancer?" Rob put his hand over his eyes and said, "Anyway, I can't open my eyes for now. Little E. Get a piece of cloth and cover my eyes." Little E went inside, took out a piece of cotton cloth, rolled it into strips, and put it on his eyes, tying a wonderful bow at the back of his head. Under the guidance of Little E, he sat on his stone stool and said, "All right. Now we can communicate normally. Let me guess, you suddenly showed up here and brought merchants I've never met, wearing the silk stockings I sold to disgust me because the princess has given you permission to trade with Westwind Town." Pobo couldn't help sighing, "Father Rob, we can't hide anything from you." The traveling merchant also said, "We did come from Bright Road." It turned out that when the necromancer appeared and captured the surrounding towns, and the army captured Bright Road, the 2 merchants happened to be at Bright Road. The 2 didn't dare get themselves involved, so they could only tremble and dare not move. Only after the war temporarily ended and the city changed hands did they realize that the princess army wanted occupation and domination, not killing and destruction. They could not help but rejoice in heart that they survived and quickly bowed to the princess to show that they were determined to abandon the light and turn to darkness. However, even so, it is only a temporary measure, and their activities stopped. Just when they thought that they could only huddle in Bright Road for a long time, the princess suddenly announced that the trade routes of all towns west of Bright Road, even Westwind Town, would be allowed to do business again. Pobo and the traveling merchant were overjoyed and hurriedly reorganized their caravans, intending to run towards Westwind Town. But unexpectedly, before leaving, the princess suddenly summoned them and asked them to bring 2 royal merchants of Her Royal Highness to help introduce them and set up a trade channel with Rob. These 2 royal merchants are the 2 middle-aged beards in silk stockings. The man wearing black silk stockings saluted Rob. "Hello, Father Rob. My name is Gugu." The man wearing white stockings also saluted Rob. "My name is Gigi." "Well, even if you introduce yourself, it's useless," Rob said. "I'm blindfolded right now, so it's useless? Let's get down to business." Gugu and Gigi looked at each other with an odd expression on their faces and asked, "Why did Sir Priest meet us blindfolded?" Rob said angrily, "Then I have to ask you why you wear silk stockings. If you don't wear silk stockings, do I have a reason to be blindfolded?" Gugu, "Huh? We heard that these stockings were invented by Father Rob and are also a specialty of Westwind Town. Wearing this to see you shows our respect for you." Rob said angrily, "I designed this thing for women, not for bearded men like you." "Huh," he said. "But this thing is only worn by men in Bright Road. The 8 pairs of stockings that the dwarf merchant bought from you last time are all men's hands. We thought this was supposedly worn by men. In fact, it is better than the stockings we usually wear, and it is very comfortable." Vomits. Rob's reply to them was a vomiting sound. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. So, what's the purpose of this visit?" The 2 merchants bowed together, and in the middle of bowing, they remembered that Rob was blindfolded and could not them, so they straightened up awkwardly and said respectfully, "We came here on orders from Her Royal Highness. The main reason is to buy a lot of candy." "Oh, you're here to buy candy?" Rob smiled and said, "It seems that after I asked the necromancer to give 2 candies to Her Royal Highness, she was very satisfied." The 2 merchants nodded and said, "Her Royal Highness likes the popsicles made of the candy very much, but it is a pity that you have given too few 2 pieces of candy." After making more than a dozen popsicles, the princess expressed deep regret and thought she would never have a chance to eat them again. She tried to use fruit juice instead of candy to make popsicles, but it wasn't as good. "When she heard that you wanted to do business with us, she immediately opened trade and asked us to come to you to buy candy on her behalf. We have brought a lot of gold and silver coins, salt, cloth, and some seafood that are not available in inland cities. This is a specialty of the Lost City." Rob's spirits rose. "Seafood? Yo-yo, what do you have?" Gugu said, "This is our first visit, so we only brought some dried fish and shells. If you have a demand for seafood, just tell us what kind of fish you want, and we can get it." Rob can't help but be overjoyed. "Very good, it seems my menu can become even wider, ha ha ha. I'm glad to meet you." The 2 merchants thought, "You said it was nice to meet us blindfolded. We don't believe it. You don't even remember what our faces look like." The happy negotiation was soon over. Rob sold a lot of candy, and he called in the people from Stone Canyon who had helped him make the candy and gave them the chance to sell their candy to the 2 merchants. The people from Stone Canyon earned a lot from this and will be able to live with confidence for the following year to come. Then Rob made a list of seafood he wanted and gave it to the 2 merchants, who afterwards left with plenty of Coca-Cola and candy. As for the traveling merchant, he bought a lot of pepper from Rob, and when he saw that the newly produced stockings were only 20 in quantity, he sighed in disappointment. "Mr. Rob, your stockings are very popular with the nobles. The last 8 stockings were bought by the nobles in an instant. I was hoping to buy a few more this time and take them back to make a lot of money, but how come there are only 20? Rob said, "There are only 4 spiders, they are exhausted, and they can't produce more, but you can rest assured that my little spiders have been thriving for dozens of days. When they can spin silk, the silk stockings factory can be put into operation. So, when you come next time, we will be able to supply you with large quantities." The traveling merchant was overjoyed, shook hands with Rob, and left happily. In the end, there was only Pobo. He never sold consumer goods that could only be sold for 1 gold or 2 gold. He sat down on the stone stool opposite Rob and said with a smile, "How many pieces of equipment have Father Rob made this time?" With that, he scanned Lillian's neck next nearby, and he knew at a glance that Lillian's magic reflection amethyst necklace was worth more than the flying dragon leather armor that Rob sold him last time. Blindfolded, Rob could not see what he was looking at but felt Lillian hiding behind him. Her little hand was on his shoulder. He felt as if she were hiding from something. He immediately understood it and said, "Hey, Pobo, if you stare at my mate again, I'll gouge out your eyes and give them to the spiders to eat." Pobo hastened to explain, "No, I'm not hitting on your woman. I just think if you sell me the necklace around her neck, I'll give you 150 gold coins, number 200 gold coins." "Forget it," Rob said with a smile, "it's not for sale. My Lillian loves it. No matter who comes for it, it's not for sale." "Is that so? That's a pity." Pobo sighed. "Of course, Rob can't sell that necklace. The magic reflection, enchant is so abnormal that even Rob's magic can bounce back from it. It is best to let it stay on Lillian as an ornament. If he really wants to sell something, he'll only sell equipment that poses no threat to him." He asked Lillian to take out several other necklaces and rings from the warehouse, all of which are made of amethyst. The enchantments on them are relatively common, such as magic defense, magic power, fire magic power, and the like. It is meaningless to Rob, but they are very rare pieces of equipment for the magicians of this world. He threw the pile of rubbish in his perspective in front of Pobo. "Choose from here." Pobo was overjoyed. "Wah! This much? This. These I am willing to buy all of these for 200 gold coins each." "How great! Please sell all of them to me." "Take it then." Rob smiled and said, "It's all yours." He smiled, pointed to the back of the hillside, and said, "Anyway, this town has opened up a gemstone mine. The gemstone miners have dug up a lot of good gemstones and polished them. You can also visit them. Maybe you'll get a lot." Pobo's spirits were lifted even higher. "A gemstone mine? I thought only Stone Canyon has one near here." Rob smiled. "Stone Canyon was occupied by the undead, and the miners moved here. If you want to buy gemstones in the future, you can buy them directly from here." Pobo was overjoyed. "That's great. I can shorten my travels in the future." When the discussion ended, Rob counted his income and found that although silk stockings, Coca-Cola, and candy made a lot of money, what he earned the most were the necklaces and rings sold to Pobo. These necklaces and rings were the easiest things for him to make. All he had to do was sit on the stone stool and rub the amethyst sent by the gemstone miners. However, silk stockings, Coca-Cola, and candy all took him a lot of effort to produce. Take silk stockings, for example. No matter how rare they are, they are consumer goods, so they cannot afford to sell them at a sky-high price. A gold coin for a piece of silk stocking is already the limit that the traveling merchant can accept. Although those nobles are interested in silk stockings, they will also measure the utility value of this thing, and in the end, they will buy it with no more than 2 gold coins. Not to mention that silk stockings cannot be mass-produced. Even if they manage to mass-produce it, producing 200 pieces of silk stockings is only worth 200 gold coins. Not to mention, Rob still has to pay the maintenance expenses of the factory, the feeding expenses of spiders, and the salary of the weavers. His profit is only a few dozen silver coins. But an amethyst necklace can sell for 200 gold coins. In the future, his main source of money should be to rub good equipment. Consumer goods related to people's livelihood are better left for the townspeople to make. It is much more joyful to share the joy than enjoy it alone. Only if everyone is happy is it good. Rob said, "Pobo, although I have not been affected by the war, I am oblivious to the situation outside. So, I have no choice but to ask you what kind of situation is out there." This question was not only of interest to Rob but also to Little E and the 3 adventurers, and even Bishop Elsie, who ran down the hillside when he heard that the merchant came. A group of people gathered around Pobo in an instant. Pobo glanced at all the people present and said, "The rebels." As soon as he started, Rob smiled and complained, "When you have a priest and nun next to you, you call the princess a rebel, but when you are on the princess's side, you call the Church of Light a rebel, right? Huh, what a clever little devil. Pobo was embarrassed and said, well. Bishop Elsie didn't even falter, but little E and the two young nuns looked angry and scolded, how could you? What about your integrity? Before Rob could speak, Bishop Elsie stopped the three nuns from talking and whispered, don't blame the merchant. It was wise of him to do so to survive, and if he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to come here alive. Little E bit her lower lip, Bishop, to survive, can people really sacrifice their faith in the God of Light? She asked this question the last time the townspeople from Stone Canyon came. And Rob answered. However, she'd been stuck thinking about this for a while now because the problem is so complicated that it is difficult for her to fully digest it. In order to survive, the townspeople of Stone Canyon destroyed the statue of the God of Light and replaced it with a statue of the God of Darkness. They even burned the Bible of Light and recited the Dark Bible. They read the Dark Bible, which was unforgivable, but Rob easily forgave them. Rob is a fake priest, and she already knows, needless to say. However, when Bishop Elsie came to Westwind Town, she was surprised that he pretended not to see the situation and did not even raise a word of objection. She thought Bishop Elsie, like herself, would scoff at these fickle guys, but she did not expect his attitude to be so ambiguous. Not to mention the fact that the arbitrator from the Church of Light planned to betray the princess 16 years ago, she felt something stuck in her throat and had to pour out of her mind. Now that she finally had an opportunity to ask the bishop a question that pointed to the hearts of the people, she asked, could there be no principles and no bottom line in order to survive? In an ambiguous manner. She hoped to get an answer from the bishop. However, the bishop could not answer the question and remained silent. Rob replied on his behalf, Little E, let me tell you, before setting foot in society, every young man will think he is a person with a bottom line, but in the end, they will sadly find that in the face of the pressure of survival, the two words bottom line will be compromised again and again until you find yourself in a bottomless abyss. Little E looked at Rob in surprise, do you mean that you also don't have a bottom line? Rob smiled, no, I have a bottom line, and my bottom line is very high. That's because I'm strong, and nothing can threaten my survival to the point of touching my bottom line, so my bottom line is unreachable. However, if I am weak, my bottom line will easily be destroyed. Little E angrily said, I will not be like you. Even if I'm weak and have to die, I won't give up my principles. The 16 and 17-year-old nuns unexpectedly helped Little E and said, we also think the same way. Well, let's do a little experiment. Rob said with a smile, you three nuns, what if you've been defeated by a powerful enemy? Will you give up your faith, take off this nun outfit, and still act like ordinary people? Without thinking, the three nuns replied, we'd rather die. Rob said with a smile, then watch. I will now destroy the bottom line that you firmly believe in. He suddenly reached out and broke off a branch from a tree, rubbed it, turned it into a harp, and then put his fingers on it. Sweet notes flowed like running water, using the bard's spell, charming song. He deliberately excluded Little E from the influence of the spell, targeting only the two little nuns. The two nuns heard the sound of a string being strung in their ears and saw a handsome blonde smiling at them. For a moment, the two almost didn't know where they were. Rob smiled at them and said, sisters, you two are so beautiful. I want to marry you too. Will you like to come with me? The two nuns blindly replied, we will. Rob stretched out his hands. He put his arms around the two girls' slender waists and brought them into his arms, one on each hand. Little E was stunned, while Bishop Elsie only smiled bitterly and didn't even try to stretch out his hands to stop it. You, Little E said you 3 times before she could no longer do so. Rob said, you see, as long as the enemy is strong enough, where's your bottom line? I just didn't extend its effect to you. If I did, you'd be like them now. If I want to make you look and act 18, you must be 18, no more, no less, not according to your bottom line, but according to whether I am happy or not. How? how can this be so? Little E read two chants quickly and waved her hand forward, dispel. The golden light of the dispel spell flashed on the two little nuns and disappeared without a trace. The system, which she couldn't see, notified her, dispel magic level too low to dispel advanced controlling magic, dispel failed. Little E bit her lower lip hard, and her stubborn face looked like she was about to cry, but she didn't let the tears fall. She trembled and said, How could this be? What's the difference between this and violence? Right, this is not good. This is what bad people do. I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to do a little experiment to show you. Rob said that as he deactivated, his charm spell was over. The two little nuns suddenly woke up, cried, "Ah," and quickly escaped from Rob's arms. Rob shrugged and said nothing, but everyone already knew what he meant. When you are faced with a strong enemy, you can't even control your own life and death. Where's your bottom line? You can only be played in your enemy's palm. Bishop Elsie sighed and said to Little E, I know what you've been struggling with lately. Father Rob has talked to me about this in private. You really want to know why the Church of Light betrayed the princess in the year of the Black Dragon's flight 16 years ago, right? You want an explanation? Yes. Little E said seriously, the Church of Light, which I believe in, is by no means an evil organization that will betray a 4-year-old girl. Bishop Elsie sighed, then I'll tell you what happened, sigh. First, do you know where the Holy Land of the Church of Light is? I know. Without even thinking about it, Little E replied, in the capital of Norma, the Kingdom of Knights, that place is the origin of the Church of Light. Bishop Elsie said, then you should also know that the main power of the Church of Light lies in the Kingdom of Norma, not in the Kingdom of Gran. 16 years ago, when there was civil strife in the Kingdom of Gran, the Holy Light Arbitrator was sent by the Church of Light to mediate with the Templar Knights, but... At this point, he sighed leisurely, but the fighting capacity of the Church of Light in the Kingdom of Gran is not strong, and the Templar Knights have no more than 5,000 people at best. It is more than enough to frighten small neighboring countries and reason with them, but it is obviously not enough to mediate the civil strife in the Kingdom of Gran. When the 4-year-old princess, the rightful heir of the Kingdom of Gran, looked for us under the protection of her followers, I was only a small priest in the Templar Knights. I received the princess with my own hands. Bishop Elsie said pensively, shortly after the princess's arrival, the Knights of Mondra came, along with the White Lion cavalry led by Duke Ingsi. There are also the Ardent Flame Knights, Thunder Knights, and Trembling Ice Knights on Mondra's side. The 5 groups lined up in front. Do you know how powerful and scary that is? Little E and the 2 nuns were speechless for a moment. Bishop Elsie said with a wry smile, the Templar Knights were silenced on the spot, and the arbitrator of the Church of Light knew that this arbitration was impossible. At that time, if we had to protect the little princess, there was only one way. And that is to return to Norma, gather all the forces stationed in Norma to fight the 5 groups of the Kingdom of Gran to the death, but what good will that do for us? Apart from bleeding in vain, we'll get nothing. Instead, it may make it more difficult for the believers of light in the Kingdom of Gran to move forward. If Mondra embraces the Church of Darkness instead, then our Church of Light will lose a lot of fertile lands. Not to mention, if the Kingdom of Norma and the Kingdom of Gran go to war, the confrontation between the North and the South would destroy many lives and count many deaths. Rob smiled, so, the choice here is very clear. Bishop Elsie said with a wry smile, Mr. Rob, you are a sensible man. What you have just said is right. The bottom line does not exist in the first place. That is to say, it exists because someone has the strength. When strength is not enough, who can maintain the bottom line? He turned to face Little E again. The Templar Knights did not have the strength to protect their bottom line, so we had to back down, and Mondra offered an attractive condition that as long as we hand over the princess's body, he will wipe out the Church of Darkness that are scattered all over the Kingdom of Gran, worship the Church of Light, build a Holy Light Church, and build churches in all towns. Elsie closed his eyes and said sadly, I was very young, just like you, and I had a bottom line, so I strongly opposed it, but the Holy Light arbitrator ordered me to be tied up and thrown into a tent, forbidding me to tell anyone about what to do. There were many priests and nuns tied up with me at that time. When we were released, we saw the princess's body, and everything was a foregone conclusion. Of course, I didn't know until recently that the body I saw at that time was a fake disguised as the body of another little girl found by the Church of Light. The real princess had already fled to Lost City with the help of the Church of Light by then. Elsie said quietly, "At that time, I was even angrier than you, but over the past 16 years, I continued to grow up, and then I realized that the arbitrator of the Holy Light at that time had chosen the right path, and even I would have made the same choice, choosing to sacrifice a princess to quell the war than to start a war to protect a princess, sacrificing countless soldiers and people, a judgment only fools would make." Little e. Bishop Elsie said, "We are not wrong, really, we are absolutely not wrong. I firmly believe that." Little e held her head with her hands, her brain trembling. She couldn't figure out who was right and who was wrong. "Tisk," Rob said with a smile, "a few days ago, when we heard the necromancer tell this story, we felt that the Church of Light is bad, and the princess was justified. But now, hearing Bishop Elsie talk about it, it seems that the Church of Light also did the right thing. Anyone would have to make such a choice." He concluded, "So, it's nobody's fault. It's the world's fault. That's what politics is like. You think he's a bad guy, but he's not. You think he's a good guy, but in fact, he is not. How can the word good or bad explain the affairs of a kingdom and religion? Everyone has a position and tries their hardest to be themselves." Little e has been thinking desperately in the past few days, and the idea that she has managed to piece together is once again smashed to pieces. "All right, back to my question." Rob changed topics and smiled at Pobo. "I asked you about the circumstances outside. But other people took the lead. I don't know where the conversation went, so let's get back to the point. What's going on out there?" Pobo said with a wry smile, "All right, let me talk about what's going on outside." He talked about it. It turns out that more than a month has passed since the princess suddenly took all the villages and towns on the western border. At present, with the exception of Westwind Town, the whole west of Bright Road has fallen into the hands of the princess. Bright Road is the largest city in the west and the center of commerce in the western part of the Kingdom of Gran. The princess amassed a large number of troops on Bright Road. The border towns behind became hinterland towns, protected by Bright Road and Lost City, and were basically unlikely to be threatened by war. If Mondra wants to recapture the lost towns and villages, he must first break through Bright Road. Because of this, the princess only needed to send a few necromancers or necromancer apprentices to complete the suppression and rule of the towns and villages with a minimal number of skeletons. Moreover, she calls herself the rightful heir to the Kingdom of Gran, so she doesn't kill people indiscriminately. She regarded the townsmen as her people, which she actually cherishes quite well. She even implemented some measures to benefit the people in the places she's occupied, such as tax exemption and so on. Tax exemption is the real deal. The people immediately felt that the new boss is not so bad, so they gave up the idea of resistance and obediently accepted the brainwashing of the necromancers, gave up the belief in the God of Light and converted to the God of Darkness. Most of the towns were converted smoothly. After the townspeople completely succumbed to the God of Darkness, the necromancers even removed the skeletons, making the places look as good as they did before. The townspeople continued to live and work in peace and contentment as if they had never experienced the war at all. Nothing has changed except that the Church of Light in the town has become the Church of Darkness. However, King Mondra won't just sit back and watch the princess take away his land. He assembled his knights, the remnants of the White Lion Cavalry, the Ardent Flame Knights, Thunder Knights, and Trembling Ice Knights. At the same time, because the princess took a clear stand on the side of the Church of Darkness, the Church of Light was also completely on the side of Mondra, and the Templar Knights were gathering to join the battle against the princess. The situation was actually very difficult for the princess. In terms of total strength, Mandra is a lot more dominant. The only thing that the princess can gain the upper hand on is orthodoxy. As long as she stands on the battlefield, she will be able to disintegrate and take advantage of the uncertain elements attached to Mandra. Rob smiled and asked, Pobo, you have seen the princess's army closer than we have. How long do you think the princess and Mandra will fight? Pobo thought about this question carefully and whispered, it will be very difficult for the princess to march eastward. Her rear is unstable, and her strength is not strong enough to go straight to the capital of Saints. And it won't be easy for Mandra to take down Bright Road. I estimate this war will be a seesaw between Bright Road and the capital of Saints. I do not know how many years it will take. Oh, then I'll respect your judgment for the time being. Rob said with a smile, but it doesn't matter, as long as I can continue to do business in Westwind Town, which side winds have little to do with me. When Bishop Elsie heard him say this, he could not help thinking, I can feel more and more that this man is not the heretic judger of the Church of Light, but I can only rely on him now. I have to help him hide his false priesthood from the people below, lest the young paladins and priests ignorantly go and quarrel with him and doom us. As soon as he thought about it, he thought that this man attached so much importance to trade and business. So, if he helped him build the bypass as well, he would have a more stable position with him. He would be regarded as a hero by him, and he might be able to make something significant happen in Westwind Town. Afterward, Pobo left soon and went to the back of the hillside to find the gemstone miners to buy some gemstones. Bishop Elsie hurried back to the hillside to direct the bypass construction. Rob finally took off his blindfold, turned to the two young nuns, and said with a smile, You two little sisters, can you do me a favor? At the same time, the two nuns flinched and went behind little E and hid. They almost lost their innocence after being affected by Rob's charming song. It was quite traumatic, and they're afraid of him now, for fear that he will play another strange trick and make them unconscious, only to find that when they wake up, they're in his quilt. It will be over by then. The two hid behind little E and whispered, Won't help. Won't help. Rob said with a smile, It's no use to hide behind her. I'm going to do it, and so will she. 3 nuns. Rob said with a smile, Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I believe in the truth that if you use force to break a melon off the vine, it won't taste sweet. I was just raising a chestnut just now. I'm serious about asking for a favor. Really? The 2 little nuns poked their heads fearfully. Rob said, The merchants came over this time and sold me a lot of salt. I can't enjoy these things alone. I should resell them to the people of Westwind Town. I hope you can help me sell the salt to the townspeople. The 2 nuns said strangely, Why us? Rob said, Because the world is full of illiterates, only the priests and nuns in the church know some stuff. The others can't even read or count. If I find some old men to help me sell salt, how can I get a clear account of the sales in the end? 2 little nuns, that's true. Rob said with a smile, The priests have the strength to wear heavy armor, carry bricks, and build roads, but you nuns have nothing to do, right? Therefore, it is time for you to get adequate food and clothing through labor, each carrying a large bag of salt and selling it to the townspeople at a normal market price. 20% of the money received will be counted as your reward. The 2 nuns shook their heads almost simultaneously and said firmly, We will defend our poverty-stricken lives to the death. We'll take no rewards, and all the money from selling salt will be returned to the chapel. Rob and the 2 nuns talked long about getting rich through labor, and hard work deserves to be rewarded. However, in the end, it was useless. The 2 nuns unswervingly said that they would not get a single penny. In the end, they'll give all the money back to the chapel, that is to say, to Rob. Even Rob's flamboyant and pleasant-sounding speech could not move them this time. After all, the 3 vows of nuns are no joke, saying that if you are poor, you must be poor. It is a great sin for them to have even a copper coin. Rob had to compromise, Forget it, then you can just return all the money from selling salt. The two little nuns each carried a large bag of salt, and soon the whole town became lively. Although Westwind Town was not worried about hunger or thirst, it had no way to produce salt. Not to mention that they've been running low on salt supply recently. So, finally, a large amount of salt came, and the townspeople immediately took out the money they had saved for a long time to buy it. In a twinkling of an eye, the salt brought by the two nuns was sold out. Afterward, they returned and had to get another 2 large bags of salt. I didn't expect all the townspeople in this little Westwind town to be rich. The two nuns could not help sighing. They all look like poor townspeople, but they are actually so rich that they don't even frown when buying salt. Rob couldn't help laughing. Isn't that a matter of course? With the help of Rob's inventions, Westwind Town's townsmen made a lot of money. It's not as obvious right now since the road's cut, but now that trade is allowed again, they'll bring out the money in their hands. If merchants continuously arrive, all the forces of the Westwind Town will be mobilized, and the limit for the future's unknown. However, it's still early, and Rob has more important things to do right now. He took out a bag of seeds from the pile of goods sold to him by the merchants and laughed mischievously. When Little E saw his weird smile, she couldn't help sweating. "What are you planning, laughing like that?" Rob hummed, "You know, this bag of seeds in my hand is something the Lost City merchants brought." When Little E heard that it was from Lost City, she didn't think about it in a good way. The people of the Church of Darkness sell things? It must be sinister and evil. Oh, here we go again. Are you still lying to yourself that the Church of Darkness is bad? Rob said, "Don't choose between each other and don't talk badly about the other. I'm telling you, this bag of seeds is called soybeans. This is essential for countless delicacies." Delicacies? When Little E heard these 2 words, her cold face melted a little. After arriving at Rob's chapel, she felt that Rob is usually lazy to death but will become diligent in drinking cola, eating candies, popsicles, steaks, and lamb chops. She doesn't know how many he's made, but now, as soon as he talks about good food, Little E can't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Anyway, let's plant it all today," Rob said leisurely. "For my mouth, I'll start farming again. Alas, why am I so miserable?" As a result, Rob, who had not moved much for several days, began to become diligent again today, sowing hard in the private reserve in the yard with the bag of soybean seeds and then watering all the seeds with a small kettle. It was a real pain for him to exercise so much. The next day, Rob paid a lot of money and called over a large group of townspeople to help with the harvest. Then the warehouse was filled with soybeans. Lillian, Little E, the 3 adventurers, and even Bishop Elsie and the mayors all came to see what Rob would do this time. "Well, I'm going to teach you today how to extract oil from soybeans," Rob said solemnly to the townspeople on standby. "After you learn it, you will be able to make soybean oil. Using this oil and potato chips, you can make a delicacy indispensable for a fat and lazy life, Lay's potato chips." Shualu couldn't help raising her hand and asked, "Why does the name of this thing sound a bit Coca-Cola?" "Right," Rob said solemnly, "Lay's potato chips should be eaten with Coca-Cola, so you can get double happiness." You still don't know what Lay's potato chips are, but it is really delicious. Now that we can make it and that it's compatible with Coca-Cola, we must seize the opportunity. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully, listened attentively, and prepared to learn. "All right. Now, townsmen, follow my orders. Take the soybeans out. The process will not be written in detail. You'll find the steps to get soybean oil with a quick search. Hope that helps." Rob acquired soybean oil. After a while, Rob held a large bottle of hand-extracted soybean oil in his hand, which is a very precious thing. There are no additives in it. The only worry is whether it will be a little genetically modified. After all, he planted it with the abnormal rules of Happy Farm. But he didn't bother with it. For now, his first priority is to make Lay's potato chips. As soon as he ordered her, Lillian picked up a knife and quickly peeled a few potatoes, cut them into thin slices, soaked them in water to remove starch, drained the water, sprinkled salt, stirred so that the salt was evenly attached to the potato chips, and then put them in a bowl. Afterward, he set up a large pot, poured the soybean oil into the pot, and heated it. Rob shouted to the onlookers, "Well, the miracle will happen soon." The crowd looked confused. At this age, they had not even started to use vegetable oil. So, of course, they never ate fried food. When they saw the pot with oil boil, they could not imagine what would happen next. Rob picked up the bowl of potato chips and poured it onto the pot. Deep frying sounds. The sound startled the onlookers. All the potato chips in the frying pot began to bubble, tumbling and jumping, turning into golden potato chips in a blink of an eye. Rob picked up a piece with recently made chopsticks, blew it, and threw it into his mouth. Ah! How comfortable! How nostalgic! He couldn't help but be a little moved. Rob acquired potato chips. The potato chips instantly conquered the crowd, which is to be expected. Shuelu, Little E, and the two little nuns grabbed a handful and sat at the field beside the chapel, chatting and throwing potato chips into their mouths. They ate a few pieces of potato chips and then drank a few sips of Coca-Cola. Truly a happy and light-hearted scene. Rob wondered whether to tell them that eating these two things would make them fat. Forget it. Anyway, 9 times out of 10, people in this age aren't able to eat a lot of big fish and meat, and most of the time, they eat very little. They won't gain weight as long as they keep it in moderation. Besides, getting a bit fatter isn't that bad. It feels good to the touch too. The mayor of Westwind Town came over with a smile and saluted Rob. "Father, I've watched the whole process, but I can't do it. The way you grew the soybeans, you buried them in the ground, and they grew the next day. We can't do that. You are the only one who has the miracle to grow crops in a day." Rob said with a smile, "It's very simple. At the latter end of next year, between April and May, sow the seeds and then apply some fertilizer. This thing needs soil fertility. Dig a manure pit at the edge of the field and ferment it to make fertilizer." He said a few words casually, said some small details about growing soybeans, and said with a smile, "You'll understand it after you plant it anyway." The mayor silently wrote down the method, thinking that the soybean oil made from this thing called soybeans could be used to make a lot of things in the future. Didn't Father say so? That this thing is essential for various delicacies. It may even blow up. If I want to make a lot of money, I can consider planting a lot of this next year. It is decided. When I return, we will vigorously ready land and use half of the fields to grow beets and half of the fields to grow soybeans. Getting rich is just around the corner. Rob suddenly remembered something and smiled. "Mr. Mayor, I remember you started the Westwind Waterworks in August. Now it's almost October. How is it going?" Speaking of this, the mayor's face immediately grew a smile. "Oh, all thanks to Father teaching me this, I have made a fortune." "My God! This also money?" Rob was startled. "This actually made a profit? How did you earn it? You don't even have a water meter, yet you don't lose money?" The mayor said, "As you know, the copper and iron in Westwind Town are near worthless. I asked the slaves to do it, and it didn't take much money to build a big water tower. I just asked the masons to help and guide it. So, the big water tower was built with little money. Then, I charged every townsman connected to the water pipe a water supply with a fee of 20 copper coins a month. With 700 households connected to my water pipe, I earned 14,000 copper coins in a month just by sitting on the ground, which is really a big profit. Recently, I have been extending water pipes to the residents of White Birch Town, and it is estimated that in a few days, I will be able to collect from hundreds more." Rob quickly interrupted him and said, "I say, man, how fast do the households consume? Don't you have to calculate the labor cost of the domestic slaves you used?" The mayor said, unnecessary. I made the domestic slaves go up the mountain, catch dozens of goblins and ogres, whip them, and force them to keep pumping water. My domestic slaves are so relaxed that they don't need any labor costs. Anyway, even if goblin and ogres die, we can just catch more. They multiply quickly, anyway. Rob. This doesn't make sense. Rob forgot that there is free manpower in this world, monsters. As long as we continue to exploit and oppress monsters, there is no need to consider human manpower at all. Under such circumstances, the mayor certainly doesn't care how much water the townspeople use, and there is no need for water meters at all. Anyway, if there is not enough water, he just needs to grab a few goblins to twist the water screws. What he earns is actually the earnings of the monsters. Rob covered his face and said, "How impressive. Admirable. No, 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 it's father that's impressive." The mayor hurriedly said, "If you hadn't put forward the plan, I wouldn't have known that I could earn money this way. Father, you really are my beacon. I am sure of one thing now. I'll follow father. If father tells me to go east, then I will not go west. If father tells me to go west, I will not go east." The mayor of Stone Canyon and White Birch Town were also eager, but they had not learned any good tricks yet, so they were now in a hurry. They leaned to Rob and whispered, "Father, if you still have similar ways to make money by lying down in the future, can you also teach us?" "No, get out." After scolding, Rob's heart softened again. Capitalism is sprouting. I'd better give them a hand. He whispered, "I'll teach you something good. There are a lot of things. The townspeople have done a lot, such as building water towers and growing potatoes and sugar beets. However, when you scale it up, the situation is completely different. Take the matter of building a water tower. For example, the mayor of Westwind Town made it on a large scale, so he made a lot of money. Beets, potato chips, fruit juice. In fact, all these things can be scaled. The two mayors asked inexplicably, "How do we scale things up?" These things are not difficult to do. Every family can do it on its own. Rob smiled and scolded, "How long will it take for a farmer to grow beets in 2 large fields and rely on his young partner to turn all the beets into candy? Will they be able to turn all the beets into candy before they rot?" The two mayors thought for a moment, and with a cry of, "Ah," they seemed to understand something. Rob said with a smile, "Take out your money, buy all the beets that the townspeople can't finish, grab a goblin or hire refugees as labor at a low price, and turn all the beets into candy. Ordinary townspeople can't capture goblins or hire refugees, but you have domestic slaves and have the ability, so, you make this happen on a large scale." At that time, the candy made by the townspeople themselves could only be sold for a small amount of money, but if you produced it on a large scale, you would make a lot of money. The two mayors were overjoyed. "I see. Juice can be made in the same way, soybean oil can be done in the same way, and potato chips can be made in the same way. Oh, my God, everything can be done like this. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to make a lot of money." Westwind Town has entered the embryonic stage of capitalism. Tick-tock, time passes by. A lazy life is the best, and time passed by quickly. As Pobo predicted, it would be difficult for the princess's army to take another step forward after occupying Bright Road. If she tried to march eastward, she would be attacked by the Knights of Mondra, the White Lion Cavalry, the Ardent Flame Knights, the Trembling Ice Knights, the Thunder Knights, and the Templar Knights. On the other side, the morale was unstable, facing the rightful successor of the Kingdom of Gran. Since the army wasn't united, they would not be able to fight Bright Road, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The two sides were on a seesaw battle in the vast area between Bright Road and the capital of Saints. Today you attack my village and town, tomorrow, I will attack your village and town. The battle was very complicated. Fortunately, both sides wanted to win the hearts and minds of the people and be the true justified ones, so they did not lay their hands on innocent people. Otherwise, the people in these villages and towns would have been burned to death by the Church of Light today, turned into zombies by the Church of Darkness tomorrow, and will not survive at all. After more than a month of tug-of-war, both sides felt tired, so the war stopped briefly. The princess took advantage of this hard-won truce to throw away the title of the princess on her head, ascended the throne, called herself Queen Elizabeth VII of the Kingdom of Gran, and declared war on the rebellious Mandra. However, Mandela was not to be outdone, calling the queen a fake and claimed she was a rebel. The Church of Light was also on the side of Mandra, inviting countries from all over the world to join the army to uphold justice. Later generations called this period of upheaval the Battle of Light and Darkness. The great kingdom of Gran was divided into two, and all areas from the west of the Bright Road to Lost City were under the command of the Queen, historically known as West Gran. On the other hand, the land to the east of Bright Road is under the command of Mandra, which is known as East Gran in history. The struggle between East and West Gran is still far from over. In this war, there is a strange town, which neither belongs to the territory of West Gran, nor can it be called a vassal of East Gran. Historians have racked their brains to think about their position. Finally, all historians unanimously call it the West Wind Dominion. It was a typical morning. When Rob got up, he collapsed on the stone stool in the courtyard, which he used every day, and now it had become as smooth as a jade chair. Little E also got up and swept the chapel hall with a broom. 2 young nuns came early, too. They found a thick Bible of light from the basement of the chapel. They removed the dust from it and placed it solemnly on the offering table in the middle of the chapel. Then the 2 nuns looked at Rob with disdain, obviously wondering how long it had been since the priest had read the Bible of Light. Lillian made Rob a cup of black tea, put it on the stone table in front of him, and ran to fry some potato chips with a smile. Although potato chips are delicious, they can't be kept for a long time. They will become soft and lose their crispness after a long time. In this world, there are no plastic bags to guarantee the crispness of potato chips for a long time, so it is troublesome to always have to fry them when you want them. Rob was waiting for Lillian's potato chips when he saw Shualu in an open-rimmed robe, black stockings on her long legs, and her hot red hair fluttering out of the room. His eyes were locked on Shualu's thighs. He smiled and asked, "Ah. You're going out today to fight, wearing that robe again? I haven't seen you wear black silk stockings for days. Truly a sight I'm willing to look at for 1,000 years." Instead of hiding, Shualu deliberately lifted the edge of her skirt to make Rob feel happier. "Don't just look, touch it," she smiled. "But if you touch it, you have to take responsibility." Rob shook his head like a loud drum. "I don't want to get into a marriage grave yet. I can't bear this responsibility, so I'll just have to look at it and not touch it." Shualu, "All right, time for business. The mayor of Westwind Town has run out of natural rubber, so he asked us to get him some more, so the 3 of us have to go to the mountains today. We can also pick up some goblins and sell them to the other mayors. It really isn't easy to earn money." Rob smiled and said, "Oh, don't they send their own slaves to catch goblin? Will they really buy what you bring back?" Shualu said with a smile, "Goblin sightings are getting less frequent. Your stockings factory has been grabbing goblins to feed the spiders, and the mayor is also trying to catch goblin for labor. Because of that, the goblin tribes closer to the town are forced to move to the depths of the mountain range." Rob. Capitalism is truly so bloody. Rob gave a moment of silence for the goblins. 1, 2, 3. After only 3 seconds of silence, he gave up. Forget it. He's too lazy to observe silence. If you think about it again, if it goes on like this, it is estimated that goblins will soon become rare monsters, and then ogres and trolls will become like that as well. Capitalism will eventually sweep away the monsters around Westwind Town. At that time, the living environment of Westwind Town will also become better than ever before. Townspeople who go to the mountains to collect herbs no longer have to be afraid of being attacked by monsters, which is actually a good thing. Shualu winked, turned, and walked up the hillside. Gorda and Jike came out of a wooden house on a slope, and the three walked into the mountains. Rob watched the three of them with his range of 5,000 yards until they were completely out of sight. When he was about to withdraw his eyes, he suddenly saw a large pack of giant wolves. The number of these giant wolves is not small. At least 400 or 500, all of them look sleek. They seem to be the kind of wolves who have enough to eat and get along well. Rob thought to himself, a pack of giant wolves? Did they come to the edge of my Westwind town and want to eat people? I advise you not to. You'd better not come to Westwind town. Wolfskin is quite good for equipment. The giant wolves climbed over a cliff and could see the gemstone mine of Westwind town in the distance. The giant wolves in front glanced at each other. He could see the appearance of delight in their movements, and then they waved their paws. The 400 or 500 wolves behind quickened their speed, rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked at Westwind town at the foot of the mountain. Rob knew that it was inevitable that there would be trouble. The wolves seemed to have locked on to Westwind town. But now, the town of Westwind town is not protected by Rob alone. Bishop Elsie and his 300 Templar Knights not only build roads but also take charge of guarding the town. Bishop Elsie and the Templar Knights will surely deal with troubles like this. So Rob stayed paralyzed on his stone stool and did not move at all, intending to see how Bishop Elsie would handle the matter first. Rob immediately saw a sentry in the northeast corner of Westwind town jump up. He obviously noticed the movements on the hillside, but he did not have the 5,000 range of detection as Rob did. He could not see the 400 or 500 wolves. He only has a hunch that something's there. The situation was not dire enough for him to sound the alarm yet, so the sentinel just shouted a few words, which Rob could not hear from too far away and could only guess that he was shouting, "Come here, be careful." That sort of thing. A group of soldiers in charge of being sentries all flocked to the town's wall and looked out over the cliffs. In an era without binoculars, these guys can't see much in the distance. It would be strange if they could see the wolves. They talked for a while till they saw an old hunter from White Birch Town jump up the wall and shout loudly, and then a large group of hunters also went up the wall and argued fiercely with the soldiers on guard, and after dozens of seconds, the alarm rang. It seemed that the old hunters saw something wrong and warned the sentry. Afterward, the sentry finally rang the bell. Rob's cheered, "Not bad, not bad. This is good." As the people in town became richer, their ability to cope with all kinds of situations improved as well. The hunters should compensate for the sentry's shortcomings so that I can be lazy better. The town became tense as soon as the alarm rang. The Templar Knights all took up arms and ran to the northeast corner, and the armed men followed them promptly. Little E and the two little nuns stopped what they were doing and ran out of the chapel. Seeing that Rob was still lying still and lazy, the three nuns grabbed Rob's arm and pulled hard. "Hey, get up, the alarm. What are you doing slumped on the stone stool?" Rob didn't even want to move a finger, but the three nuns pulled him up like goods and had to say, "Hey. Don't pull me up for such a trifle, okay? Are the Templar Knights decorations? I tell you, only 400 or 500 wolves are coming. If such a small scene requires my help, I'll turn the Templar Knights into ashes." Little E said solemnly, "This is not a question of whether you need to take action, but your presence. The army will be destabilized if an enemy invades and you are not on the front lines." "Why? When did I become the highest in command?" Rob complained. "The highest in command of this town should be the mayor of Westwind town or Bishop Elsie, not me." Little E didn't even bother to argue with him but glanced at him with a "stop talking nonsense" look. The two nuns, one holding his left hand and the other holding his right hand, pulled hard like stubborn donkeys. Little E pushed hard behind him, and the three nuns dragged Rob to the town wall in the northeast corner. If the soldiers in another city saw that the Supreme Commander had come to the battlefield like this, their morale would have been completely destroyed, the hearts of the people would have been shaken, and it would be difficult for him to lead the troops. But the people of Westwind Town did not panic at all when they saw Rob's way of coming out but showed a natural smile. This is how this guy should appear. Bishop Elsie bowed to Rob and gave up his command to Rob. As soon as Rob arrived, the town's morale soared, and the armed men laid down their weapons and even sat down on the town wall, set up small stools, ready to begin to watch the play. Rob said to Little E, "Look, you said that I would boost the army's morale if I came. But the armed men can't even hold their weapons. I am afraid I just destroyed the morale of the army." Little E can't help but be a little embarrassed. Well, those who can do more should work. Nonsense. Rob said, "Why should I? I don't want to work too hard." An old hunter leaned over and shouted to Rob, "Father, my experience tells me that there is a huge pack of wolves lying on the cliff. But when they saw that our town was all surrounded by walls and there were sentinels everywhere, they did not move for the time being. I think we should all roar and intimidate them together. We should be able to scare them off with noise." "You are right in your judgment. It is indeed a large pack of wolves." Rob turned to Little E and said, "Did you hear that? Loud noise can scare away these wolves, Little E. Now it's time for you to perform. Go go go, spin, jump, take out your firearms, and bombard them." Little E looked at Rob with skeptical eyes. "You always seem to want me to use my firearms. I have always wondered, what on earth do you have in mind?" "Nothing, nothing." Rob shook his hands. "Do I look like the kind of person who is diligent enough to calculate those sorts of plans?" Little E thought about it carefully, and right, this slacker is too lazy. Where would a calculating mind come from? If he really does, the sun would better be rising in the west. Forget it. I'll just take the firearms out and fire them twice. Little E had indeed heard before that a loud sound can scare away wild animals, and the sound of firearms is most appropriate. She swirled, her skirt raised slightly, exposing her legs slightly above her knees. Taking advantage of the moment the corner of her skirt was raised, she reached out on her thigh, pulled out the 2 silver-plated firearms that had already been loaded with ammunition, and fired 2 shots into the sky. Then, with a quick spin, she put the 2 firearms back and stopped. Her skirt slowly hung down, moving to cover her long legs once again. "Wow!" Rob lamented beside her because of the loss. Little E said, "Father, please use your detection to see if the wolves were scared off." "Wow!" Rob's eyes were still locked on her skirt. "Why is this thing hanging down so fast? Float a little longer." Little E. There was no reason to talk with the deranged priest, so Little E had to turn to the old hunter. "Old man, please use detection to see the situation on the mountain." The old hunter did so and looked up. Afterward, his face changed. "This isn't right. They didn't move at all. This is no ordinary wolf pack. This is a large pack of werewolves." The old hunter's word startled everyone. A large pack of wolves is not scary, but a large pack of werewolves is a very strong army. A large pack of werewolves came out of the mountains in broad daylight. What's going on? A giant silver wolf rushed down from the hillside. The steep hillside seemed flat in contrast, and it reached the town wall in a twinkling of an eye. Then, suddenly, the giant silver wolf stood up and turned into a human. Interestingly, when it became a human, it was not naked. It wore armor, heavy silver armor with a giant axe. It looked majestic. As it turns out, it's a werewolf warrior. He stood in the distance outside the town and exclaimed, "I am affiliated with the Knights of Mondra, the leader of the werewolf guerrilla group, White Moon. I now command you to immediately kill the town's dark priests, nuns, and necromancers and surrender to East Gran." "Ah! It's White Moon." Many in the Templar Knights shouted excitedly, he is a warrior known as White Moon's Knight, a hero of the werewolves. He is here. Great, is he here to liberate us? Mandra 1. Bright Road has been taken back. After months of building, we are finally going to be liberated. Shut your mouths. Bishop Elsie suddenly said, be quiet. It's not as simple as you think. If Bright Road had really been recaptured by Mandra, the defeated army of the princess should be near Westwind Town. After drinking the stupid speeches of his subordinates, Bishop Elsie went to the edge of the town wall, lifted his helmet, and shouted to White Moon outside the city, "Hello, General White Moon, do you still recognize me?" White Moon found the voice very familiar and then fixed his eyes to see that the person on the town wall was an old acquaintance, Bishop Elsie, who belonged to the Church of Light. White Moon was confused. Huh? How come you're here? This Westwind Town is in your hands? It's not in the hands of the rebels? Bishop Elsie nodded. Yes, Westwind Town has not fallen into the hands of the rebels since the beginning of the war. Great. White Moon didn't doubt him at all because he saw a Church of Light bishop standing on the town's wall. If the place had really been captured by the rebels, how could a man in the position of bishop be alive? Overjoyed, he turned and waved to the 400 or 500 subordinates on the cliff, trying to get them to go down and into the town. Just then, however, Bishop Elsie said, "General White Moon, don't come here yet." White Moon stopped and showed a look of vigilance. Bishop Elsie said in a deep voice, "If I am right, you will go through the Black Pine Mountain Range in your wolf forms to fight as guerrillas in West Gran. Your goal should be to cause chaos to the defenders of Bright Road." "That's right," White Moon admitted calmly. Bishop Elsie said, "Since you are fighting as guerrillas, you will keep moving from town to town. That is to say, once you enter our town, you will not stay long." "That's right," Bishop Elsie said. "Well, then you'd better not come into this town." "What?" White Moon coldly said, "Have you betrayed the Church of Light and King Mandra? How can you refuse my army entrance?" "No, I haven't betrayed. I still wear the cross of the Church of Light." Bishop Elsie pulled out a cross from his collar and showed it to White Moon. The expression on White Moon's face softened slightly. "Then why did you tell me not to go into the town?" Bishop Elsie said quietly, "If you want to come in, I don't think it's a big problem. The owner of this town is kind to anyone. He won't refuse to let you come in and have a look, but once you come in, the owner of this place will certainly not let you out. You must think carefully." "Huh?" White Moon asked, "What do you mean?" "Ha ha ha." Rob, who had been standing beside him without saying a word, suddenly burst out laughing and gave Bishop Elsie a heavy pat on the shoulder. "Well said. I see that you are the smartest person I have ever met. You know me well." Bishop Elsie smiled modestly. "No, I know your distinguished self very little." Bishop Elsie quietly stepped back when Rob stood forward, looking like Rob's adjutant, whose ingenuity was hidden. Rob could not help sighing that the people in organizations were really smart. Lying on the town wall, he smiled at White Moon and said, "Bishop Elsie is right. If you want to come in, I welcome you, but you won't be able to go out again once you come in. Since you have such strategic goals, if I take you in and let you out, in Her Majesty's eyes, we're providing you with a supply base for guerrilla warfare, and then Her Majesty of West Gran will be very angry and scold me with her feet. Then send troops to hit me, although she certainly can't beat me. This kind of thing is very troublesome. Not to mention, I'm a good man. It won't do me good to beat a woman. Women should go shopping, watch movies, eat, drink and do things they like doing. They should not be beaten, no?" White Moon looked confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Put simply," Rob said, "I welcome townsmen and merchants. They're free to go in and out. However, guerrillas can come in but won't even think about going back out." White Moon understood now. "What you want to say is that you won't help East Gran, right?" "Right." Rob smiled and said, "Won't help." "So, is it okay for me to think of you as a rebel?" Rob said, "Of course, but it's best not to. Don't always think about troubling me." White Moon snorted coldly, raised his right hand high, and shouted, "Attention, get ready to attack the town." Hundreds of werewolves on the cliff transformed one by one. Some became archers, some became warriors, and some even became magicians and priests. The tense atmosphere began to spread. Oh, not too tense. The townsmen were eating potato chips. Since they're happy, they eat potato chips. Rob sighed, "AI. Wait." Bishop Elsie suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "General White Moon, don't be stupid, stop. Don't make trouble here. You'll die. Listen to me, go quickly, go to other towns, never come to Westwind Town again, go." Bishop Elsie shouted desperately to save White Moon. So since the werewolf became a general, he definitely isn't a reckless person. Seeing Bishop Elsie desperately shouting him away, he finally stopped and didn't attack Westwind Town. Moreover, he had come to the heart of West Gran as guerrillas. He'll take it down if it's something he can take down. He'll fight them if he comes across a supply or transport unit. He was not interested in touching a heavily fortified town. After much deliberation, White Moon gave up his plan to fight Rob. He beckoned to Bishop Elsie from a distance and said, "Bishop, do you want to come with me?" "I can't." Bishop Elsie said with a bitter face, "I was cornered by the Black Earth Knights to the point I had to hide in Westwind Town. When I came in, I could not go out anymore. This is out of respect for Father Rob. The condition for him to protect me from the Black Earth Knights was that he promised not to let me out of town and that I could not cause them any more trouble." White Moon looked at Rob in surprise and thought, how did this man save Bishop Elsie from the Black Earth Knights? Fortunately, I listened and didn't attack hastily. Otherwise, I'd have suffered a big loss. Well, then I'll leave today. White Moon saluted Bishop Elsie and took a deep look at Rob, a little dissatisfied but also a little afraid, but no matter what he thought of Rob, he had no plans to fight Rob now. Rob waved, "Take care. I won't bother to see you off." White Moon returned to the hillside, fell forward, and turned into a giant silver wolf. He rushed vigorously higher up the hillside with his transformed men until they could be seen no more. Rob clapped his hands and praised, "It's so convenient for a werewolf to cross the Black Pine Mountain Range. This guerrilla force is so powerful. I feel that Her Majesty will have a hard time with them." Bishop Elsie nodded and said, "That's right. This werewolf guerrilla group is one of the most famous guerrilla groups under Mandra. In previous wars, it has gone deep into the enemy's ranks many times and made great achievements. General White Moon will certainly take advantage of the shelter of the Black Pine Mountain Range to keep attacking and harassing nearby villages and towns. It won't be easy for West Gran to catch him, and it will be impossible to kill him without sending a considerable number of troops to search the mountains. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me." Rob murmured disgruntled, "I was pushed and dragged here by the three nuns, and now that it's over, who's going to pull me back?" As he said this, he looked at the three nuns. Unexpectedly, the three crazy women turned their heads simultaneously with a look that said, "We only pulled you here. We're not responsible for pulling you back. Hey! Take responsibility and bring me back to the chapel," Rob said. "How lazy are you that you can't even walk 2 steps?" Little E said, "There is a limit to laziness." The two were having fun when they saw the cloth merchant who helped Rob manage the silk stockings factory. He could no longer be called a cloth merchant but should be called the factory director. As soon as he saw Rob, he shouted excitedly, "Father, good news, our little spiders can finally start spinning silk." "Oh?" Rob was in high spirits, "Let's go and have a look." The factory director walked in front of Rob, followed by Lillian and Little E. The two nuns were actually very interested in silk stockings and had secretly tried them in Little E's room. Still, Each silk stocking worth a gold coin was too expensive for them. Nuns are required to be in abject poverty, so it is impossible to afford them. They could only try Little Ye's one and then give it up. Of course, if they admitted to Rob that they were interested in silk stockings, Rob would immediately give them one each, but they would never admit it. However, the two little nuns still followed in high spirits. The group of people quickly arrived at the silk stockings factory. Everyone went to the spider breeding area, which was protected by the circle of holy water, and each little spider's room had a small circle drawn separately, which was heavily guarded. The security measures taken could be said to be first class. The small spiders were raised in small cubicle-sized rooms, and now they are quite decently sized. When they were first born, they didn't even have a human head, but now they're all beginning to grow human heads. The long male head is the male spider, and the female heads are the female. An old hunter was beating a small spider with bamboo. After being bullied for a while, the little spider obediently submitted, began to spin silk, and soon spit out a large roll of silk. The old hunter picked the silk with the piece of bamboo and gave it to Rob, who was watching the scene. "Father, as you can see, these spiders are ready for use now." "Yo, very good, ha ha ha." Rob was overjoyed. "Now, there are more raw materials. Our stockings can finally have a variety of styles and uses." Lillian asked curiously, "Master, what else can you do with silk stockings?" You can do a lot." Rob said, "Let me tell you, they can be styled into pantyhose, tights, suspenders, and lingerie. We can add white flowers and laces too." The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the twinkling of an eye, he listed the 100 possibilities of silk stockings, then he laughed up to the sky and said, There used to be too little silk to make varied kinds, but now they're not a problem." "Ah, Father, why is your nose bleeding?" A little nun was startled. "It's all right." Rob put his hand on his nose, and the blood drew a horizontal line across his face. He put on a sacred and brilliant expression and said, "I just thought hard to help all mankind find beautiful things. I worked myself to the point I had a nosebleed. Don't worry about me. I will never give up the pursuit of beauty because of such a small problem, and I will work harder." Little E and the two nuns took 3 steps back at the same time, away from him, and said in unison, "We don't believe, you bad old man. Father's silk stockings factory is hiring women." The news immediately set off a huge storm in Westwind Town as soon as the news came out. Rob's reputation in Westwind Town is first class, countless times better than the mayor and the others. Working for Rob is synonymous with a high salary. The female staff recruitment conference of the silk stockings factory instantly became the topic in Westwind Town. Rob didn't care about it much. He just went to the recruitment conference and, as usual, slumped on his stool. Lillian prepared the Coca-Cola and Lay's potato chips nearby, and as soon as Rob opened his mouth, Lillian fed some of them to Rob. Occasionally, he pretended to be careless and licked Lillian's hand, which Lillian foolishly did not notice. But even if she did notice it, she couldn't resist. But it would be meaningless to lick her hand like that openly. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is better than stealing. It is better not to steal. Rob only secretly took advantage of Lillian and didn't do it with obvious intentions. The factory director set up a long table next to Rob's lazy spot, and one by one, the women who applied fell in line. However, the number of women who applied for the job completely exceeded expectations. At the beginning of the construction of this factory, there were less than 1,000 townspeople in Westwind Town, and there were only 200 to 300 women who were suitable to work in the factory. Hence, the factory director was not worried about it at all. So, he just called all the women in town to help. But then the refugees of White Birch Town came, and so did the townspeople of the Stone Canyon. The population almost doubled, and of course, the number of women doubled. Looking at the long line of applicants behind, the factory director could not help sweating. "It's over. We're dead. What are we going to do? Father, I only plan to recruit 200 female workers, but I'm afraid more than 500 applicants came today. What am I supposed to do? Rob said with a smile, just pick those who look hardworking and quick-witted. Don't pick those that are lazy. The factory director said awkwardly, however, we and the people in town cross paths often. How can I not be ashamed if I eliminate half of them? Rob said, you are now a factory director, a professional manager. You have to put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Be ruthless. Everything is only for profit. If you lose money in the factory and can't make money, I'll have to change the factory director. You'll lose your job if you're too embarrassed to do so. Factory director. If he thought about it again. Although he is now the factory director, the factory belongs to Rob, not him. If he can't do his job well, Rob will have to just change the factory director. The factory director took a deep breath, put away the smile on his face, showed a ferocious, ruthless expression, and exclaimed, we shall now start the interview, wait in line. Those who are gluttonous and lazy should not sign up. You are all from the village and town. I am also very clear about your characteristics. Hardworking and capable women will be given priority. When the women heard this, there was a slight uproar. A woman in the back shouted, damn cloth merchant, I have a personal grudge against you. You certainly won't want me this time. Before she finished, she heard the cloth merchant shout, huh? It's you. Although you are fierce, you are quite reliable in doing things. Okay, you don't have to wait in line. You're in. Huh? It'll cause quite the uproar. Is that okay? The factory director snorted coldly and raised his volume. The people I want are people who can do practical things for the factory. I need someone selfless, not short-sighted women who know nothing. Okay, now we'll officially start the interview, one by one. The bitch who has just been admitted, go and invite the mayor of White Birch Town and Stone Canyon. I will ask them about the characters of the women from White Birch Town and Stone Canyon. Rob was amused that he had hired the right person for the job. If he were to do it, he would be too embarrassed to brush off more than half of the people. Doing so would have affected his warm and kind image in the hearts of the townspeople. Now the bad image is handed over to the factory director, but he, the real capitalist, only gains a good reputation. Ha ha ha. When night came, the recruitment ended. The silk stockings factory recruited a total of 100 female weavers and 100 stocking seamstresses. The 4 female workers who had been recruited at the beginning were now magnificently promoted to technical supervisors, responsible for guiding the work of these 200 female workers. A 4-level personnel hierarchy was formed instantly in the small factory. The highest, of course, is Chairman Rob, followed by CEO Factory Director, followed by the 4 technical supervisors and old hunters who guide spider breeders. The lowest are 200 new female workers, spider breeders, and warehouse keepers. In order to keep his position, the factory director showed a ruthless look fitting for a capitalist. On the second day after the job conference, he let all the female workers go all out to produce silk stockings. Who says the ancients weren't wise? The factory director tried hard to figure out how to make more money and secure his position with Rob. He soon invented the last one out system, wherein the female worker with the lowest production efficiency of that month will have her salary deducted by 10%. The great wheel of capitalism has started moving its wheels and cannot be stopped. However, since the population of Westwind Town is too small, it's difficult to promote capitalism normally, so Rob urgently needs more population. October 15th, late fall. The smell of winter began to flow. The traveling merchant came again while taking away many silk stockings made by the factory. He also brought the news that is difficult for the people to process whether to be happy or not to be. The black dragon appeared. However, it did not come to the kingdom of Gran this year but appeared in Big Tang, tearing down the famous Leifong Pagoda, ransacking all the treasures inside. Master Fahai, the rabbit monk responsible for guarding the tower, was killed. Thousands of rabbit men died bravely in order to protect their homeland. It is said that when the pagoda fell, the monsters suppressed under it flew out together, and strange cries of terror shook in a radius of 10 miles. Poor Leifong Pagoda has become history. After hearing the news, Rob did not know whether to cry or laugh. For the first time that day, instead of being lazy on his stone stool, he stood up and walked to the fence on the edge of the courtyard. He looked down at the sky with his hand and recited in a leisurely tone, "I have heard that Leifong Pagoda has fallen. I have not seen it in person, but I have seen the unfallen Leifong Pagoda, shabby, hidden between lakes and mountains." He still hasn't forgotten the literary work he learned in middle school. Rob felt a tad homesick because of it. Dong! 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 The alarm bell sounded at the sentry tower in the northwest and reverberated over the whole of Westwind Town. Rob was happily reciting the text he learned back in middle school, but his mood was ruined by the bell. He couldn't help but be slightly exasperated. What the hell? What sort of monsters came to Westwind Town to cause trouble this time? The Templar Knights rushed to the northwest corner as soon as possible, and Rob was once again dragged to the northwest corner by the 3 nuns. However, Rob was experienced this time. Ahem, the 3 nuns are still too young and too simple, especially since the 2 little nuns who were pulling his arms are too young to protect themselves. As they tugged Rob's arm, Rob took the opportunity to touch their hands twice. The thief was quite satisfied. Rob climbed the northeast wall and saw a very uncomfortable scene of a large pack of giant wolves chasing more than 30 people in black cloaks riding horses. They were obviously from the Church of Darkness. Rob saw a necromancer with a staff. However, there was only one necromancer. The other cloaked men seemed to be a mix of men and women, all very young. Some were dressed in Church of Darkness priestly clothes, some women wore black nun clothes, and others looked like ordinary believers. The group was galloping with horses, and behind them were huge wolves. Their horses obviously did not run as fast as the wolves, and they were about to be overtaken. Seeing the Westwind Town close at hand, the leading necromancer gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, rush into Westwind Town. This is a special town, maybe it can give you shelter, come on. Hurry up. We don't have much time. We can only bet on this. I'll protect your backs." With that, the necromancer turned his horse's head. "Don't. Master. Don't do it." A priest turned his head and shouted, "Run, too." The necromancer had already turned his horse, muttering some words, facing the approaching wolves. And with a sudden wave of his staff, more than a dozen bone spears lashed out and flew at the wolves. However, the huge, silver wolf in front suddenly leaped at the bone spear and turned into a human in mid-air. It was not long ago that he met Rob, the werewolf General White Moon. He took the huge axe off his back in mid-air, waved his hands, and attacked, chopping all the bone spears in mid-air into pieces and sending them flying all over the sky. The necromancer gritted his teeth, and the staff slammed at the ground, bone wall. A wall of white bones rose in front of him and stretched 20 yards, blocking all the wolves on the other side of the wall. However, a big hole was pierced with a sudden bang in the middle of the bone wall. White Moon came through the wall and slashed his axe on the necromancer's shoulder. The necromancer let out a scream. Half of his body was cut off by the axe. He fell weakly, and before he died, he shouted, "Quickly, go." He was so desperate to block them. Because of this, the more than 30 people dressed in black cloaks finally ran to the gate of Westwind Town. Rob counted them. They were no more, no less than 32. When the 32 people arrived at the town gate, they did not knock on the door or hurry to come in. Instead, they raised their heads and looked at the guards on the city wall with fear, worry, horror, and helplessness. After several seconds, a man in priest's clothes shouted, "Westwind Town, is there room for us?" A priest of the Knights Templar on the town wall shouted, "People from the Church of Darkness, no way. Before he had finished speaking, Bishop Elsie kicked the priest in the shin, stopping him abruptly. Rob glanced at Bishop Elsie with interest. Bishop Elsie saluted him and whispered, "I'll leave it to you." With that, he talked to the Templar Knights and stepped aside without saying a word. Rob smiled and turned to the armed man next to him and said, "Open the gate and let them in." You want to let them in?" A priest of the Templar Knights could not help exclaiming. "It's inevitable." A paladin whispered, "Don't you know what kind of man Father Rob is?" "Shut up." Bishop Elsie whispered, "Don't doubt Father. Without him, we would have been finished." After Rob issued this order, he thought little E would be the first to oppose him. Unexpectedly, she did not speak this time. Instead, it was the Templar Knights who were secretly talking about it. He turned to look at little E, only to see that little E was covering the mouths of the two nuns and dragging them back. Rob smiled. "What happened? The two of them wanted to object, and you stopped them?" Little E nodded. "That's progress." Rob smiled. Little E bit her lower lip and said, "I just found that people from the Church of Darkness are also people. If I really love all things, I should also try to love them. No, I won't love them. I just want to try to find out if they really should be killed." Claps. Rob applauded. The town gate slowly opened, and the 32 from the Church of Darkness looked at the open gate, a little disbelieving, a little scared to enter a town controlled by a priest of the Church of Light. They first glanced back at the approaching werewolf army, gritted their teeth, crossed their hearts, and rushed in. And bang! The town gate closed behind them. Then, White Moon, a werewolf warrior, stood in front of the town and roared angrily, "Westwind Town, what are you trying to do?" "Nothing." Lying on the town wall, Rob smiled at White Moon and said, "My town is in urgent need of population." I was mistaken. Let's start over again. God is benevolent. I am the most soft-hearted person alive. I can't see others die in front of me. As soon as I see someone injured and going to die or something, I can't help but want to lend a helping hand. I advise you to be kind and to forgive others. Only half kill people. Don't kill thoroughly. That's not good. White Moon. Everyone. After the eerie silence that lasted for dozens of seconds, White Moon roared angrily, "You want population, and you want it from my hand? Isn't that too much? If you want population, give birth yourself. Don't speak nonsense. It's too slow to give birth yourself. It will take at least a decade for a usable population. Of course, it's best to use ready-made ones." Rob shrugged, "I've explained it clearly now. For my sake, cut these people some slack." White Moon said angrily, "If we leave them alone today, they may appear on the battlefield and kill our people tomorrow." "Emicham, I understand what you're trying to say," Rob said with a smile, "but it's just like how I promised not to let Bishop Elsie leave Westwind Town. I also promise not to let these 32 people leave. As long as they can't go out, they can no longer appear on the battlefield and become your enemies. Isn't that right?" White Moon snorted angrily, "Do you really want to force me to attack your little town?" There was a strange smile on Rob's face. "Attack, come and attack." He looked at the 400 or 500 werewolves outside. He was drooling and wanted to catch all of them as a labor force. However, as long as people don't attack me, I won't attack them, is the major principle of Rob's life. If White Moon does not act first, Rob won't enslave them, so now he is just waiting for them to attack the town. As long as White Moon dares to attack the city, he'll instantly become a labor worker. Bishop Elsie, who knew what he thought when he saw Rob's expression, was confused and embarrassed, thinking, Father Rob often talks about the need for population and the development of capitalism. If General White Moon acts rashly, he may force him to become part of the labor force of Westwind Town. Alas, I'd better come forward and help General White Moon. He hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly to White Moon, General White Moon, Westwind Town is not a place you want to attack. The 300 men under my command and I are now part of Westwind Town. If you want to attack Westwind Town, you have to face our warhammers. You. Elsie, you bastard. White Moon jumped to his feet and shouted angrily outside the town. Still, he really dared not attack the city. He only had a guerrilla army of 400 or 500 werewolves, and he would not be able to beat the 300 Templar Knights under the city. After all, the defenders always have the advantage. If the attackers did not have more than twice the strength of their enemies, they should not even try to fight. I'll give you a few more days to laugh. White Moon said angrily, when the main army breaks through Bright Road, you little Westwind Town. Main army? Will there be hundreds of thousands of people? Rob was overjoyed. Won't the population of Westwind Town increase dozens of times then? At that time, we could be called West Capital. Call them quickly and ask them to come. White Moon. There was no reason to talk to such a deranged guy. White Moon turned, took his axe from the necromancer's body, carried it on his back, and ordered loudly, "Go. Move immediately. The rebel army will soon be surrounded. We don't have time to talk to psychopaths here." He leaped forward and turned into a giant silver wolf, and ran back to the Black Pine Mountains with his large pack of giant wolves. The scene was quiet again, except for the sobs of the 2 nuns of the Church of Darkness and the others who had just taken refuge in the town. Another priest knelt at the town gate and cried at the scene of the necromancer's body outside, "Master." Rob waved and said, "One person, go and bring back the necromancer's body, you 2 little nuns that are crying. Stop crying for now. I'll get upset. Come here. I have something to ask you." One of the townspeople went out of town to carry the body, while the 2 nuns went to Rob. The 2 nuns were only about 16 or 17 years old, dressed in black nun clothes, their heads covered with hoods. The only difference between the nuns from the Church of Light seems to be the color. Rob asked, "What's the matter with you guys?" The 2 nuns did not know how they would be treated. They were uneasy, coupled with the grief of their mentor's death, leaving them speechless for dozens of seconds until Rob threw them a dispelling spell. "We are from Lost City," one of them said in a slightly sad voice. "We are the clergy from the Church of Darkness, touring nearby villages and towns at the order of the High Priest. We spread the teachings of the Church of Darkness to the people." It had all been going well. Until a pack of giant wolves sprang out of the forest while we were on our way to our next village this morning. The guards were wiped out in an instant, and then Master told us to run to Westwind Town, saying that there might be a way to survive by running here. Rob nodded, as expected. The 2 nuns raised their heads and asked in a somewhat timid tone, what will happen to us?" Rob smiled gently. "Of course, I won't have you burned. If I wanted to burn you, I wouldn't save you." This eased the nuns' minds a bit. Rob immediately changed his tone and said, "But you have to be punished with hard labor. Each person will have to carry 10,000 bricks a day." 2 nuns. "Huh, it's just a joke," Rob laughed. "Father, the necromancer's body has been brought back." A townsman placed the body of the necromancer in front of him. The necromancer was also very unlucky. He was cut from the shoulder to the abdomen with an axe by White Moon. He was almost cut in half. The 2 little nuns and the priests and apprentices next to them could not help crying again, "Master. In order to save us." "Don't cry," Rob said, "aren't you priests? Just use resurrection. Use it on your master, and voila. Officials of the Church of Darkness should also have the resurrection spell." It suddenly occurred to him that he had been in this world for months and had never seen anyone use resurrection magic. Perhaps it is difficult to learn, or it consumes a lot of magic, or it takes too long to use. Resurrection magic may be subject to great restrictions here. Anyway, he just has to ask first. When he asked, the faces of the priests and nuns immediately showed an oblivious expression. "Resurrection? How could little priests and nuns like us use that kind of top-notch magic? Rob cut the conversation and looked at Bishop Elsie. You're a bishop, aren't you? Elsie shook his head hurriedly. How can I learn such advanced holy magic as resurrection? To use that type of magic, I have to be the most pious and fanatical priest, infinitely close to God. In the game world, resurrection is designed for the player's game experience because game companies can't let players permanently die. If players work hard to cultivate a character and just die, they'd be mad. How will you earn money? Only Blizzard's Diablo dared to set such a difficult mode. And only a small number of players who like to play extreme challenges touch it, but most players will not do such a thing. In any case, the resurrection limit in the game is very small. But it's different in the real world. Resurrection is a bug in the real world. It violates the way of the heavens and ethics and destroys the law of survival of the fittest in nature. It should not be a spell that mortals are capable of mastering. Therefore, in Fengma continent, only a very small number of powerful men know the art of resurrection. In short, in the Church of Darkness or Light, only the Pope and a few cardinals can use it. Moreover, before they can use resurrection, they must prepare many magical items and sacrifices and pray piously to heaven. After using the resurrection once, even the power of the Pope will be exhausted, and it will take a long time for him to rest and recuperate before it can be used a second time. You must be infinitely close to God before using it? Rob shook his head. That's too difficult. As he spoke, he waved, and a golden beam suddenly shot through the clouds and shot down vertically from the sky, shining on the corpse of the necromancer like a spotlight on the stage. The pillar of light appeared. Ordinary people did not know what it meant, but Bishop Elsie was so surprised that without even thinking about it, he knelt on one knee, put his hands together on his chest, raised his head, and looked at the top of the pillar with pious eyes. His strange move stunned the Templar Knights next to him. Why did the bishop suddenly kneel like this? Well, doesn't matter. Since the bishop is on his knees, we should kneel along. The 300 Templar Knights all knelt with a crash. The ordinary townspeople next to them were startled. What's going on? Could it be that something great is coming out of this pillar of light? All people's eyes were attracted for a moment, and they looked at the sky together. A small hole appeared at the top of the pillar of light, where it touched the clouds, and a white-clad angel with white wings flew down from the hole. Angel! Oh, my God, it's an angel! This is the first time I have seen an angel. Kneel, quickly kneel. At this time, even the townspeople turned to kneel. Rob was amused to see these guys' faces. What is there to kneel? This is the 3D animation effect of resurrection in the game. Why kneel? The angel waved its wings, and countless white feathers fell down the pillar of light, scattering on the necromancer's body. The necromancer's body, which had been cut in half, suddenly glued together, and then he rubbed his head, turned over, and sat up, bathed in the golden light and angel feathers spiraling around him. He said with a confused look on his face, "What happened?" "Master, you are alive." A priest of the Church of Darkness cried ecstatically, "You are alive." "Wah! I'm alive?" "Yes, you have been resurrected by a resurrection spell." "Who brought me back?" "Oh, my God!" The necromancer looked left and right and saw that everyone was looking at Rob, the expression on his face surprised and confused. The necromancer knew who had saved him. Bishop Elsie looked at Rob with admiration and fear, while Little E and the two little nuns of the Church of Light were so surprised that they could not close their O-shaped mouths. Resurrection, which can only be used by someone infinitely close to God, on Fengma continent, was used by Rob, which was undoubtedly subversive and shocking. It was eerily quiet. Only falling needles could be heard. No one dared to speak, not even to breathe. The whole picture was frozen. Only the angel in the sky was still throwing feathers down. The eerie silence lasted a minute. Then finally, someone made a sound. It was the two little nuns dressed in black, A necromancer of the Church of Darkness was resurrected by holy magic? What? The words awakened the dreamer, and the newly resurrected necromancer looked up at the angel in white who threw feathers at him in the sky and could not help saying, "Why? Why is this so? Mr. Rob, I thank you for saving my life, but as a proud necromancer and a devout believer of the God of Darkness, I cannot accept such a result. I don't want to be saved by the light." With that, the man jumped up with a brush, rushed out, and crashed onto the town wall. He hit the wall very firmly. His blood stained the town wall, and his body slowly fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Everyone. Master. The priests of the Church of Darkness and the two little nuns burst into tears again. F***K. Rob was confused. Was he crazy? I brought you up, yet you want to die again? It's not so easy if you want to die. With another wave of Rob's hand, another golden pillar of light shrouded the necromancer's body, and the angel began to throw bird feathers from the sky again. The necromancer scrubbed the floor and sat up again. Audience. Even for those who are infinitely close to God, it is only possible to use the unnatural magic of resurrection once and rest for a long time to use it a second time. How can there be someone like Rob who can just wave his hand and do it twice? The onlookers felt they didn't know how to speak, so they could only watch quietly. After sitting up, the necromancer looked up at the angel in the sky. His face darkened, and he said, "Thank you, Mr. Rob, but I'm a necromancer, so even if I die and jump off the town wall, I will not be saved by the light." With that, he brushed the floor and jumped off the town wall. He fell head first, and, he died again. Rob poked his head out of the town wall and looked at the body of the necromancer below. This is too embarrassing. How can you be so stubborn? Master. The priests and the nuns dressed in black began to cry again. Why are you crying? Rob said, can't you see that he is dying of his own volition? This kind of teasing is worse than being killed forcefully. You shouldn't cry, just laugh. The people from the Church of Light could not help laughing. Although there were only 32 people from the Church of Darkness, under such circumstances, one of them stared without showing weakness and said angrily, "How dare you laugh? If it wasn't for your angel, how would Master die repeatedly?" The priests of the Church of Light continued to laugh. He was already dead. If it were not for our angel, he wouldn't even have the chance to die twice. The people from the Church of Darkness were rendered speechless. Seeing the pitiful group, Rob sighed, "Forget it. Since I saved him twice, I'll just save him to the end." He shrugged and said, "Just now, I also blamed myself for using the wrong resurrection spell to resurrect a necromancer. It was really thoughtless. Well, I can always switch to dark resurrection." The crowd was a tad confused by his words. Then, Rob waved his hand, and another pillar of light fell from the sky, shining on the necromancer's body like a spotlight on the stage. However, this time the pillar of light was not gold but black. Black air lingered in the pillar of light, and the clouds in the sky darkened. After a moment, the black clouds separated, and an angel in a black robe with a pair of black wings appeared in the middle. Fallen angel. Is that a fallen angel? Oh, my God, this is the first time I've seen a fallen angel. All the people from the Church of Darkness fell to their knees. Black feathers fell along the pillar of light and spiraled on the necromancer's corpse. After a few seconds, the necromancer's broken body returned to normal, and he sat up with a brush. Startled and confused. Why am I alive again? The necromancer screamed, "No, I don't want to be resurrected by light resurrection. I want to die." He jumped up and tried to hit the wall again. Several priests and nuns from the Church of Darkness shouted in unison, "Master, don't look up at the sky. Look at the sky." The necromancer looked up at the sky and said, "Oh, my mother, fallen angel. Wasn't it an angel with white wings? How did it turn into a fallen angel? The feathers around me also turned black. He knelt to the fallen angel with a splash. Rob said angrily, "You won't kill yourself now, will you? You are simply ungrateful. I have resurrected you 3 times. You owe me a lot. If you don't help me carry 100,000 bricks, I won't forgive you easily." The necromancer looked blankly at the fallen angel in the sky and then at Rob. "Yes. Did you save me? You. How can you invite a fallen angel to bring me back to life?" "Cut the crap and get down to business," Rob said. The farce was finally over. Rob could finally sit down and talk with the Church of Darkness. The 32 people sat in a row in front of Rob, eating fruits, while the 300 Templars looked at them with evil eyes, but with Rob sitting here, the Templars dared not move rashly. They now understood that Rob's position in this war was absolutely neutral. He is not partial to either side. He will help either side. He is such a strange guy. According to him, this is called humanitarianism, but in everyone's opinion, this guy's real purpose is definitely not that simple. Rob looked closely at the 32 Church of Darkness members, a necromancer, 2 priests, 2 little nuns, 2 mage apprentices, and then a group of low-ranking believers, people who do odd jobs, entourage, and so on. "Well, let's talk about your lives now," Rob said with a smile. "As you have heard, I promised the guerrillas from East Grand not to let you out in exchange for him not attacking my town. Fortunately, he agreed to my terms because he was a reasonable man. So, you should also be reasonable and don't think about going out to make a mess for me again." Everyone thought, White Moon is reasonable, my ass. He was obviously driven back by Bishop Elsie together with the Templar Knights, and Bishop Elsie was, of course, forced to do so by you. The necromancer immediately said, "Yes, we're only alive thanks to Mr. Rob's kindness. We can only stay here in Westwind Town." He glanced at the Templar Knights nearby and whispered to Rob, "The living environment here is a little bad." "Don't worry," Rob said with a smile. "They will only stare at you and scowl, not hit you. Bishop Elsie will certainly guarantee that." Bishop Elsie immediately said, "Yes, I promise." Rob said to the necromancer, "See, he said he promises. Therefore, you must do the same. Otherwise, I'll have to call someone over to the ceiling fan." As soon as he heard the word ceiling fan, the faces of everyone changed. The necromancer's face also had a big. It turned out that he had already heard what the ceiling fan was from number 42. Number 42 has repeatedly stressed to all his colleagues the phrase, "Don't be hung by Rob on the ceiling fan," which has spread all over the Church of Darkness members. The necromancer took it as a warning, and he quickly replied, "Of course, we won't look for trouble. There are only 32 of us. In any case, it is impossible for us to take the initiative to attack 300 people. Just don't look for trouble." "Well, also," the necromancer said awkwardly, "Mr. Rob, since we can no longer leave this town, we have to solve the problems of food, clothing, and shelter. Do you have any opinions about this?" Rob said with a smile, "You are not refugees. You were chased here. Each of you has horses and must have brought money. You don't need my assistance much. If you take out your money and sell your horses, won't you be able to raise a lot of money? Use this money to ask the townspeople to build you a chapel. I think it should be next to my chapel, and then open some land for cultivation next to your chapel so you can have a good life." Rob's words were completely unexpected. The 2 dark priests behind the necromancer almost jumped on the spot. "What? You'll allow us to build a church?" Rob said, "Yes. This, it's allowed?" The dark priest could not believe his ears. And from the Templar Knights, 2 light priests jumped up and said, "What are you trying to do, Mr. Rob?" "As I said," Rob said solemnly, "there is already Chapel of Light in Westwind Town, but there is no Chapel or Church of Darkness. The townspeople only have the option of choosing God of Light. Isn't that very painful? They should be allowed to choose the God of Darkness. We should fully respect the freedom of religion of every townsman. "Oh, my God, what a—" The priest wanted to speak, but he was kicked to the ground by Bishop Elsie, who forbade him to speak indiscriminately. Rob thought that little E would also jump out against it, but he did not expect that little E was contemplating and was not in the mood to quarrel with him. The necromancer saluted Rob heavily. "We thank Mr. Rob for allowing us to build a chapel, so as you said, we will sell our horses and raise money. Then, we'll ask the townspeople to help us build the Chapel of Darkness." Now that that's settled. The masons and blacksmiths jumped out on the spot. A group of carpenters also gathered around and offered to do the work. Even the mayor leaned over and asked the necromancer with a smile, "Do you want to connect your new chapel to my tap water system?" Westwind Town, inspired by capitalist ideas, made everyone like merchants. It didn't take them long to make a deal with the necromancer. The two sides happily discussed the address, scale, quantity, and construction period of the building process. Of course, Rob didn't bother to take care of all this rubbish. Seeing the Church of Darkness people asking the townspeople who wanted to buy horses, Rob smiled and said, "Lillian, take some money and buy some horses, so we can return." Lillian's eyes gleamed with doubt. "Master, you want to ride a horse?" Although she didn't say it clearly, Rob could see what she was trying to say. "How can you ride a horse when you are so lazy?" "I don't believe you." "Of course, I won't ride the horse." Rob smiled, "But I'd be happy to go around in a big carriage and sit still." Lillian. Little E, huh? The road's bumpy, so carriages will feel uncomfortable. I don't think you'd want to ride a carriage. It turns out that the technology of this age is still far behind. Wheels are made of wood, and there is no flat concrete floor. If the carriage moves, it will keep rocking, and the people sitting inside will even hurt their backsides. How could a person like Rob be willing to sit there? Rob smiled and said, "I have a way to make the carriage jolt less." Little E asked, "Wind magic?" "No." Rob said with a smile, "Don't solve everything with magic. Magic has no soul." Little E grunted, "Just say you're too lazy to use magic every time." "All right." Rob smiled. "Being lazy is also a reason, but the real reason is that you can also use manpower instead of magic. Always thinking about using manpower is wrong. Take, for example, to make the carriage run smoothly, we just need natural rubber. Shuelu has been in the mountains looking for natural rubber for more than 10 days now, so she should be back soon." Construction of the Chapel of Darkness began, and not far from Rob's Chapel of Light, Rob sat on a stone stool in the yard and could see the booming construction on the construction site next to him. At this age, you don't have to buy land. You can find a piece of empty land and mess around if you want it. The dark priest circled a very large piece of land and planned a magnificent chapel. A large group of townspeople was invited to help build there, and the progress was very fast. Little E sat down next to Rob, glanced at the construction site next to him, and whispered, "We should also expand the size of the chapel. According to their construction blueprints, it will be much more beautiful than ours. The people will be more attracted to their chapel." Rob was happy. "You don't object to me letting them build a chapel, but you're obsessing about the size of our chapel? You are becoming more and more different." Little E was unable to laugh or cry. "Yes, I have been spoiled by you. I am no longer the nun who is pious to the God of Light, but isn't that what you wanted to see? From the first day I set foot in Westwind Town, you tried to influence me with your bad theories, and now you are on the verge of success. That's good." Rob said with a smile, "When I succeed, you will have been changed from a cold, religious stick to a lovely girl. I sincerely look forward to that day as soon as possible." Tisk. Little E snorted coldly and then said, "You didn't allow them to build a chapel just for a superficial purpose, did you? According to my observation of you for such a long time, you don't like clergy who can't produce anything, and because you have such a strong and abnormal combat strength, you don't like professional soldiers either. It feels like they all come to Westwind Town to eat for nothing. You must have another purpose in keeping these 32 people in town." Bingo. Rob smiled and said, "That's the right answer. You've been following me for a long time, so your mind is beginning to turn for the better." He smiled and pointed at the busy people. "I let them come in and build a chapel for the sake of more population." "Are 32 people useful?" Little E asked. "You know, I'm not just looking at these 32 people," Rob said with a smile. "It's just a gesture, and it's for everyone in West Gran, including Her Royal Highness." "Oh no, she should be called Her Majesty now." Rob continued, "Although Westwind Town is independent, it is an isolated land wrapped in the middle of West Gran's territory. Since I first appeared as a priest of light, this town closed the door to the whole of West Gran from the very beginning. No one dared to have anything to do with our town except the people of White Birch Town and Stone Canyon, who fled here, and a small number of merchants. They're afraid of getting into trouble with the Church of Darkness." At this point, Little E thoroughly understood what Rob meant and said, "So you have to let them know that Westwind Town is open to all and that people of any faith can come here. After it is made clear, there will be immigrants." "Exactly," Rob said, "so now, let's just wait and see." More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lillian sewed some thicker clothes for Rob so that he could sit warmly on his beloved stone stool, while Little E, who was determined to defend her poverty, could not bear the cold weather, was forced to apply to the chapel, Rob, for a thicker nun dress. Of course, Rob would not mistreat the sister. He took out a sum of money and ordered a new nun dress for Little E, fit from autumn to winter. Oh, right, there are also the 2 little nuns who often come to the chapel. Like Little E, they also defend their abject poverty to death. They used to rely on the Church of Light to support them, but now they have no one to take care of them, and they can't save money. Rob also prepared thick clothes for them and asked Little E to deliver them. The 2 little nuns smiled sweetly at Rob but dared not get too close to him when they thought that Rob might play his harp and charm them to his bed. Holding the thick clothes they had just gotten, they walked back towards the chapel. Rob smiled and said, "Doesn't it feel bad just to wear a nun's dress? Shall I give each of you a pair of white stockings?" "Huh? Is that all right?" The 2 little nuns were overjoyed, but half a second later, the 2 women reacted simultaneously, shook their heads, and said, "We can't wear that." Rob smiled and said, "Well, just forget it." The faces of the 2 little nuns showed regret at the same time, but they didn't take back words, firmly defending their proud little self-esteem, and went into Little Ye's room to change into thicker clothes. Rob sighed, "It's a pity they won't come out in stockings to show me." After a while, 2 little nuns came out in their new clothes. Their new nun dress is made of fine cotton cloth, thick, warm and beautiful in style. The 2 little nuns were already young and beautiful before, but they looked a bit cuter after putting on the new clothes. They turned around in front of Rob and said with a smile, "Thank you, Father, for the new clothes." "Of course," Rob said with a smile, "you often come to help me clean up, sell salt, sell sugar, and so on, yet never get paid. It's only right for me to give you some benefits." The 2 little nuns smiled and said nothing. Just then, all 3 heard a noise. When they turned around, they saw 2 little nuns in black nun skirts standing by the fence of the construction site next door, looking their way. Rob knew that the 2 nuns were forced into Westwind Town by White Moon's guerrillas. Over the past 10 days, he also learned a lot about the believers of the God of Darkness who had fled into the town. He knew that the 2 nuns had joined the Church of Darkness since childhood and had grown up there. They were only 16 or 17 years old this year. Their situation was very similar to that of the 2 light nuns. They stood by the fence, looking with envy at the new clothes worn by the 2 light nuns. However, when they found the 2 light nuns turning their heads, the 2 dark nuns immediately raised their faces, hummed to the light nuns, and turned their heads away. "Yo!" The 2 light nuns were happy. "What are you looking at, villains on the dark side? Do you envy us since he sends new clothes to us nuns? Come here. If you have the ability, come here. Don't talk nonsense there." It's not that we don't have any clothes. It's just that all the money we have was spent on building the chapel. When the merchants, Gugu and Gigi, come, we'll get help. The two dark nuns puffed up their cheeks and wrinkled their noses. Besides, the wealth of your Church of Light was obtained through deceiving the common people. Our high priest said that you pretend to be good people, so you are rich. Although we in the Dark Vatican are poor, we do not steal nor deceive people. You guys only rob, right? You guys rob. You rob things and burn people to death. After you kill people, you turn them into zombies or skeletons. After you burn people to death, you expose their bodies publicly. After you turn people into zombies, you use them to fight. You burned a whole village. You turned a whole village into zombies. All of a sudden, they were all spitting out each other's dark history. Many bad things were done by the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. Rob sweated coldly. Both sides were too bad for him to understand. Rob was so sick of this that he wanted to arrest all 4 little girls and spank them. Then, the 2 dark nuns began to talk about themselves. We often help lonely and needy old people do housework. Well, we often help the disabled do things, too. We send winter clothes to the poor but can't even wear them ourselves. We deliver food to the poor but don't have anything to eat. We also pay for the construction of roads and bridges for the common people. What a coincidence. Our Templar Knights are building a bypass in Westwind Town. Both sides boasted themselves up, and all they said was what they had done. Hearing them, Rob smiled. Not bad, not bad. Both sides are good. But still. Damn. Rob jumped up from his stone stool with a brush. Shut up. The 4 nuns turned to look at him at the same time, blinking, not knowing what Rob was going to say. Rob said angrily, haven't you noticed that you guys have been quarreling for a long time? The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness both have their own advantages and disadvantages. There's the good and the bad. Kind at the lower ranks, corrupt at the higher ranks. Think about it yourselves, 8 tails for half a kilo. The 4 nuns had thoughtful looks on their faces. Rob thought to himself, it seems they understood. As soon as he thought of it, the 4 raised their heads at the same time and asked foolishly, what do you mean? Pop. Rob fell back onto the stone stool. When you were thinking, there's not much to choose between the 2. Yes. Can't you get to the point? We have gotten the gist of it, but if we don't understand your words, we won't be able to understand what you're saying. Rob. Just then, a cold wind blew suddenly. The 2 light nuns who now had thick new nun skirts were unwavering, but the 2 dark nuns were timid, hugged themselves with their hands, and huddled together. After a few seconds, the wind stopped, and then they straightened up again. The 2 light nuns happily said, "Ha! You dark villains will freeze to death." Just then, little E came out of the chapel and knocked the 2 on their foreheads. What nonsense! How can you curse people to die? Are you still followers of the God of Light? She lectured the 2 little nuns and turned to Rob and said, Father Rob, can I ask you for 2 more sets of thick clothes to give to those 2 little girls who are suffering from the cold? Rob smiled, this time with a really big smile, of course. The 2 light nuns were stunned on the spot. Sister E, you. Why are you speaking for the dark nuns? Little E turned to the 2 nuns and said earnestly, in my eyes, they are not heretics or evil people but priests like us. We only believe in different gods. Since they encountered difficulties and suffered from the cold, as a devout follower of Baldr, the God of Light who loves all, I am willing to love them and provide them with selfless help. This is my answer after thinking hard these past few days. Claps. Rob applauded. Since he had known little E before. The little E now is the most beautiful for him. This is the heart that a real priest should have. He gave a thumbs up to little E. I think you are beginning to vaguely find the right path. Maybe one day the Church of Light will shine in your hands. Lillian smiled, brought 2 sets of black clothes, and gave them to the two dark nuns who were in a state of ignorance. They couldn't figure out why a nun from the Church of Light gave them clothes. The two little nuns could not help saying, "If we accept these, won't we be suspected of apostasy?" Rob smiled and said, "So you mean that only if I call a fallen angel down to give you the clothes will you keep them? You'll force me to waste my magic, so you can accept it? Is that how your god of darkness teaches you in the face of goodwill?" Two dark nuns. Rob said with a smile, "Come on, tell me, how did the god of darkness teach you to get along with others?" The two dark nuns looked at each other and then whispered the dark Bible together. "We are hidden in secret darkness, willing to act as the backbone of the world, setting off the prosperity and brilliance of others. If anyone deceives me and humiliates me, let him see the ruthlessness of the night. If anyone knows me, understands me, and treats me gently, I should come out of the shadows and return the same kindness. Let him know that there is warmth in the night." "Geez, this dark Bible sounds good, too." Rob said with a smile, "What about the side of the Church of Light? What is the corresponding chapter from the Bible of Light?" Little E and the two light nuns recited, "Treat others how you want them to treat you. For as you judge, you will be judged. Whatever criteria you place on others, they will also be placed on you." Rob said, "Half catty 8 tails. So, what does half catty 8 tails mean?" Rob hummed, "I won't bother to explain. Think for yourselves." Seeing the two dark nuns holding the clothes, Rob smiled and said, "Hey. If you don't return and put on those clothes, do you believe me when I say I'll use ice magic and make you guys cry?" Startled again, the two dark nuns ran away and entered a small tent where they had been temporarily stationed these past few days. After a while, the two little nuns came out wearing the new clothes. They finally aren't cold. Little girls of their age, their mood changes quickly. When they are happy, their little faces turn pink and cute. Rob looked at their legs maliciously. The thick skirt they had just put on only reached their ankles, but they swung the edges of their skirts as they walked and turned, occasionally showing their calves. Rob couldn't help laughing and said, "You like black very much, don't you?" "Of course. Rob is like a bad uncle deceiving a little girl into eating some candy. You must like the black stockings, too." "Why? Do you have any black stockings? I haven't seen them before." Come. I'll show you right away." Rob called, "Lillian, go to the factory and get 2 black stockings." With that, he also buffed Lillian. With the green buff aura, Lillian ran hundreds of meters in a flash, went into the stockings factory, came out instantly, and returned to where she was, which was simply crazy. 2 pairs of black stockings were thus placed into the hands of the dark nuns. Rob said solemnly, "This thing is used to keep your legs warm. When you wear this, and your skirt swings, your legs won't feel cold." Is that so?" The 2 dark nuns were confused about the situation, so they really went back to the tent and put on the black stockings, and came out again. The little girls had wanted to try something new. They tried to spin a little, and the edge of their skirt swung slightly. Their beautiful leg, which was tightly accentuated by the black silk stockings, revealed something slightly, which Rob peeked at. The 2 dark nuns clapped their hands and smiled, and said, "This is great. The wind swept through our calves, but it wasn't as cold as before. Hee, it's certainly a good thing." Rob quickly dabbed his saliva. "See, I didn't lie to you. Isn't it warm? You should always wear it in the future." The 2 dark nuns nodded together. The 2 light nuns grabbed little Ye's arm and shook it vigorously. "Sister. Why can they put on those socks so naturally yet have to act coy and embarrassed to wear them?" Little E said awkwardly, "Well. It's because I'm personally embarrassed. I didn't ask you to act like me." "Huh? Is it just your personal stuff?" The 2 little nuns screamed, "We thought there was something shameful, so we didn't dare to wear it. The reason it happened is surprisingly so boring." The 2 jumped to Rob's side with a brush, grabbing his arm from left to right and shaking it vigorously. "We want it, too, white. The pure white one. It's 1 gold coin. It's very expensive." Rob frightened the 2 little nuns with a few words. But he immediately continued, "As long as you promise to show me after you wear it, I don't mind the loss." 2 little light nuns, wearing blue skirts and white stockings. 2 little dark nuns, wearing black skirts and black stockings. This scene is very pleasing to the eye. Rob looked left and right and felt quite satisfied with his life. However, the 4 girls were good-looking, and in the twinkling of an eye, they went over the fence and spit words at each other. Rob stipulated that the 2 churches were not allowed to fight in town, but it didn't say they weren't allowed to spit words. The 4 nuns seized the loophole and had a pleasant war of words. Rob stayed out and pretended not to see them. Lillian got into the kitchen and soon fried a lot of potato chips for Rob. Rob waved to the 4 little nuns who were spitting at each other. "Hey! Come and eat Lay's potato chips." The 2 light nuns immediately jumped over. One of them grabbed a handful of potato chips and began to eat them. But the dark nuns haven't been to Westwind Town for long, so they were not very clear about Rob's temperament and dared to eat Rob's food casually. They stood opposite the fence and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Is that made of potatoes?" they looked curiously. "What's so rare about potatoes? Even if we have to jump off a cliff and die, we won't eat the potatoes of the Church of Light." Rob forcibly grabbed one and stuffed it into their mouths a few minutes later. The 2 dark nuns had a handful of potato chips and went, "How fragrant." At this time, the necromancer came and stood behind the 2 dark nuns. When the 2 nuns looked, they were startled. "Oh, master." The first thing on their mind was to throw away the potato chips in their hands, but they froze since they were unwilling to throw away such delicious food. Unexpectedly, the necromancer did not blame them, and there was a kind smile on his skinny face. "It doesn't matter, eat. Even Her Majesty likes to eat the snacks invented by Mr. Rob. I have no reason to blame you." The 2 dark nuns looked confused and said, "Huh? Even Her Majesty eats food given by a priest of the Church of Light? She hates the Church of Light." "Yes." The necromancer said leisurely, "No one hates the Church of Light more than Her Majesty, but Her Majesty will not reject an invention from Father Rob. I really feel ashamed when I killed myself when resurrected a few days ago. I didn't really have to. 16 years ago, I was a devout believer in the Church of Light." Ha ha ha. There was an unspeakable desolation in his last ha ha ha. Rob asked, "Are you also an old minister who protected the princess for 16 years? "Yes." The necromancer immediately looked respectfully at Rob. "I am number 8. "Why do you all use numbers and not names?" asked Rob. The necromancer said earnestly, "We swore that we would not use our own names before killing Mondra and overthrowing the Church of Light so as not to shame our family. Don't look at me like this. 16 years ago, I was a noble of the famous kingdom of Gran. Rob, it may be easy to kill Mondra, but it is not easy to overthrow the Church of Light. I am afraid your names will not be used for the rest of your life." The necromancer made an ugly smile and said, "Then we might as well not recover it. Only after studying the Dark Bible did I realize that the world's greatest thing is darkness. It is extremely powerful, but it never shows off. It always endures loneliness in silence and is willing to act as a shadow. If I want to be the shadow of Her Majesty, it will be to support her all the time. What's the use of a name?" At this point, he belittled the Church of Light. "If you only see the light, how can you see the greatness of darkness?" Rob said angrily, "It's enough for you to say you are good. But why do you have to play down the light? I'm telling you, don't quarrel again." As soon as he spoke, the little nuns on both sides began to spit words again. Just then, 3 familiar figures came down the hillside, led by a man covered in steel armor, and it was Gorda, who was carrying a huge package almost as big as him. The red-haired Shualu walked in second. Her graceful figure and long, straight legs made Rob feel better instantly. Gorda waved to Rob from a distance. "Mr. Rob, we're back." Rob smiled and replied, "Is the job done?" "Yes." Golda laughed and said, "As you see, my back has a big bag of natural rubber." Rob smiled. "The mayor wants this thing just to make a faucet. It shouldn't use much, right?" "Yes. However, my intuition tells me that there is nothing wrong with bringing back more of this thing," Gorda said. Rob gave him a thumbs up. "Your instincts were right. I happen to need a lot of this stuff. The natural rubber that the mayor won't use will be mine." Shualu floated to Rob and said, "Are you going to make some strange invention again?" Rob said with a smile, "It's a great invention. It's a good thing that keeps me lazy and helps me move around." Little E couldn't help complaining inside, "Why is it so uncomfortable to hear that he can move while being lazy?" "Humph." Rob said, "Little E, go and call the carpenter and ask him to bring everything I told him to prepare." Little E shook her head and went despite the doubts on her face. After a while, the carpenters from White Birch Town came and brought something. It was a small wooden chair with two big wheels, a wheelchair. Of course, it was designed by Rob and given to the carpenters. He pointed to the wheelchair and laughed and said, "Look, this is the magical object that moves even when I'm lazy." Little E looked disgusted and said, "Such a laziness-focused invention. It makes me angry." Gorda said, "Won't this thing be very bumpy? If you sit for a long time, your ass will blossom." Shualu gave him an elbow on the waist and smiled. "That's why Mr. Rob said he wanted natural rubber." "Oh?" Golda suddenly realized, but he immediately shook his head and said, "Natural rubber is not strong enough. It will break apart quick if used to wrap a tire." "That's right." Rob smiled and said, "Gorda, you're pretty smart. Natural rubber is not good, but as long as it is turned into real rubber, there will be no problem. People in this world have never seen real rubber, so no one can imagine what Rob is talking about." Rob, of course, didn't bother to explain. He asked Gorda to take out the natural rubber and put it on the ground. Lillian was asked to take out the sulfur and carbon black that had been prepared, which were already widely used in the world, so it was easy for him to say hello to the traveling merchant and buy a lot of them. Rob uses, engineer, skills. Choose materials, natural rubber, sulfur, carbon black. Synthesis. Item obtained, rubber. When the onlookers saw him put these three things on the ground, they couldn't help being a little confused about what he would do. But as soon as Rob raised his hand, the three things on the ground merged together and finally became a dark, strange colloid of some kind. Magicians are curious about the unknown, so Shualu was the first to take the rubber and tap it first. It felt soft and flexible, but at the same time, with a sense of toughness and durability. She tried to bend it with her hand and saw that it bent, but as soon as she let go, it bounced back. "Huh. This thing is kind of interesting." Shualu said, "There is strength, but also elasticity. If this thing is used to wrap the tire, it may really work." Rob said with a smile, "It's inevitable." "All right, don't say nonsense, carpenters. Take out the mold I asked you to prepare in advance." The carpenters had long been instructed by Rob to make a rubber tire mold, which was made according to the size of the wooden wheels of the wheelchair. Rob heated the rubber and put it into the mold, and after a while, the cooling was finished. The carpenters took it out of the mold, turning it into a beautiful rubber ring. Of course, the rubber ring made by this very primitive method is a lot worse than the rubber rings made by an industrial assembly line, but Rob did not expect it to be better in the first place. All is fine as long as he is able to use it. The carpenters worked together, and the two wooden wheels were soon wrapped in the rubber, and the beautiful wheelchair was completed. A carpenter sat on the wheelchair to do the experiment. He pushed the wheel with his hand, and the wheelchair slid forward. He couldn't help shouting excitedly, "Oh, this wheelchair is not bumpy at all. It's steady." "Is that so? I'll try it, too." Another carpenter rode and moved a few steps in the wheelchair. overjoyed, "I have never been on such a smooth ride." In the same way, make rubber rings for the carriage's wheels so that the carriage can run smoothly. The carpenters were so happy that they could make wheels for a carriage again. Gorda, Shualu, Little E, the little nuns, and even the necromancer all came to try the wheelchair as if they were watching a western show, and then their faces showed a look of surprise. "This thing is unexpectedly smooth and steady." Ha ha ha. Rob couldn't help laughing. "Now I can move lazily around the town." He slumped into a wheelchair and said to Lillian, "Come, push me around town." Little E, "Hey. Why do you need someone to push you? Just now, everyone who tried the wheelchair moved with their own hands. Why did you ask Lillian to push you?" Rob hummed, "I am a lazy capitalist. I have no feelings, so I like to enslave people to work desperately." Everyone. Lillian said with a smile, "Master is not so bad. I like to stay with my master best. I am very happy to push my master to go shopping." She put her hands on the back of the chair, pushed the wheelchair, and moved slowly out of the chapel. It was difficult to get Rob to get out of the chapel. Every time he came out was because of a war, and whenever there was a threat, so he really seldom saw the usual Westwind Town. He can finally see Westwind Town running normally. Smooth roads were built all over Westwind Town, thanks to the 300 Templar Knights, who built all the main roads in the town, making Rob's wheelchair journey even smoother. "Well, the Templar Knights are doing a good job," Lillian said with a smile. "Yes, Master, the Templar Knights have a good reputation in the town. Everyone says they are good people and are great knights." Rob couldn't help laughing. "That's right. That's what the clergy do. That's what makes them look good." Lillian whispered, "They were forced to do it by Master. If you hadn't been here, they wouldn't have done so obediently for the people." "I know a lot now." Rob gave her a thumbs up. While the two were talking, 3 middle-aged women came from the front not so far away, laughing and chatting as they walked. The townswomen spoke loudly and could be heard from a distance. "This month I have knitted 27 pairs of stockings. I only need another 13 pairs to complete my task. The factory director said I did a good job and gave me a bonus." "Oh, you are that good?" "I've only knitted 19 pairs. If it goes on like this, I'm going to have money deducted this month. I have to hurry up later." The third female worker said with a smile, "I have knitted 30 pairs this month, and I am the best. My husband also got a high reputation in the spider breeding department. Ha ha ha, my family's salary will be very high this month." The other 2 female workers said admiringly, "How envious it is that you both work in the factory. My husband couldn't get into the factory, so now he could only dig in the mine to earn hard money." "Don't worry." The third female worker said, "My husband told me top secret news from the spider breeding department. The old hunter is breeding 2 big spiders. Soon a new batch of small spiders will be born. At that time, the factory will certainly have to expand its members. You must hurry to get your husbands ready and squeeze in first." "Huh." The previous 2 women were surprised. "Aren't the 4 big spiders female? How do they breed?" The third female worker said with a smile, "The factory director took out a sum of money and asked Mr. Gorda's party to catch another big spider, a male spider. I heard the breeding was very smooth, and a new batch of little spiders will be born soon. So that's how it is." The previous 2 women were overjoyed. "The factory is going to have another recruitment. That's great. Let's talk about it to our husbands tonight." As the 3 women spoke, they saw Lillian pushing Rob over. They were so surprised that they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Rob waved to them, "Hello, comrades." He thought he would get a "Hello, father" back, but the 3 women froze and said angrily, "Why are there fakes pretending to be father? Our beloved father won't go shopping." "Huh. I'm real," Rob said. "That's a lie." 3 middle-aged women stooped to pick up stones by the side of the road, threw them at Rob, and shouted, "Somebody! Some illusionists, such as Father and Lillian, have come out to deceive people. What? What bastard dares to pretend to be Father? A nearby house opened the door, and a hunter rushed out with a bow. I'll hack him to death. Another blacksmith jumped out of the other room with a hammer in his hand. Rob hurriedly said to them, "Hold on, everyone. I'm your real father." Lillian also said, "It's true." Liar. The stones of the three women were thrown head-on at Rob, the hunter's arrow flew over, and the blacksmith's sledgehammer attacked. And then... Miss. Everyone's attack failed. The women, the hunter, and the blacksmith froze and, at the same time, breathed a sigh of relief. It's true. The group of people all knelt down. "Father, we're sorry. We didn't mean to attack you. We just wanted to attack imposters." Lillian said angrily, "Are you kidding me? Do you come over and beat up your master to determine whether he is real or fake?" The women, the hunter, and the blacksmith said together, "If there is no war and no merchants and you see Father walking out shopping, wouldn't you think he was a fake?" Lillian thought carefully, That's true, too." Everyone said, "And if he's the real Father, you won't have to be afraid of hitting him anyway since you can't hit. If it's a fake, he deserves the pain." Lillian thought carefully, "You have a good point, Rob. So, the way to determine whether I am real or fake is to beat me up. Forget it. The townspeople are also kind-hearted." Rob waved and said, "Get up. I don't blame you. In fact, I very much agree with your firm fight against fakes and hope you continue to do so in the future. Once someone is suspected of impersonating me, you have to rush bravely to fight. You can't let the young people pretend to be me to get free food and drinks. Praise Father." The townspeople saluted and went back to do their own things. Lillian continued to push Rob around the town, but someone would jump out every few steps, thinking he was a fake. Rob could not count how many times he had been attacked. He couldn't help but sigh. Should we take care of law and order in Westwind Town? It doesn't seem to be necessary, Lillian said. Law and order are very good as long as Master doesn't go out. Rob. As soon as the two talked about this, they heard another townsman shout, "Where did this fake come from? Children, bite him." A townsman rushed over with a flock of geese. Rob saw this and thought, "Damn. Even animals are being used? Wait, geese?" He glanced at his wheelchair. He suddenly felt like Zhuge Liang. He looked at the geese rushing over and could not help but be overjoyed. "Well done. Ha ha ha, come over." 10 minutes later, several plucked geese stood by pitifully. With a newly made goose feather fan in her hand, Rob pretended to fan the wind and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Lillian, push the Prime Minister home." "Master, what does Prime Minister mean?" "It means I'm handsome." "Oh, I see. The Master really looks like a Prime Minister. Why does that sound strange?" After a turn of laughter, Lillian pushed Rob back to the chapel, and as soon as he arrived, he heard a cheer at the construction site next door where the Chapel of Darkness was being built. Rob turned to see that the townspeople were helping to build it. They seemed very happy, jumping and throwing their hats into the sky as if they had picked up the money. Rob couldn't help saying, "Hey, what are you so happy about?" The townspeople looked back and said with a smile, "Father, the necromancer has given us some working money. They gave each of us 10 more silver coins." "Huh?" Rob asked, "Where did he get the money?" The 32 people who fled to Westwind Town were very poor. Only by selling their horses did they manage to raise a lot of money to build the chapel. They could not even afford clothes for the 2 little nuns, so how could they have the money to give them to the townspeople? However, as soon as Rob asked this question, he understood. The townspeople scattered, and 2 people with big beards were in the center, which was Her Majesty's merchants, Gugu and Gigi. Last time, one of them wore black silk stockings, and the other wore white silk stockings. As soon as they appeared before, they blinded Rob's eyes, so he remained blindfolded all the time. But this time, they came in November, and the weather was cold, so the two guys couldn't run around in their stockings and shorts. They put on decent trousers, so even if they wore stockings, he wouldn't see them. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. When they saw Rob, they saluted quickly. "Good day, Mr. Rob." Rob smiled and said, "Yo, did you give financial aid to number 8? The necromancer in Westwind Town is number 8. The two men said, "Yes, Her Majesty knew a few days ago that he was chased into Westwind Town by the guerrillas and specially ordered us to bring a batch of materials to him so that he could carry forward the construction of the Chapel of Darkness in Westwind Town." Rob asked with interest, "Does the Queen know that I don't allow number 8 to leave the town?" The two nodded, "Yes." "Rob, so she's not going to take people out?" The merchant said with a smile, "It is a great joy for us to come into Westwind Town to spread the teachings of the God of Darkness. What reason could there be to withdraw people? The people of Westwind Town need the help of the God of Darkness. May the grace of the God of Darkness spread all over every inch of the world." Rob smiled. He thought that putting their people under house arrest would cause the Queen to send people to take them, but he did not expect that the Queen was really a calm fellow. Instead, she took the opportunity to let the Church of Darkness infiltrate Westwind Town, but that was exactly what Rob expected. After all, Westwind Town is surrounded by people of the Church of Darkness. If this is not settled, increasing the town's population will be difficult. Rob smiled. "Her Majesty is quite a visionary." The two merchants laughed and said, "Of course. The royal heir can't be compared with Mondra's crooked ways of running a country." Rob shrugged. "Why do you always step on each other after self-praise?" The two merchants came to the stone table in front of Rob and sat down. As soon as they sat down, both of them glanced at the big water tower in Rob's house. Rob looked at the two men's eyes and could not help but be happy. "Why? Do you like my tap water system?" The two merchants nodded. "The last time we visited you, we saw that as long as you twist the tap, clear water will come out. We saw it again just now, and it's truly a great invention." It turned out that the Chapel of Darkness under construction had already gotten a pipe connected to the mayor's water tower and was ready to use water. The mayor is also a clever thief. He charges ordinary townspeople at the price of 20 copper coins a month, but for large buildings, such as the Dark Chapel, he charges them at the price of 2 gold coins a month. The reason, of course, is that there are many people living in the chapel, and many people will come to use the public water, so he must charge more. As soon as the reason was out, the necromancer couldn't complain and obediently paid the money. Many townspeople washed their hands and faces at the tap when they finished their work. Just now, when the two merchants arrived weary with dust, the necromancer asked them to wash their faces and wake up. The two merchants naturally felt comfortable with it and came up with their own ideas. "Mr. Rob, can you teach us how to make this thing called tap water?" The two merchants said respectfully, "If we go back and put this in Her Majesty's temporary palace, she will be very happy." Rob smiled and said, "It's not just for the Queen, is it? You must have seen the mayor collecting money from the Chapel of Darkness and smelled the business opportunity to build this thing in Lost City and Bright Road. After the waterworks are built, you can make a lot of money, and then it will become one of Her Majesty's most important sources of military expenditure. I have heard that Her Majesty is implementing tax exemption in many villages and towns for at least 2 or 3 years. If she does not think about how to make money, she is just killing herself." The two merchants embarrassedly said, "Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Rob, and you are right. Her Majesty is not short of military expenditure for the time being, but after 2 or 3 years of tax exemption, there will certainly be a shortage of military expenditure. But even so, we can't stop implementing tax exemption, so we need to find a way to make money nationally. There is no doubt that waterworks are a national income-generating method. This kind of thing can still be done by a mayor of a small village, but in a huge city with a population of hundreds of thousands of people like Bright Road, it is impossible to do it without the presence of the state. This is typical of the money that should be earned by the state. Rob smiled and said, well, let me give you some advice, too. First of all, I have to warn you that it is impossible to rely on one water tower to supply the entire Bright Road. Such a water tower is impossible to implement with current technology. You need to partition the city first. At this point, Rob used the goose feather fan and painted the city on the ground with the fan handle, and then drew several horizontal and vertical lines to cut the city into large pieces. Then he drew a sign saying, Water Tower, in the center of it all and said with a smile, first calculate how many people a water tower can supply, and then divide the city into many districts according to the population, and build a water tower in each district. Each water tower will be managed by a separate team. Rob said with a smile, divide the employees into several categories. One is the management team, which is responsible for managing all the water tower operations. The second is the operation team, which is responsible for pumping and filling the water tower. Third, the maintenance team is responsible for repairing broken pipes and faucets. Fourth is the promotion team. The promotion team will go door to persuade everyone to install water pipes, negotiate fees, and so on. With that, Rob took back the goose feather fan and slowly fanned himself. Do you understand? The two merchants gave Rob a big bow on the spot. Sir, you are a genius. The original vague concept in our minds suddenly became clear when you say this. You are really an unborn genius and a hero. On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, we extend our deepest thanks to you. After going back, we will immediately invest in the construction in Bright Road and Lost City, starting from the rich areas and slowly extending it to the whole city. It's a good deal. I'm flattered. Rob said with a smile, now that you have decided to build a water tower, I have a small proposal. You probably don't know how to build water towers, water pipes, and faucets in Bright Road. However, I have a lot of such talents in Westwind Town. The masons and blacksmiths here all have the skills. I suggest you send a cart and spend a lot of money to hire masons and blacksmiths in Westwind Town to guide your craftsmen to build water towers. The pay cannot be low. After the guidance, send a cart to send them back. The two merchants said with great delight, Mr. Rob has even figured out how to fix our lack of knowledge on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Rob. Rob was secretly happy. These technologies are not so difficult. Sooner or later, you'll figure it out. I'll send someone to send them to Bright Road to make money. The craftsmen will make a lot of money at Bright Road but will use it in Westwind Town. This is called earning foreign exchanges. The two sides shook hands and cheered. When Rob finished talking about their stuff, he asked with a smile, well, now it's time to talk about me. Did you get anything corresponding to the purchase list I gave you last time? The two merchants hurriedly said, you have so many on the list that we won't be able to gather everything for a while. This time, we only got one thing for you. The two men waved, and their entourage delivered a large parcel. They put the parcel in front of Rob and said with a smile, I got it from the seafood merchants in Lost City. It's not much. I can't put any more with such a bag. As he spoke, he opened it. What appeared in front of Rob was a dry, yellow gel-like substance. Rob could not help but rejoice. Not bad. Fish maw. The merchant who sold it to us said that it can only be used by pharmacies in a small amount, but it is useless otherwise. What on earth are you going to use it for, especially with such a big bag of it? Hee, doing what you don't know is better. What's the point of me doing what you all know? Rob has his trademark smile on his face again, the smile he shows every time he invents snacks, the unique smile of a gourmet who has been ahead of primitive people for hundreds of years when he is ready to move. As soon as she saw him smiling like this, Lillian couldn't help leaning over and saying, Master, is there anything delicious again? Little E snorted coldly and moved a few steps his way without hesitation. Shualu simply hooked Rob's neck, squeezed her plump épées on Rob's back, and said, there's something delicious that will come out soon. The two little nuns of light and darkness could not help craning their necks and secretly looked at the situation here as well. Rob grabbed a handful of fish maw in his hand and laughed. What I'm going to do this time is what girls like best. Feel blessed. The several girls were overjoyed. They won't necessarily believe it if others say it. Still, when Rob said this, they believed it unconditionally because he had invented countless delicious snacks, and no one was more reliable than him in saying that something is delicious. Rob heard the sound of someone drooling. He turned his head and said, "Lillian, are you drooling already?" "No, I didn't." Lillian shook her head quickly. "It must have been Shualu." "I didn't." Shualu said with a smile, "It'll make me sound like a little girl who has never seen the world before." "Then, who is it?" Rob looked at Little E with interest. Little E's cold face began to turn red slowly, getting redder and redder, till it finally went all the way to the root of her ear, but she didn't deny it. Hee hee. Rob was happy and wanted to tease her again after seeing her blush. But forget it. He'll be kind and forgive her. "All right, now get ready to go to work." Rob said, "Lillian, go and get me flour, milk, eggs, sugar, and soybean oil. By the way, prepare more bowls and pots that can hold all kinds of materials." Lillian went quickly, and the materials were all over the table after a while. Rob smiled, "I'll make it quickly first, give you a deep taste, and then I'll tell you how to make it. Watch, don't blink." As soon as he grabbed the fish maw and rubbed it with his hands, the fish maw turned into fish maw gelatin. Rob then used his chef skill to choose fish maw gelatin, milk, and sugar. Production initiated. Acquired, cream. Seeing that the bowl was instantly filled with strange brownish yellow things, the girls looked confused and asked, "What is this?" Shualu, the most daring, held out a finger and tried to pick one out of the bowl to taste it, but as soon as she reached out, she was caught by Rob and said with a smile, "Don't steal until the food is completely finished." Shualu playfully stuck out her tongue, "What's the point of that?" 15 seconds later, she added, "You took hold of my hand to stop me from stealing the food, but you didn't let go. You're taking advantage of it, aren't you?" "Huh? Really?" Rob then let go of her hand and put on a serious face, "I have been holding it because I was afraid you would steal it again. This is to protect the delicious food. How can you say that I'm trying to take advantage of you? You're obviously trying to steal food." Everyone squinted together. Only Little E said bluntly, "If a girl wants to steal a snack, can you take advantage of her confidently? If Shualu wants to steal something valuable, will you confidently drag her into a room? That's so crazy." Shualu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Rob hurriedly said, "No, I haven't been single enough nor breathed enough air, do not try to make me take responsibility in this way. No matter what you steal, I will not do so." Shualu, cut. Rob said to Little E, "Look at the look on her face. It's obvious that the hand I grabbed belongs to one willing to get hit and suffer. What are you confused about?" Little E. "Well, it doesn't make sense to talk with this pair of infamous males and females, so Little E remained silent. Pang! The four little nuns next to them suddenly reached out and patted the stone table simultaneously. "Can you get to the point? Obviously, we are making snacks, and everyone is waiting for something delicious. Why are you talking about something else? Hurry up and keep making snacks." After scolding the little nuns, they suddenly discovered that their opposing side nuns had also said the same thing. Oh, my God, how could that be? Light vowed not to go hand in hand with darkness, so the four girls gave another humph and turned their heads away. Ah. That's right. Rob returned to making snacks and said with a smile, "What I just made is called cream, but it's only a semi-finished product. Don't panic. Let's continue." He picked up flour, eggs, sugar, and soybean oil. Production initiated. Acquired, cake. Everyone had some idea of what he had made this time. Shualu asked, is this a piece of bread? Oh, wrong, it looks fluffier than bread. Lillian said, it should be bread since it was made with eggs and sugar, but I usually have to bake it. Why doesn't Master need to bake it and just have to rub his hands? Rob smiled and said, I have divine grace on me. You have to bake this thing when you want to make it. He finally picked up the cake and cream. Production initiated. Acquired, cream cake. Clang. A beautiful cream cake that looked like a birthday cake emerged. The only difference between Rob's cake and modern cake is that the sugar used by Rob is unbleached brown sugar, not white granulated sugar, so the color of the cream is a little brownish. It's not as snow-white as modern cream cake. But even so, it made the girls stare. Shualu, this food looks delicious. Gugu, how can it not be delicious after using so much sugar? Gigi, this thing is too expensive, counting sugar alone. If you sell it, you have to sell it for at least 2 gold coins to recover the costs. As soon as they said so, the cream cake was basically defined as noble food, and ordinary people would never be able to taste it. Although Little E didn't speak, there was the word think written on the left side of her face and eat on her right. The 2 little light nuns were pitiful. We want to steal it, too, but we don't want to be grabbed by the priest. The 2 dark nuns turned to the necromancer and said, Master, will Mr. Rob give it to us? Rob took out a knife and, with a swoosh, sliced the cream cake into 16 pieces and said with a smile, all right, everyone, 1 piece each, tastes it. Rob acquired cream cake. Lu Sun once said, only men refuse cake. Confucius said, women are born for cakes. Lu Sun also said, women have 2 stomachs, one of which is specially used to hold cakes. Confucius said, want to make a woman happy, capture a woman's heart, apologize to a woman, propose to a woman, just give them a cake. Lu Sun also said, I rubbed my mother but didn't say it. Shualu was the first to reach for the cake and shove the novelty into her mouth. It was as if she had been in the art of fixing herself, and then she desperately stuffed the piece of cake into her mouth and reached for the second one. Of course, Rob immediately seized this hand, and this time he said nothing and gently rubbed it in his hand. Don't panic. I'll do it later, don't rush to grab someone else's, he said with a smile. Shualu also wrapped a piece of cake in her mouth and vaguely said, for a moment. Make something bigger. Rob smiled and said, do women really like big ones? Rascal, go to hell. On the other side, Lillian picked up a piece of cake carefully. She didn't move as fast as Shualu but operated slowly. She first licked the cream on the cake, and her face instantly turned into O. O. Then she ate the cake and cream together. Her little face filled with happiness. Little E said coldly, I'm not gluttonous. I just want to see what it tastes like. First of all, I'm not gluttonous. Overeating is one of the 7 deadly sins. I'm a loyal believer in the God of Light. I can't eat a lot. With that, she took a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Later, Little E confessed to the God of Light for a week because he had committed 7 deadly sins of gluttony. After the confession, Rob came up with a new cake flavor. So she confessed for another week. After that confession, Rob came up with one again, so Little E confessed for another week. The 2 light nuns licked their fingers and wanted to eat, but they were afraid that Rob would take the opportunity to grab their hands. It was not until they saw Rob holding Shualu's hand that they seized the opportunity, hurriedly grabbed a piece of cake, and ran. After a while, the sound of sounded behind a tree. Although Rob gave them thick clothes and black stockings, they still put themselves in a not willing to see you position. The 2 dark nuns dared not reach out their hands, but the cake was not only beautiful but also fragrant, and the smell could be smelled from afar. The hands of the 2 little nuns were almost reaching out of their mouths. Their eyes were full of grievances. Then, Rob waved to them, number 8, 2 little nuns, what are you doing there? come and take some." The necromancer numbered 8 respectfully saluted. Sunshine and delicious food do not belong to a necromancer. Rob said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't come and eat, your 2 little nuns will not dare to come here. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your subordinates." The necromancer turned to look at the 2 little nuns who were drooling and cried, "If you want to eat, go and take some. Why are you staring at me?" The 2 dark nuns said pitifully, "Master, we dare not." Number 8 had no choice but to climb over the fence and come over. He took 2 cakes, put them into the hands of the 2 little nuns, and sighed, "Eat. It feels like the rules will be messed up at Rob's place." Rob said with a smile, "I won't. I'm very orderly." Everyone shook their heads together and thought, "In order, my mom." However, it was true that they misunderstood Rob. Rob was actually orderly, but the order he kept was the order he had brought from modern generations, which was slightly different from that kept by people in this world, such as religious disputes and wars. Rob doesn't think it's necessary to get involved at all. However, robbery, arson, rape, and fraud are all things Rob will never do. The 2 dark nuns who got the cake also brushed the floor and hid behind a tree, and soon the sound of also sounded behind the tree. Seeing what the girls looked like when they ate the cake, the expressions of the 2 royal merchants immediately became dignified. Merchants always look at things differently from ordinary people. Gugu reached out and picked up a piece of cake, put it in his mouth, and his eyes suddenly opened. "Oh, this thing, it can make a lot of money." Gigi picked up a piece, took a bite, and then said slowly, "Ladies should be willing to pay more than 3 gold coins for this thing. The most expensive ingredient is sugar. Assuming that the cost of the sugar costs 50 silver coins, you can earn 2.5 gold coins by selling 1 cake. There are a lot of rich people in Bright Road and Lost City, so the sales of this thing will not be bad." Gugu nodded. "Men are always willing to spend money on their women. I'm sure it will be a blockbuster. The key issue now is the production process." At this point, the 2 men turned to look at Rob. Just now, when Rob was making, the 2 of them opened their eyes wide and tried to steal the process, but Rob used a chef skill and made it just by rubbing. It was not normal at all. The 2 merchants could only look at Rob with pitiful eyes. "Want to learn the process?" Rob laughed. "I don't want to teach you. Why should I foolishly teach you the process for nothing? Such a profitable business can only be enjoyed by me in Westwind Town. If you want it, you can come to Westwind Town to buy my goods every once in a while." The 2 merchants sweated. Westwind Town is far from Bright Road. The taste will definitely get worse when we get back. Rob said, "Then it doesn't matter. Capitalists always find a way to solve all kinds of difficulties to make money. But I like you guys." 2 merchants. "Well, since I'm not a devil, I'll give you 2 cakes, one for Her Majesty, the other you can cut into dozens of slices and sell to the ladies." Rob casually rubbed out 2 cakes easily, and 2 cream cakes appeared on the table. The 2 merchants frowned tightly as soon as they saw the cake. "Oh, my God! What can I do to get these 2 cream cakes back as fast as possible? The taste will be completely different if we take even a few more hours." The 2 merchants thought for a while about solving the transportation problem. After thinking hard for a long time, Gugu gritted his teeth and whispered, "It seems we can only fly it by air. Ask the Royal Air Force to send a manticore." He shook his head and said, "Although we are royal merchants, the Air Force and us do work together, so we have to spend money to get their help. A flight to Bright Road will cost us at least 5 gold coins. Gugu, this is for Her Majesty. How dare they charge for it? But even if we pay 5 gold coins, we can still make a profit. Anyway, the cake is not heavy, so a manticore can transport at least 10 or 8 cakes at a time, and we can still make a lot of money. I hope the cake can earn us more," he said. "Her Majesty spends a lot of money on the army." At this point, Rob suddenly leaned over and said, how do you make money when you are so stupid? Here, let me show you how to sell a cake that could have sold 3 gold coins for 4 gold coins so that you can make more money for Her Majesty. Gugu looked over curiously. Rob said, cut the cake into 8 slices with a knife and sell it for 50 silver coins each. Won't that be 4 gold coins? Gugu thought about it and suddenly realized it. Rob said, you can go one step further and cut the cake into 16 pieces and sell it for 30 silver coins each. The 2 merchants knelt to Rob on the spot. Are you a business genius or a devil? Or both? Rob smiled but said nothing, thinking, how can I not understand after having been teased by cake shops for more than 10 years? Gugu took a crystal ball from his arms and placed it on the table. He tapped it twice, and the crystal ball soon lit up. A necromancer appeared on the ball. Rob was intrigued when he saw it. Oh, a summoning crystal ball. This wasn't in the game. In the game, if a player wants to talk to another player, even if they're far from each other, it can be done by opening the friend list and sending a whisper, so there is no such summoning item as a crystal ball in the game. But Rob has seen it in all kinds of Western fiction. This is the first time I have seen this, so he can't help but be very interested. Gugu said to the necromancer on the other side of the crystal ball, Mr. Number 1, we are now in Westwind Town. We would like you to send a manticore from the Royal Air Force to carry something. The necromancer, known as Number 1, hummed, does the Royal Air Force have any reason to come out casually to transport goods? Gugu, it's a gift from Mr. Rob to Her Majesty the Queen. It needs to be kept fresh and can't be delayed, so it must be transported quickly by air. So it's like that. Since it belongs to Her Majesty, I will send a manticore at once. But don't try to bring any personal belongings. Scoundrel. Gugu scolded angrily, you won't let us bring stuff even if we pay? Number 1 said, pay? Do you think you can just ask the Air Force to come with money? We are sacred soldiers, not peddlers. Only if you give 5 gold coins will I consider it. All right, we understand now, scoundrel who wants money. Gugu turned off the crystal ball, then smiled at Gigi and said, the talk was successful. Sure enough, it was 5 gold coins. Gigi said, if we ship 10 cakes at a time and sell each cake for 2 gold coins, we'll earn a total of 20 gold, the freight fee is 5 gold coins, if we slice it into 16 pieces, we'll earn 4 gold and 80 silver for each cake, so the total income from 10 cakes will be 48 gold. Ingredients are 25 gold. After deducting the costs, we'll still earn 23 gold. If we call over 10 manticores at a time, we can earn 230 gold coins, he said. There are 100 manticores in the Royal Air Corps, he said. Rob said, you 2 idiots. Is it even fine to use the Royal Air Corps like this all the time? Only once in a while is fine. You'd better study how to keep it fresh through the land. I'll give you an idea. Refrigerated transportation, hee hee. As for how? Think about it yourselves. As he said that, he took out his magic container and played with it with his hands. The 2 merchants were inspired by his actions, and their eyes lit up. That's right, magic items. In a small space, using magic items to continuously output ice magic can ensure the quality of food. The 2 hastened to pay homage to Rob, you are a great talent. We are not comparable at all. There is still a lot to learn from you about business in the future. Well said, well said. Rob suddenly pointed to the crystal ball in Gugu's hand. I would like to ask, do you have more of these summoning crystal balls? Or, do you sell it? Gugu froze and then said with a smile, this thing is not very rare. There are royal families in various countries, but their number is not many, you know. It's because this thing has a very strong strategic role, generally used in the military. You don't have to elaborate on its functions, Rob said. I understand. All you have to do is say whether you're going to sell it or not and how much it costs. Gugu said awkwardly, this kind of strategic magic item, I really do not dare do so without permission. I need to go back to ask Her Majesty if she allows the sale of crystal balls. I can sell it to you. Do you have to consult Her Majesty before you can sell it? There was a hearty smile on Rob's face. I see. After you have tasted the cream cake, I sent to Her Majesty, ask her if she can sell me a crystal ball, and say that if you don't sell it to me, my cream cake is not for sale. 2 merchants. Before long, there was a lion roar in the sky, and 3 huge, ferocious manticores flew from the southeast appeared. Their huge wings spread out, blocked the sun, and cast 3 huge shadows on the ground. After circling the top of Rob's chapel twice, they landed and crouched in the yard, one of which sat a knight, and the other 2 were empty. The 2 merchants each held a box of cream cake with ice magic and sat on the manticores, and waved goodbye to Rob. Mr. Rob, please wait for our good news about the crystal ball. Rob smiled, I'm sure it will be good news. The manticore flew into the sky and headed for Bright Road. Rob waved to the girls and said with a smile, come here. I'll teach you how to make the cake now. After you learn it, you can teach the women in town so that everyone can learn to make it. When these 2 merchants come to restock, we will sell it to them in large quantities and earn a lot of foreign currency. A few days later. In Bright Road. The headquarters of the White Lion Cavalry, the residence of Grand Duke Ingsi, has now been converted into Her Majesty's temporary palace. Still, the size of the palace is obviously not enough compared to the old palace that she used for many years. Her Majesty, who was only a few days away from reaching the age of 20, lived in such a humble palace without showing any impatience. Although she is just age 20, she has experienced greater storms than any of her peers. She has enjoyed prosperity, experienced countless difficulties, gained radiance above all, and is hidden in the dark. She has a more determined mind than any of her peers, with no materialism, luxury, or desire for enjoyment. Her calmness and reason often make people forget she is just a teenage girl. At this time, she was sitting on the throne, flipping through a stack of documents that recorded the latest military expenditures and her financial situation. Obviously, there is not much good news. The battle is unsettled, and a werewolf leading a guerrilla army is in her territory. It is very tricky, and he hasn't been caught yet. Although she has sent a group of Black Earth Knights to wipe out the guerrillas, whether she will succeed or not is still unknown. After all, White Moon is a famous general under Mandra, and is not so easy to deal with. Her brow frowned deeply. As winter drew nearer and nearer, cold wind came through the window, and Her Majesty's long white dress was slightly rolled up by the wind. She suddenly thought of something and said to the guard next to her, "Go and get the cook." After a while, the royal chef came and stood beneath her respectfully. The queen said faintly, "It's outrageous for that damned priest to blackmail me with cream cake and force me to sell him the crystal ball. It's just a snack. How can I exchange it for a strategic magic item? Do I look gluttonous?" The chef hurriedly said, "Of course, you don't." The queen asked unwittingly, "Did you succeed in studying the cream cake I asked you to do?" "No." The chef said with a bitter face, "The cake has been made successfully. It's very simple and not much different from making bread. But the cream alone is impossible to make." The queen clasped the armrest heavily. "Isn't the raw materials needed very clear? There are only 3 kinds of materials: fish maw, milk, and sugar. Nothing more. Why can't it be made?" The chef was sweating. There must have been some trick involved in this. We studied till our brains trembled but still couldn't produce it successfully. Gugu and Gigi couldn't give us any useful hints. According to them, Mr. Rob just rubbed his hands and turned the materials into the cream. The exact steps were not clear at all. The queen sighed. "Just say it. Is there any hope of finding out?" "Yes," the chef said. "But it will take a few more months at the very least." "Months?" The queen raised her voice. The chef said, "Yes, a few months." The queen waved. "Forget it, go." The chef bowed his head, saluted, and then retreated quietly. The queen thought about it carefully for a long time and then said to the guard, "Go and call Gugu and Gigi. Prepare a crystal ball." The guard was about to leave when the queen stopped him and said, "Bring me the last piece of cake in the magic refrigerator." A few minutes later, Her Majesty carefully took the last piece of cream cake with both hands and gently licked the cream on it. It was refreshing, non-greasy, comfortable, and delicious. "Ah, why is this food so delicious? I am obviously a person who has tasted all the world's sufferings and has long been unmoved by such things. What is a mere delicacy in the face of the great ambition of reviving the country? Don't play with me. Stop trying to influence my firm will." She failed. The sweet cream made her face look as beautiful as a rose. Once the first beauty of the kingdom of Gran laughed, all the guards in the palace could not help turning their heads and dared not look directly at her. They heard Her Majesty sigh in a melancholy voice, "There are only 5 mouthfuls left. It's almost finished. It's almost winter, and the fields will soon be empty." The villagers of Westwind Town collected the last batch of autumn-planted potatoes and stored them in their warehouses. At this time in previous years, most townspeople would be ready to go into rest mode and wait for the beginning of spring to start working again. But this year is different. The stockings factory in the town does not stop because of winter. In order to feed the spiders, hunters have to hunt desperately to catch goblins and ogres, as well as all kinds of beasts and monsters. Moreover, there are fewer beasts and monsters around the village now. Some quick-thinking townspeople felt that catching beasts and monsters alone would not be enough to feed the hundreds of spiders, especially since the second batch of spiders was about to be born. Greater demand for meat has been put on the agenda. Coupled with the fact that the people of Westwind Town are getting richer, they are willing to start spending money on food. The price of meat in Westwind Town began to soar, and after calculating, the townspeople found that raising pigs, chickens, and even rabbits could make a lot of money and that they would no longer lose as much money on feeds as before. As a result, some townspeople began to raise all kinds of livestock, such as chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and pigs. They could raise whatever they could and didn't have to worry that they could not be sold. Winter happens to be a fattening season to let the livestock grow. They will sell them to the silk stockings factory when they become big and fat. As a result, the idle season in previous years is still hot in action this year. Westwind Town has become a small town that doesn't rest. That morning, Rob was slumped on the stone stool in the yard as usual, and suddenly the alarm sounded again on the sentry tower to the southeast of the town. The sound made Rob a little curious. No one has dared to make trouble in Westwind Town for a long time now. What is this alarm for? Before he could speak, Lillian ran over with his wheelchair, smiled, and said, "Master, come on." Rob moved his ass, sat down from the stool to the wheelchair, then picked up the goose feather fan handed over by Lillian, pointed to the southeast corner, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Little E, the 3 adventurers, Bishop Elsie, number 8, and a large group of people came out of their houses and followed Rob. Rob looked from side to side. Well, our lineup is really getting bigger and bigger. When Rob went up the town wall, he found that there was no enemy attack, but only a large group of refugees, 200 or 300 people, obviously refugees, dragging their children, carrying pots and pans while carrying a few belongings, each poverty-stricken and starving. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this group of refugees have a pair of furry pointed ears on top of their heads, which look like cat ears. At a glance, Rob knew why the sentinels on the sentry tower had sounded the alarm. These refugees are not human beings but demi-humans. To be exact, they are cat folk. In addition to the great races of humans, elves, dwarves, pygmy, and trolls, there are all kinds of creatures on Fengma continent. In addition, demi-human races are relatively close to human beings, such as the hundreds of millions of familiar rabbit men from Big Tang. In addition, the werewolf gorillas, the bear folk, the cat folk, the dog folk, the pig folk, the fish folk, the shrimp folk, the crab folk, the lizard folk, and so on. It's so much that they cannot be counted with 10 fingers and 10 toes. The present sentinels in Westwind Town are all from the Templar Knights, who believed in the Temple of Light from an early age, which, except for the werewolf tribe led by White Moon, regarded the demi-humans of any race as heretics. They not only didn't take care of them but even persecuted, excommunicated, and even killed them. Therefore, when the sentinels of the Templar Knights saw the emergence of demi-human refugees outside the town, their first reaction was not to help but to close the town door tightly and sound the alarm. As soon as Rob saw the scene, he angrily scolded the sentinel next to him. "This situation required you to sound the alarm? Do you think I'm that free? You made me run all the way from the chapel to the wall. Somebody, drag this sentinel down and beat him for 10 minutes. Bishop Elsie rushed out and kicked the sentinel to the ground. "Only sound the alarm bell when needed." Everyone. Little E said angrily, "You were idle anyways, and you were pushed over by Lillian on a wheelchair. How did you tire yourself coming all the way here? You aren't even human if you got tired over such a thing. How dare you instruct the bishop to beat the sentinel?" Rob said innocently, "I didn't give any orders." Little E said, "Wasn't it an order when you said you wanted him to be beaten for 10 minutes? Rob, I was just telling a joke. I didn't know Bishop Elsie was so active." Elsie felt conflicted. There was a mess going on their side, but on the other side, the 2 little nuns of the Church of Darkness shouted, "Ah, there are cat folk refugees outside. Open the town gate and let them in, poor things." The sentinels remained motionless and even rolled their eyes at the 2 dark nuns. The 2 dark nuns looked at the sentinels from the Church of Light around them and realized that it was not up to them, so they looked pitifully at Rob. Rob did not disappoint them, and without even thinking about it, he ordered, "Open the town gate and let the cat folks in." A paladin said, "Hey," and tried to speak, but before saying another word, he was put to the ground by Bishop Elsie, and then Bishop Elsie himself opened the gate of the town. The cat folk refugees outside were still a little hesitant, but then number 8 stood on the town wall, plus 2 dark priests waved to them and said, "Children, come in. Westwind Town has opened its gates for you." The cat folk were relieved of their worries and ran over quickly. These guys ran really fast, far faster than humans in terms of running speed alone, and swarmed through the town gate in the twinkling of an eye. Instead of facing Rob, they knelt down in front of the number 8 and said, "Dear Master, please help us." Rob felt amused. These people are followers of the Church of Darkness. Isn't it a matter of course? Little E explained in a low voice, "Cats love the night, and so do cat folk. They are naturally biased towards the Church of Darkness. They nap when light shows." Rob smiled. "Let's see how number 8 will deal with this." Number 8's dry face filled with kindness and said, "What's the matter? Did you run into any difficulties?" The cat people said pitifully, "Our village was attacked by a group of werewolves. They burned down our village and took away all the food we had stored for the winter. Fortunately, we escaped quickly, otherwise, we would all have been killed. But although we are still alive, the village is gone, so we won't be able to go through the cold winter, so we had to go out and find a place where we can settle down. According to a merchant, Master is in Westwind Town, and it is very rich, so we want to seek refuge here." It turned out that these cat folk usually lived in the poplar forest in the southwestern part of the birch forest in a small village. Number 8 had some ties with these cat people. He once led the Church of Darkness members to stay in the cat folks' village for a long time and sent a lot of supplies to them. The cat folk are grateful for his kindness and still remember the favor number 8 did for them. They heard that number 8 was in Westwind Town, so they rushed over, bringing their sons and daughters over. What they did not expect, however, was that there were people from the Church of Light in Westwind Town, and they were a little confused when they saw a group of light priests standing together with dark priests. Number 8 turned to look at Rob but saw that Rob made a sign of, "Give it to you." He smiled at the cat folks and said, "Now that you are here, of course, the God of Darkness will not ignore you. It just happens that the Chapel of Darkness in Westwind Town has just been completed, so you can stay in the chapel temporarily. As for how to live next, I will arrange for you." Cat people are overjoyed. They hurriedly praised the God of Darkness, praised Master. Then the cats stood up and followed the two dark nuns in the direction of the chapel. The Templar Knights stood by and watched the scene with mixed feelings and did not know what to say. Rob turned and smiled at Little E and the two nuns. "Look, aren't they behaving exactly the same as you when you accepted the refugees?" Little E nodded and said nothing. The two light nuns could not help sticking out their tongues. The dark villains are pretending to be kind. They are so hypocritical. Ha ha ha. Rob laughed. Little E made a straight face and said seriously to the two nuns, "Whether they are pretending or not, poor people have been helped. Isn't that the most important thing?" After the sentinel who sounded the alarm was frowned upon by everyone, the calm was restored in Westwind Town. Rob was also pushed back to the chapel by Lillian and collapsed on his stone stool. Through the fence, he could see that next door was very busy now, just like when the refugees from White Birch Town first came to Westwind Town. They all crowded into the chapel. The newly built dark chapel hall could not accommodate everyone, so only some old and weak women were allowed to enter the hall while the men were all sitting in a mess outside the courtyard. Ah, he's mistaken. The movements of cat people sitting on the ground should be called lying on their stomachs. They lie down like cats, curling their tails over their faces and looking quite cute. Rob slapped himself in the face. Damn it, the courtyard is full of men, cute, my A**s. He should be careful, or he'll gender bend. Just then, two dark nuns came out of the chapel, followed by a kitten girl, who looked only 16 or 17 years old, with pointed ears, furry tails, and 6 whiskers on her face. Looks cute. Oh, it's really cute this time. Rob was overjoyed and kept chasing the lovely kitten girl with his eyes. The kitten is multicolored, with her black and white tail swinging back and forth. It's really cute. Two dark nuns came to the faucet with the kitten girl, turned on the faucet, and taught her. The kitten girl tried, smiled, and nodded, seeing that she could use it, then brought a bucket, filled it with half a bucket of water, soaked a rag in it, and began to clean the chapel windows. Rob couldn't help shouting from a distance, "Hey, girls, what are you playing?" The 3 girls turned around, and the kitten woman's eyes showed a typical vigilance of, "Stay away from strangers." The habits of cats and cat folk are so similar in the way that it is difficult for them to get acquainted with strangers immediately. But the two dark nuns smiled. "Father, this kitten folk doesn't want to accept free relief. She wants to find some work to do, so we asked her to clean the chapel windows." "She seems to be a nice cat," Rob said with a smile. The kitten girl said angrily, "I'm not a cat. I'm a cat folk." Rob smiled and said, "Yes, yes. I was wrong." The kitten woman bared her teeth at Rob, revealing a fierce appearance. "Bad light priest, don't come and talk to me." The two dark nuns hastened to stop her from going on and whispered, "Mr. Rob is different from other light priests. He is a good man." The kitten woman said with a sad face, "There are no good people from the Church of Light. My home was burned down by that group of werewolves who believed in the light." The two dark nuns said, "It is true that all but Father Rob from the Church of Light are bad people. Hey! We can't pretend that we didn't just hear you say that." The two nuns of light jumped out of nowhere, stood by the fence, turned their hips to the dark nuns, and scolded, "You are the bad guys, and your whole family is the bad guys. Pa! Pa!" The 4 little nuns began to spit at each other again. The kitten girl looked left and right, suddenly confused. Why does the Church of Light and Darkness fight by spitting out words? At this moment, number 8 came out of the chapel, saluted Rob respectfully, and then said, "Mr. Rob, I have something to ask you." Rob smiled and said, "Ask." Once again, the kitten girl was confused. It was the first time she had seen a Church of Darkness necromancer ask a Church of Light priest for advice. The priest of the Church of Light also had an attitude of, "Ask whatever you want, I will tell you everything." Isn't that weird? In fact, she was not the only one confused. All the people in the yard also looked at this side with bewildered faces. The ignorant faces of cats sure are funny. The necromancer respectfully said, "Mr. Robb, you have helped the White Birch Town and Stone Canyon refugees, and you have arranged for them to make a living. I admire your means very much. Now I have 287 cat folk here. Their village had been destroyed, so they could only settle down in Westwind Town. I'd like to ask you if there's anything you can arrange for them." Robb smiled and said, "What life skills do they know?" The necromancer said very seriously, "They are very good at hunting. But there has already been a bit of excessive hunting around Westwind Town, and now almost all the living things on the mountain have been caught and fed to the spiders." They are also good at fishing, but Westwind Town is 4,000 yards away from the nearest river, so it is quite inconvenient to fish. To be honest, there are werewolves and gorillas outside, and there are a lot of magic things hanging around. It won't come as a surprise if a dragon suddenly appears. It would be too dangerous for them to fish 4,000 yards from town. So now I feel quite distressed by this. I don't know what to arrange for them. So it's like that. Let me think. A small thought appeared when hearing the word fish deep in Robb's heart. Fishing. Robb also has fishing skills, and, of course, they're maxed. However, there is a small difference between fishing and other skills. That is, when you max out other skills, you will lose motivation and feel tired of using them. Only fishing can still be fun while maxed. Isn't there a saying? Why is the prince still fishing when his country was overthrown and his family killed? Because fishing is good. It's fun. At the thought of this, Robb suddenly wanted to do some fishing. Ah. With a long sigh, he said, "If only there were a river that could flow through my chapel yard, I could sit on my beloved stone stool and stretch out a long fishing rod to fish. It would be cool to catch a mutant fish and make it delicious." Number 8 perspired greatly, "Mr. Robb. Hey! Wake up. Don't dream in broad daylight. Think about how to help the cats." Robb smiled, "I don't have to think anyone. I've decided that the easiest way for me to be lazy while fishing is to create a river in Westwind Town. The cats can fish for a living if there is a river. Moreover, after making the river, we can also develop a series of water technologies and machines." Number 8 asked, "How will a river be made?" "Dig a canal." Robb smiled and said, "Haven't you ever heard of canals? I have now decided that for the entertainment of the people of Westwind Town, no, wrong, to enrich the industry. I'll dig a canal for Westwind Town, so the cat folks can fish and play in it." Number 8 felt like he saw a ghost. Dig a canal? You want to dig a canal with the population of Westwind Town? The population of Westwind Town now, even with the newly arrived cat folk, is only a little more than 2,000. With this manpower, not to mention digging a canal, it will be difficult to dig a man-made lake. The nearest river to Westwind Town is 4,000 yards south of the town. Not to mention that digging canals will make the workers tired to death. Moreover, one of the pillar industries of Westwind Town is mining, which shows that the geology around Westwind Town is hard. After digging a few meters underground, there will be hard rock formations. How will it be possible to dig a canal? Number 8 jumped up and shouted, "A human-dug canal will not look complete." Robb knew what he wanted to say as soon as he saw his face. "I also know that digging canals is troublesome, difficult, tiresome, but how can I fish without canals? No, how can we move the fishing industry without a canal? How do we enrich the industrial structure of this town? How will we enhance the transport capacity of this town? With continuous industrialization, this town needs canals." Number 8 didn't bother retorting. He felt like he was talking to a psychopath. Rob took out a map of Westwind Town, placed it on the stone table, then picked up a piece of charcoal and drew on the map. The canal has to be from the river 4,000 yards away. It'll run through the south of the town and split into two, one passing my chapel and another leading to the mayor's waterworks. Then, we'll build two small wooden bridges here, and the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River will finally appear. He drew energetically, but number 8 next to him kept shaking his head, thinking, this drawing of yours looks to be a big project. How much manpower will it take? If you're in Bright Road, it may be possible to mobilize tens of thousands of people to work on it for a few months, but in Westwind Town, it's a mere dream. Just then, a terrible roar sounded in the sky. Rob and number 8 looked up together and saw 3 manticores descending slowly, one led by Knights of the Royal Air Force, the other 2 were Gugu and Gigi, respectively, waving to Rob even before they landed. They saluted from a distance and said, "Respectable Mr. Rob. We're here again." When the manticore dropped to the ground, the 2 jumped alongside it, trotted to Rob's stone table, gave him a big salute, and sat down neatly opposite him. Rob was happy to see them and said with a smile, "Sup, you've been gone for days. I wondered if you were trying to secretly make your own cream cake and not give me the crystal ball." Gugu and Gigi thought, "You are too witty, aren't you? I can't believe you broke Her Majesty's desire to develop her own cream cake." Rob shook the goose feather fan in his hand. "It's no use if you don't talk," he said with a smile. "I guessed that Her Majesty had worked out how to make the cake but couldn't make the cream. Cake without cream is meaningless. Women don't like cake. They like cream cake." Gugu and Gigi. The 2 looked at each other and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Rob, don't act so sarcastic." The 2 men took out a wooden box, opened it carefully, held out a fist-sized crystal ball from it, and respectfully placed it in front of Rob. "This is the crystal ball you wanted." Rob was so overjoyed since he was interested in everything he had never played with that he immediately took the crystal ball in his hand and stroked it twice. "It's not bad, it's great, but this thing should be in pairs in order to be able to communicate over a long distance." "What do you mean by giving me only one?" Gugu said with a wry smile. "After all, this is a strategic item, and it has a very important strategic role in battle. If I give you a pair and you send one of them to East Gren to contact Mondra at any time, then it will be very bad. So, after much deliberation, Her Majesty decided to sell you one so that you can play with it, and we won't have to worry about the strategic magic item being used in places we don't want." Rob thought about this carefully but expressed his understanding that Her Majesty had to weigh something at the strategic level. It was impossible to just give it away at random, otherwise, she would be bringing herself into the ditch. "I understand, but I only have one crystal ball, so I can't play with it." Rob suddenly muttered to him, "How about I hack you to death and grab that crystal ball from you to make a pair?" Gugu was startled and jumped. "That's not all right." Gigi hurriedly said, "You can't use it. The crystal ball on Gugu can only be used to contact number 1. It can't get in touch with your crystal ball. It's no use for you to grab it." Rob said, "How do you use it then?" Gugu and Gigi hurriedly said, "Well, here's the thing. The other crystal ball connected to your crystal ball is in the hands of Her Majesty the Queen. You can use this crystal ball to directly contact Her Majesty when you want long-distance communication." It turned out that the crystal ball was given to Rob because Her Majesty wanted to eat cake. On one hand, she did not want the strategic magic item to fall into the hands of outsiders, but on the other, she could not resist the temptation of the cake. Finally, she had to make a difficult decision. That is, to give Rob a crystal ball, but the connected crystal ball must be in her own hands. She paid the price for her gluttony and came to monitor the crystal ball so that she could use her eyes to make sure that the crystal ball would not be misappropriated to do anything bad for West Gran. This is her responsibility as a ruler, responsible for her country and responsible for her own actions. Really? Rob smiled. So, as it turns out, this can contact Her Majesty. Ah, that is not bad. Men do not mind chatting with beautiful girls. So, how do I start this thing? Gugu, when you want to contact Her Majesty, as long as you stroke it 3 times, Her Majesty will receive a hint. She will stroke the crystal ball over there 3 times as well, then you can talk. Likewise, when Her Majesty wants to contact you, she will stroke the crystal ball 3 times on that side, and then your crystal ball will glow, and you will be able to make a call after you stroke it 3 times, he said. Rob smiled and said, I see. I feel like this crystal ball isn't that smooth. Stroke it. Rob put the crystal ball on the table, held out his hand, and stroked it 3 times. The 2 merchants did not know whether to laugh or cry, thinking, your crystal ball can be directly connected to Her Majesty. How can you just do so on a whim? Normal people should at least bathe and change their clothes, and dress formally. You can't just be on a stone stool in a churchyard. You should find a more dignified place. The crystal ball on the table emitted a glittering white light, which was the signal that it was waiting for Her Majesty to answer. At the same time, the crystal ball on Her Majesty's side also emitted the same light. Rob thought that the Queen would be very busy and might not be free to answer her phone call, but he did not expect the light to dim in less than 10 seconds after stroking it. Then, a beautiful woman slowly appeared in the crystal ball. The picture projected by the crystal ball has a little fisheye effect, which gives it a spherical look. That is to say, there is a little deformation, but this small deformation does not affect the woman's beauty. Her beauty is absolute, pure, without a trace of impurities, with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes like precious gems. She wore a long snow-white dress on her, looking as if she were born with it. She was looking at Rob on this side of the crystal ball, very carefully and intricately. Rob waved to Her Majesty at the ball and said with a smile, "Hello, Her Majesty." "Oh, that's not intimate enough. I'd better call you by your name, Isabella the 8th? No, 6? It's the 9th, right?" The 2 merchants almost went mad and hurriedly shouted, "It's Queen Elizabeth VII. It's fine if history recalls wrong, but how can you even get her name wrong now?" Robert coughed, "I'm sorry, Sister Elizabeth, but I'm not familiar with the history of the Kingdom of Gran, and it's nothing personal. I don't know the name of the King of Norma, nor can I name the Emperor of the Eastern Tang dynasty. Her Majesty. Her Majesty has experienced great waves of trouble since she was a child and has seen all kinds of people, especially in Lost City. She has seen many exiled nobles and arrogant adventurers, even people who do not know basic etiquette." She did not show any dissatisfaction with Rob's messy performance but said faintly, "When I asked the 2 royal merchants to give you a crystal ball, I was ready to meet you. I didn't expect you to look so young and handsome. It's a far cry from what I imagined." Rob smiled and said, "What did you imagine me to be like?" The Queen said, "In these troubled times, since you can forcibly occupy the Westwind town, there is nothing we can do about it. I thought your excellency must be an incomparably sophisticated politician, a hero, and someone with a cold heroic temperament at the age of about 40, with vicissitudes and mature eyes. I really didn't expect that you were just a little blonde boy." "Ha ha ha." Rob laughed, "You first praised me for being handsome, and then you immediately complained that I looked young, like a little blonde boy. You wanted to say that I don't look worthy of my achievements. You are immaturely trying to take revenge because I called your name wrong." The Queen shrugged and said nothing, but there was no doubt that she acquiesced. Rob said, "Sure enough, mature girls like uncles? While only young girls like young boys. Damn, I should have made myself look a little older when I was creating my character." The Queen curiously said, "What creating your character?" "I'm just babbling." Rob smiled, "You'll know after you've been in contact with me for a long time. I often say things that people don't understand. All you have to do is smile." The Queen smiled, blossoming like a flower. Rob found that the woman was a little fierce. "But if you offend her, she won't get angry with you but will keep it in mind so that she can take revenge when she finds the opportunity. Her expressions change fast as well. As soon as she has finished taking revenge, she will smile and show you, which looks great. The queen smiled and said, "We brought you the crystal ball. The cream cake you promised will be sold in large quantities to my merchants, right?" "Of course, it will," Rob said with a smile. "I'll have someone do it now. Afterward, the two merchants will be able to come back to Bright Road with cream cakes." The queen's eyes flashed with joy, but she quickly suppressed it. She replied, "I paid for the cream cake with money, so this crystal ball cannot be given to you for free. You have to spend money to buy it." Rob asked, "Well, how much is it?" The queen said, "A pair is 1,000 gold coins. Since I only gave you one, I will accept it for 500 gold coins. That's quite expensive. Can't you give me a discount since we have ties? If we have such ties, you wouldn't have called me by the wrong name. You're good." "All right," Rob said, "I can accept the price, but I do want to pay in coins, so let's barter. I'll also use a strategic item." Although the queen did not understand what he was trying to do, she remembered that Rob had just said that he often said stuff others didn't understand, so she didn't ask. She smiled and said, "What item?" Rob reached out and scratched the air using telekinesis. Afterward, a portal scroll in the warehouse flew out with a brush and fell into the palm of his hand. He handed the scroll over to Gugu and said with a smile, "Portal scrolls with unlimited capacity. The portal can exist for a week as long as the person who casts the scroll does not enter it. The game rules since the server goes under maintenance once every week. However, you can only go to places you've been to." "What?" The queen was so shocked to hear the scroll's use. Gugu and Gigi almost jumped up. "This is a real strategic-grade portal scroll. With this thing, Her Majesty can instantly transfer the forces of Lost City to Bright Road and vice versa. She can also move as much as she wants. If this is not a strategic item, what is?" Through the crystal ball, Rob could see the edge of Her Majesty's skirt trembling gently, and it took several seconds for her to speak in a calm tone. "Although I have suffered a little loss, I'll just say it's because of our friendship. I agree to trade the crystal ball for your portal scroll." Rob laughed, "Ha ha ha, you're actually saying you suffered some loss. Little sister, you are so interesting. You're truly acting like a queen, not a merchant." Rob acquired a video caller, but only to Her Majesty. The queen did not even blush and went for which benefits her interests the most, which is the basis of negotiations. The queen has long been used to negotiating with various forces and exchanging interests. When she was only 4 years old, she sat among a group of old ministers, listening to them talking with the people of the Church of Light for a long time and then listening to the news they brought back. The Church of Light and Mandra talked for a while, and reached a consensus of interests. When she was fleeing and in the process of escape, she saw the old ministers sitting with the Church of Darkness to negotiate and reach a consensus for countless interests. Then she grew up daily, and the negotiators changed to her court members. She stood at the front desk to negotiate with the Church of Darkness, the exiled nobles, the demi-humans, and all the forces she had access to. She is only 20 years old, but what she has talked about is almost as good as what others have done for decades. Looking at Rob, she changed the subject. "Mr. Rob, I can see a map on the table with strange lines on it. Are you going to deploy troops?" It turns out that the crystal ball is equivalent to a fisheye lens, so her perspective is very broad. She can see many things through the crystal ball, including the map Rob put on the table, but the picture is distorted and so she can't see very clearly. Rob's canal line drawn with charcoal on the map looks like a marching route. Rob said with a smile, "Deploy troops? Little sister Elizabeth really likes joking. Where can I get the soldiers and generals from Westwind Town? I love peace, and I don't like deploying troops. It's just a canal." He picked up the map and showed it to the queen. The queen saw it clearly this time and saw that it really was a canal. She couldn't help wondering and said, "Mr. Rob is going to make a canal? This This is no small project, especially with the geology and population of Westwind Town. Everyone understood the same. Number 8 leaned over from the side and said respectfully, "Your subordinates also thought that the canal could not be dug, but Mr. Robb said that it should be opened anyway, so your subordinates will look at how Mr. Robb will do it." The Queen said, "Then watch carefully and write me a detailed report after reading it." Hey! Robb was unhappy. Number 8, this is my crystal ball. I bought it just now. Don't you have to pay me some communication fee when you use my crystal ball to talk to your queen? Number 8 stepped back awkwardly. Robb turned to the crystal ball again and said with a smile, "Little sister, you don't have to wait for his report. I'll show it to you now. You'll open it up now?" The Queen was a little confused. Where are the migrant workers? The workers in Westwind Town are all making me money, so how can they be used on such a stupid thing as opening a river? Robb smiled. Number 8, come and hold the crystal ball. Follow me and show your queen how I'll open the canal. Number 8 hurriedly picked up the crystal ball and followed Robb. Robb got up lazily from his stone stool. As soon as he stood up, everyone was surprised. Lillian, Little E, the 3 adventurers, Bishop Elsie, and the townspeople on the hillside all exclaimed, "Father is up." Oh, my God! Father got up. Queen. The townspeople rushed to tell the others, and after a while, thousands of townsmen gathered around and stood in the distance talking. What happened? Why is Father standing up? There are no enemies. Although there is a merchant, he is right in front of him, so there is no need for him to stand up to meet the merchant. Yes, Father suddenly got up, so it must be something big. The townspeople began to prepare peanuts, melon seeds, small stools, and umbrellas to enter a lively mood. The group of cat folk who have just entered Westwind Town does not know Robb's habits, so they can't help but be curious seeing the people of Westwind Town making such a fuss. Cat folk are very similar to cats in temperament, timid, paranoid, and cautious. Because of this, they all stood far away. Some of them even climbed trees and looked their way ignorantly. The kitten who cleaned the window climbed to the Chapel of Darkness roof and crouched to watch the play. The princess did not know whether to laugh or cry over through the crystal ball. You only stood up and barely moved, yet you attracted so much attention. Robb smiled at her and said, "This is the charm of a superstar. For Westwind Town's sake, I decided to become an idol." Everyone. Father is saying something we can't understand again. Pretend you didn't hear him. Ignore him, or he'll start showing off again. He won't get to the point when he shows off. The townspeople knew to stay calm, hold back, don't laugh, and don't talk. Robb felt the deep malice of the townspeople. Damn it, there was no one following along. Forget it, it doesn't make sense to talk to your townspeople. He went to the chapel and then near his canal channel, drawing estimations. He reached out and waved to the townspeople standing on the ground, "Brother in front, get out of the way. Everyone should move at least 100 yards from left to right so that you won't be affected." 100 yards? That's so wide. The princess sank her face and whispered, "Don't you want to dig a river at least 50 yards wide? Then you should let the townspeople do it quickly. Why'd you get them out of the way?" Robb stretched out his hand to grab something through telekinesis, and a piece of iron ingot and a piece of coal from the warehouse flew into his hands. He rubbed his hands, and the iron ingot and coal merged into steel ingots. Then Robin rubbed again, and the ingot turned into a two-handed axe. The princess said strangely, "You made an axe like this? What the heck?" Robb raised the axe with both hands. For a moment, the sound of the north wind sounded around him. The knowledgeable princess instantly saw, it is a technique of barbarians living in the northern wilderness. Robb raised his huge axe and jumped more than 10 meters high with a jump from the ground. He roared loudly in mid-air, causing ripples that reached tens of miles away. Then, with a wave of the giant axe in his hands, he smashed down heavily onto the ground. Barbarians always emit angry war cries, and Rob was no exception. He roared, collapsing. Sky. Rob's huge axe hit the ground, and the power of that moment made everyone tremble. The great force in the axe came straight to the earth, and the earth let out a cry of grief, and with a click, the earth cracked, just like the fury of heaven and earth during a great earthquake, tearing out a huge crack in the ground, which didn't stop moving. The hard bedrock, like a cracked earthen pot, clicked open and extended, and in an instant, it stretched into a canal that was 1,000 yards long, 50 or 60 yards wide, and more than 10 yards deep. The noisy townspeople lost their voice collectively. They've seen a lot of the hustle and bustle before, but this time it's a little surrealistic. Not to mention ordinary townspeople, even Little E, the three adventurers, Bishop Elsie, the Queen, Number 8, Gugu, and Gigi, who had some insight, were frightened by the axe's power. The sensitive and vigilant cat folks were so scared that they hid behind houses and trees, and some people even looked for a pile of leaves to get in and bury themselves. Surrounded in dust, Rob waved his right hand, looked at the map he had drawn in his left hand, and then looked at the canal he had just opened up, with a satisfied smile on his face. Good. 1,000 yards of the canal is done. It should be done with a few more axes. Fortunately, I controlled my force. If I put in a little more force, it will split into a canyon. Everyone. He turned to the cats, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, kittens, soon we'll have a river, and you can catch small fish and eat them." Cat folk. Rob, why isn't anyone talking? With a cry, the kitten girl crouching on the roof of the Chapel of Darkness fell from above. It turned out that she was so frightened by Rob's axe that she forgot where she was for a moment. As a result, she slipped and fell off the roof. Rob's body flickered, with a red light trailing behind him, charged forward. In an instant, Rob reached under the eaves of the Chapel of Darkness and caught the kitten girl in his arms. The kitten woman was suddenly hugged by him, which frightened her even more, and she began to struggle violently. Rob felt a stream of heat rush on his arm. The kitten girl peed in horror. He hurriedly let go, and the kitten girl jumped out of his arms and quickly escaped into the Chapel of Darkness. I'm not a monster. Was it necessary to do that? Rob spread his hand and said, "It hurts to be so feared." Everyone. Rob saw that the townspeople were still in a daze and knew that his actions had gone too far, which seemed to frighten the townspeople. However, he doesn't have to worry. At a time like this, as long as you bluff or trick them, you can wake them up immediately. He shouted at the top of his voice, "In the canal cut by my axe just now, there happens to be an ore vein. Look, a lot of silver ore is exposed. Go and pick it up." As soon as the townspeople woke up, they hastened to take a closer look. There was a section of the canal littered with many stones shining with silver phosphorescence. Wasn't this a silver mine? Wow! With a cheer, the townspeople rushed to the bottom of the river and frantically picked up the stones. As for Rob's insane axe actions, who cares? Rob was in no hurry to take action. As soon as he connects the canal he had built with the river in the south, the canal would immediately be filled with water, so the silver mine would sink under the water. That's why he couldn't do it now. He has to wait for the townspeople to make a fortune and then make the canal. He returned to the stone stool, sat down with his feet raised, threw the giant axe aside, and waved to Number 8 with a smile, "Look, you have the canal you want. The cats will soon have a way to settle down. Go back and arrange for them and build their houses as soon as possible." He had to salute respectfully despite his strange expression, understood. He still had a crystal ball in his hand. The queen and the ball looked confused, but after all, she was a queen, so after only a few seconds of confusion, her expression returned to normal, but her face turned a little pale. "What you just did was a technique of the barbarians in the northern wilderness. It's called collapsing sky, right?" "Yes." Rob clapped her hands and said, "Little sister Elizabeth is so knowledgeable that she deserves to be queen." The queen said, but I have never seen collapsing sky split into a canal that is 1,000 yards long, 50 or 60 yards wide, and more than 10 yards deep. This is not normal. The strongest barbarians can only cut out a small hole more than a dozen yards long. What on earth did you do? Rob shrugged. I tell you. It was a seriously collapsing sky. That means that the barbarians you met before weren't serious. It's not that hard to understand. Queen. This doesn't make any sense. The queen felt a little tired talking to this guy. She sighed and said, I'm a little tired today. I'll turn off the crystal ball first. I'm going to deal with some government affairs. We'll get in touch when I'm free again. Rob smiled and said, all right. The queen was about to put her hand on the crystal ball and turn it off when a clerk suddenly came out and said, Your Majesty, the man we sent to talk about the plumbing access project reported that the business was not going well. Some civilians think that the access fee is too high. We're reluctant to bear the cost of the installation. It turns out that Bright Road is worse than Westwind Town, which is rich in mining, so iron and copper are almost worthless. The mayor easily installed water pipes for all the townspeople. But Bright Road is different. Copper and iron are quite expensive. If Her Majesty wants to add water pipes to every household, it will cost too much, so she has to charge the residents an installation fee. Then, they'll have to pay a monthly fee every month. This installation fee is really not a small number. The nobles do not care, but the common people simply cannot accept it. The queen frowned when she heard the report, not knowing what to do. At this time, Rob in the crystal ball said, Haha. Then apportion the installation fee to the monthly fee. You advertise that there is no installation fee, but they must promise to use it for at least 1 year and just charge a little more each month. Let the clerk go back and study how much extra money you have to charge each month to recover the installation fee without making customers feel they are losing money. You'll solve the problem in minutes. Huh? Hearing Rob's words, the queen could not help raising her eyebrows slightly. The plan was amazing. She wanted to turn off the crystal ball, but then she withdrew her hand and asked seriously, Mr. Rob, your plan seems really good. If you apportion the installation fee over a year, even the poor can afford it. How did you come up with such a powerful idea? It's not hard to think up. Rob smiled and said, Didn't I teach you to cut a cake into 8 parts and 16 pieces? It works the same way. The queen nodded and said thoughtfully, That's a good way. However, if we use this plan to collect money, which is paid slowly over a year, while the people will save money, the installation costs will all be on the treasury, and the pressure on the treasury will become very great. Oh, what's the matter with you, little sister? You look shrewd, but it's actually stupid. Rob said earnestly, You collect the money over a year for the poor, but you can collect it 1 year in advance for the nobles. You only need to make the nobles and the rich promise to pay a 1-year annual fee in advance in return for skipping 1 month's fee. As soon as you do this, nobles and rich people will enthusiastically hand in a year in advance. Their payment will be used to compensate for the installation fees for the poor. Queen Gugu and Gigi, who were next to them, went silent for a moment. The 3 people immediately understood that, to put it bluntly, it was to ask the nobles and the rich to pay for the installation fees of the poor and then collect the annual fees from the poor. After a long time, the 3 sighed together, It's the devil. The way to cheat people off their money is to do it one by one. The queen actually made a slight salute to the crystal ball, but in her capacity, it was really a big bow. She said quite seriously, Thank you, Mr. Rob, for your advice. I will consider your opinion carefully and then ask the clerk to draw up detailed terms and conditions. Afterward, I will come to advise Mr. Rob if there are similar ways to do the same in the future. Rob smiled and said, No problem. Call me anytime. Call? Rob pointed to the crystal ball. I mean this. The queen understood and smiled and said, All right. This time, the crystal ball is really closed. Rob shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "It's nice to talk to little sister Elizabeth. I haven't experienced this kind of phone call in a long time. It was worth trading the scroll for this, ha ha ha." Gugu and Gigi bowed and said, "We're glad you like it." Under Rob's lead, a large group of middle-aged women who had learned to make cream cakes began to work. Rob didn't want to spread the cream-making skills yet, so they had to hide in a small room and only took out the cake after they finished. Gugu and Gigi put the cake one by one in a beautiful box, kept it cold with ice magic, and then carried the dozens of boxes on the back of the manticores. The cakes that couldn't be put on the manticore were loaded into a cart. Of course, even if it's kept cold, the quality of the cake will still be greatly reduced after a few days of shipment. Fortunately, the land transportation cost is relatively low. As long as this batch of cake is sold cheaply to small nobles. Airlifted high-quality cakes will only be provided to the royal family and big nobles. The two men waved to Rob and said, "Mr. Rob, we'll go back first. Next time we will bring more manticores to carry more cakes. Please be ready at that time." Rob smiled and said, "All right." As a matter of fact, Rob also knows that the cake business is new. And in a few months at the most, the Queen will be able to work out the method of making cream on her own. After all, only a few raw materials are needed, so they can do it many times. But it doesn't matter. Rob still has ways to make money, so there is no worry that the people of Westwind Town will not be able to get rich. What can he do to earn more foreign money? There are so many things that he won't bother to think about it. Forget it. He'll just be lazy. That night, as soon as it got dark, Rob put a big tub in the yard and soaked in it. He still likes to take a bath outside the house rather than in the chapel. There are a lot of cats sleeping in the churchyard next door. Oh, they cat folk. They haven't settled down yet, but number 8 is working hard, and it's none of Rob's business. After a few hours of being in shock, the cat folk finally realized that Rob was helping them with their fishing problems, and their attitude towards Rob became much better. Even the kitten girl who peed on Rob's arm came to apologize to Rob after changing her skirt. She blushed and looked a little shy when she apologized. Either way, if any little girl peed on the hands of a strange man, she would have to be ashamed to the point she'll want to die. She had a lot of courage to stay alive and apologize to Rob. Rob, of course, would not bully the little girl. He gently comforted the kitten girl for a while and gave her a piece of steak with mushroom sauce, which made the kitten girl happy. Now that he was finally idle, he comfortably stretched his hands and feet in the bathtub. But suddenly, the crystal ball on the stone table sparkled. "Mr. Rob, I just spoke to the Queen during the day, and she called again at night? I thought the Queen would be reserved and only call once every 1.5 years. Rob poked his upper body out of the bathtub, held out his wet hand, and stroked the crystal ball 3 times. Connected. Unexpectedly, the Queen on the other side of the crystal ball was not frightened by his naked upper body at all. She didn't even blush and calmly said, "Huh? Are you taking a bath? It's my bad for contacting you at this time. I sincerely apologize, but I want to ask you something." "Hey! Since it's your own fault, hang up. It's only reasonable to call back after I take a shower." Rob continued, "Not only are you not hanging up but also have something to ask. It is clear that you are not willing to apologize at all." The Queen smiled, "You said I could call at any time." Rob, "Hey, I was just being polite." The Queen did not care whether he was being polite or not. She continued, "I just want to ask. The cream cake sent this time, one of them tastes very delicious and tastes much better than the other cream cakes. Did you add anything else?" Rob smiled, "Yes, cake with vanilla. It is a vanilla cream cake." The Queen said, "Did you add vanilla? No wonder." She muttered to herself, "It turns out that you can also add vanilla. That is to say, the cream can also be made into a variety of flavors for added sweetness. Fruits should also work fine. Rob was delighted. "Oh, Your Majesty, you really have the ability to deduce a lot from a few words." A rare twinkle of frustration flashed across the Queen's face, "But I can't make the cream, and you, the villain, hide the recipe and refuses to teach Gugu and Gigi. Rather, you taught a group of middle-aged women from Westwind Town." Rob said with a smile, "It's not difficult. Your cook should be able to figure it out in a few months. Before that, why don't you let me make money for a few months?" "That's not good." The Queen said, "My important crystal ball fell into your hands." Rob said, "Didn't my portal scroll also fall into your hands?" Queen. Rob smiled, "It's better to be nice to each other. Don't always try to take advantage of others. However, for the sake of profit, I'll teach you something new. Your cook should already know how to bake a cake, right? Ask him to make the cake very thin, like a thin slice, and then scrape the cream off the cream cake I sold you, spread it flat on the thin cake, and then roll it up into a cream cake roll. I'm sure it'll taste different." The Queen's eyes lit up when she heard this. "After making it, I'll be a thin layer of cake with a layer of cream in the middle, and then the more circles you roll, the richer the taste." Bingo! Rob said with a smile, "It would be even better if each layer of cream had a different flavor, but since you only have regular cream and vanilla cream, so you can't roll much. You should wait for my flavors then." The Queen had an eager look on her face. "I'm going to deal with government affairs for now. We'll talk next time." "Hey, don't call me while I'm bathing next time," Rob said. "Can't you contact me during the day?" The Queen said solemnly, "During the day, I am too busy with government affairs to talk about cake. I have no time to talk diplomatically with the Lord of Westwind Town." Rob said angrily, "This is a diplomatic talk. This is a cake seminar, ain't it? And I'm bathing too. When you talk about government affairs, you obviously just want to make the cake rolls." The Queen said solemnly, "The diplomatic talk is officially over. I look forward to having a pleasant exchange with Your Excellency next time." The call ended with a flash of light on the crystal ball. "Damn it!" Rob shook his fist at the crystal ball, "Such a crazy woman." On a sunny morning the next day, the canal opened up by Rob yesterday has been ransacked by the townspeople, and all the silver ore has been removed by them. Some townspeople have even dug several large pits in the riverbed overnight. It was only after they were sure that there was not much silver ore here that they were all shocked by Rob's technique before reluctantly giving up to continue their search for silver ore in the canal. However, smart miners all know that once a silver ore is found, there is a great chance that there will be other silver ore veins nearby. They plan to take the canal as the center and look in all directions. Their plan is to look for a real silver vein before giving up. When Rob got up, he saw a group of miners patting their buttocks on the ground, surveying the ground, scratching around for veins, like Tom looking for Jerry. Tom and Jerry. He could not help but wave to the mayor of Westwind Town. The mayor ran over and stood in front of Rob. "What can I do for you, father?" Rob took out the map of Westwind Town, used his skill to search for mineral veins, glanced at the map, and saw several small lights lit up. He pointed to the spot closest to Westwind Town and said, "Tell the miners that since I came to Westwind Town, I have brought a lot of benefits to farmers, hunters, and herb gatherers, but not enough for the miners. Now is the time for me to help them. You take the miners to this place and get them to dig hard into the ground. It won't be long before you find something good." Without the slightest doubt, the mayor immediately saluted, "All right, I'll take the miners to dig there." The miners left, and Rob got ready to do his technique again. He stretched, stood up, and picked up the axe again. He needs to use the axe technique to make a perfect canal around the town. The canal must also form running water, so Rob also paid attention to the depth. He had to make sure that the water could flow around the town. After the canal around town was made, Rob waved a few more axes to the south. Then, 4,000 yards to the south, the river was drained, and the surging river rushed into the channel that had just been opened, and the river suddenly became very muddy, circling the town and turning into a dim brown river canal. However, this is not a problem. As long as half of the flow is cut off slightly and the river's flow rate slows down, the sediment in the canal will begin to precipitate and then slowly become clear. After the canal clears, the river can once again flow normally. A few days later, a beautiful river around the town was perfectly presented in front of everyone. The more than 2,000 townspeople of Westwind Town all looked shocked. Even Bishop Elsie and his 300 Templar Knights could not help but admire it. Although they knew long ago that when Rob used resurrection, his strength would not be lacking compared with the Pope, seeing that he had opened up a canal with his own strength, his ability was far beyond that of the Pope. He was no longer a man, infinitely close to God, but almost like God. Rob's stone stool is now not far from the river, with mountains and rivers and fields, chapels, nuns and maids, and hot red-haired magicians coming to touch him from time to time, making life a little more interesting. When the starry night comes, he'll put the bathtub by the canal, feeling even better. Of course, watching the kitten girl catch fish is the most interesting thing. Rob sat in the bathtub and watched with interest as the kitten girl in the chapel next door was sitting near the canal, squatting motionless, looking like a statue. A big black fish swam slowly across the river. When it got to the kitten girl, she suddenly moved as fast as lightning and reached into the water, grabbed the fish accurately, and took it out of the water. The fish was still struggling desperately, but the kitten girl held the bouncing fish in her hands with a happy smile on her face. "Master, I have caught the fish. I will dedicate this fish to you." Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.